Tanky Mage System. Chapter 151 The Flower King, Misha. A moment later, Vaya rushed over. After a short call to confirm Gun's identity, Vaya walked up the stairs. There was also a three-man team that came up with Vaya. The leader was a burly middle-aged man in his early 40s. He was wearing heavy armor and carrying a heavy sword on his back. It was this man who had just spoken to Gunai. "Are you all right?" Vaya looked at Gunai from head to toe. "They're the ones who are in trouble." Gunai pointed into the room. At this moment, the dark blue flame of the dark blue soul extinguishing water was burning brightly in the room. After entering the house, they immediately saw the blue flames. "What are you doing?" The burly man pointed at the blue flames. "Dispose of the enemy's bodies to prevent them from pretending to be dead and then reviving to escape," Gunai said in a generous manner. Everyone was startled, and the way they looked at Gunai changed. "You're too cautious." A total of 6 people, and their ranks are not low. After checking back and forth, Weya said. "They are all 4th rank experts." A man wearing a noble windbreaker behind the burly man added. "These guys are all very powerful. They're the leaders of this group of extraordinary humans. I used a spying spell to confirm their location. I just didn't think that Yingluo and the others would all die here." As the noble man's voice fell, everyone in the room looked at Gunai. Among them, there was a look of surprise in Via's eyes. The others didn't know Gunai's rank, but Via did. Gunai was only rank 2. 2nd rank versus 4th rank. 1 against 6. All of his opponents had died, and Gunai had only been slightly injured. And looking at its state, it was full of life. Although she knew that blood curse mancers had extremely strong recovery abilities and that their blood was flowing with powerful recovery abilities, she still felt that it was a pity. But Gunai's performance was too exaggerated. She also knew that Gunai had been coming from 100 meters away. How did this guy manage to kill his way here without getting injured? Weya squinted her eyes, as if she wanted to see something from Gunai. However, the burly man and the other two had a completely different attitude. They couldn't see through Gunai's strength at all, let alone detect any fluctuations of his origin power. Just this point made them understand. This young-looking extraordinary named Gunny Lawrence was definitely a super master. To be able to enter the enemy's gathering place alone and annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop, this was not something an ordinary person could do. After confirming that the enemies here had been cleared, the man in the aristocratic trench coat quickly said, "I've just received news that the enemies in this area have been defeated and fled. Also, the enemy's Tier 5 and Tier 6 powerhouses are heading to the besieged human-faced Flower Emperor. We need to go and help them as soon as possible." "Let's go, we need to go help. We can't let that human-faced Flower Emperor escape today," the burly man said with a serious expression. Misha Gunai's eyes narrowed as the killing intent in his heart grew. The few of them quickly jumped out of the broken window and ran along the small alley toward the place where the rumbling sound came from. As they moved forward, Gun's eyes scanned the elegant man in the noble trench coat. A Meridian Perceptor? Among the extraordinary shadowers, there was a type of extraordinary called Meridian Perceptor. This type of extraordinary had extremely strong perception. Some of the best Meridian singers could even awaken the 6th sense. Furthermore, those who could sense their blood vessels could establish blood vessel communication between them. Through the ability of vein communication, they could exchange information with each other efficiently in the complex battlefield. There were many such supernatural beings in the pioneer group. Just now, this aristocrat in the trench coat didn't seem to have any communication with the outside world, but he was able to obtain important information. Obviously, there was a high probability that he was a Meridian sense type. In the invisible layer of the network, he was having an efficient communication with the other team's network perceptors. The few of them were very fast. The explosion in the street in front of them led them to the enemy's position. He had just entered the wide street through the small alley. The chaotic battle ahead of them was at a stalemate. A dozen Type 5 and Type 6 human powerhouses were currently surrounding a few human-faced flower kings and their puppets, engaging in a ferocious assault. There were spells, martial techniques, close combat, and some other special techniques. All sorts of origin power fluctuations exploded on the human-faced flower king and their puppets. The human-faced flower king and the others were forced to retreat. However, the human-faced flower king's counterattack was also quite fierce. 4 or 5 2 stories tall illusionary human-faced flower king's true forms bloomed. The powerful aura of a commander-level monster bloomed. The human-faced flower king plant was famous for its soul techniques, which gave it a stronger will pressure. Her beautiful face was either ferocious, wailing, expressionless, or furious. He released all sorts of soul techniques. Even Gunai, who was far away, could feel the soul shockwaves passing through his head. Fortunately, the spirit helmet blocked most of the power. The rest of it landed on Gunai's soul, which he easily blocked. Gunai and Weya were able to block the soul attack. The burly man and the other two didn't have such a strong soul resistance. More than 200 meters away, the three of them turned pale and shivered after being attacked by the human flower king. After all, it's a powerful leader-level creature, and a level 5 or level 6 one at that. Sending these extraordinaries with weak souls to help is just sending them to their deaths. Gunai thought to himself as he looked at the state of these people. The three of you don't have strong enough soul defenses, there's no need for you to go over. Weiya's eyes quickly swept over the three people and quickly said. In our current state, I'm afraid we won't be of much help. Even if we go over, we'll just chase down the other scattered members of the human-faced flower church who have escaped. The burly man's breathing was heavy as he spoke in a low voice. It was obvious that he was under a lot of pressure from the soul attack of the human-faced flower king. Let's go. Vaya and Gunai didn't hesitate any longer, and they quickly flew forward. As he moved forward, Gunai used his source power vision to look for something behind the high-level human-faced flower kings. A moment later, Gunai's heart began to throb. Gunai saw it. The human-faced flower emperor, Misha, was currently being protected by that group of people. But the next moment, Gunai's expression became strange. Then what's the situation with Yingluo? Through his source power vision, Gunai discovered that the source power of the woman was being separated from a powerful life form. This is a Kazaya. After thinking for a moment, Gunai's face suddenly changed. Damn it! This Misha is using some kind of power to split her two souls. Chapter 152 Blood Sacrifice. The human-faced flower emperor had two souls in one body. The flower body and the human body could move separately. But there was a limit to this separation. The human body cannot be too far away from the flower body. If the distance was too far, the human body would gradually weaken. The further the distance, the greater the extent of the weakening. At the same time, the flower king couldn't use all his powerful skills from a long distance. Therefore, if he ran into a flower king or flower emperor's body in its complete state, it was certain that their flower bodies existed within a dozen kilometers or even dozens of kilometers. This was also one of the most important ways for humans to track down the human-faced flower sect. At this time, this separation of source power was only an appearance. The fundamental separation was the complete separation of two souls in one body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the Sug ruins for so long. Once he completed the style of having two souls in one body, then, the distance between the human body and the flower body would no longer exist. At that time, the flower king's body would enter the strange, unsullied, and fertile soil of the deep sea and take root in a mysterious corner. At that time, no one would be able to find the flower king's body. On the other hand, the human body of Maisha could move freely in any corner of the world. Even though they found her body, they couldn't determine the location of the flower. Even if she died, the flower king could still be reborn. At that time, Maisha would be in an almost invincible position. It would be too difficult to destroy her. Wei! Gunai said with a serious expression. Maisha, she's undergoing some kind of strange separation of two souls in one body. We have to kill her as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be too difficult for Ying Luo to destroy her in the future. The division of two souls in one body. When Weiya heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She was also clear about the power of splitting two souls in one body. I know. I'll tell the teacher now and ask him to get rid of that Maisha as soon as possible. Yes, replied Vaya in a deep voice. Then I'll observe from the side and wait for an opportunity to act. I'll see if I can find a way to interrupt her division or help at the critical moment. On the battlefield, only Type 5 and Type 6 experts were fighting. If Gunai went in, it would be no different from suicide. He could only look for opportunities from the side. Then be careful. Yes. After that, Gun, who was close to the edge of the battlefield, jumped into the alley and quickly climbed up the wall to the roof. Gunai was very fast. In a short moment, he had already rushed from the front of the battlefield to the roof at the back of the battlefield. From this position, Gun could clearly see what was happening to Maisha, who was in the center. At this moment, Maisha was indeed doing some kind of strange division. In addition, Gunai could feel a terrifying energy coming from it. Is it the energy of the human-faced flower emperor, the overlord? Or did Yingying borrow some kind of indescribable and terrifying power? Gunai's eyes narrowed as he thought. No matter what, we can't let it be divided so smoothly. You're already a second-rank flower emperor, so can a second-rank lord-class existence withstand the bombardment of a third-rank magic blade curse? After finding a good position, Gu Ni was ready to attack with the devil blade curse in his hand. Just as he was about to cast the strange spell. Swish! There was a slight tremor. The blood-red light around Gunai faded away. The noise of the battle had died down. Then, he saw the countless tiny chains of fate wrapped around him. The vision of prying into fate is here again. He didn't release the curse of the magic blade, but he took advantage of the opportunity to look at her. The first thing he saw was a large number of shackles of fate on her body, which were cast into the surrounding void. It wasn't just Maisha, but also the other powerhouses who were fighting. Just as Gunai had once understood, everyone was a slave to the shackles of fate. These chains of fate represented the path everyone had to take in the long river of time and fate. As long as it existed, traces would be left behind. This was an objective fact. Some methods such as divination, prying, and deduction could obtain answers that were extremely close to the truth through the complicated trajectories of fate. They could even follow the causal relationship and look into the future. On the other hand, if one did not want to leave any traces or become a chess piece or a factor in others' divination, prying, and deduction, the fewer chains one had on one's fate, the more difficult it would be for one to be spied on, calculated, and even affected in certain cases. Compared to the many chains on everyone else, Gunai's chains of fate were pitifully few. When he looked at her, his expression changed. The fate-prying ability had a very deep insight characteristic. Not only could he see the shackles of fate, but he could also see many strange and extraordinary things. He could see that she was 1,000 meters away. The huge human-faced flower emperor's true body was on the stainless soil, moving in the direction of the Sug ruins. It's a pity that the human-faced flower emperor is in the stainless fertile soil. I can't enter it now. However, as I have mastered the runes of the world, the space realm of the unblemished soil can't stop me. At this moment, a blood-colored current was flowing from the human-faced flower emperor's flower body 1,000 meters away to the body of Maisha. And it was with the help of this blood-colored torrent. Only then could she gradually tear apart the shackles between the human body and the flower body, and thus achieve the purpose of complete separation. Gunai could even feel it. The blood flood poured into the human-faced flower king's flower body and Maisha's body. The separation of two souls was only a part of it, and it seemed that she was using this strange power to improve herself. The power of division doesn't come from the human-faced flower emperor, but from the Swan Ni. Gunai's breathing became heavy. Following the vision of fate prying, Gunai could see an even larger blood torrent rushing toward the Flower Emperor's body from a distant corner. And this torrent came from another direction of the Sug ruined city. And in that direction, Gunai's heart trembled. At this moment, the vision of prying into fate disappeared. But the last bloody scene was still fresh in Gunai's mind. Near the 9,970 points of the main body of the cave was the core of the blood torrent. A strange power that was like a flood of blood surged from that corner of the Sug ruins to the endless sea of blood in the sky. It was like the power of some kind of sacrifice, calling for the mysterious existence in the sea of blood to descend. Gunai didn't relax after hearing this information. Instead, he felt even more pressure. These powerful creatures were using the strange power of the sacrifice. If they were not interrupted, they would bring a disaster to the entire Sug ruins. I can't let her continue. Otherwise, with the power of that weird sacrifice, she might really be able to complete the division. He thought so. Die. Gunai didn't hesitate any longer. He activated the Devil Blade Curse to its maximum. 21 spells in a second, or even close to 22 spells, were launched at Misha. Chapter 153 The Coming Roars of the Mayfly. The level 3 Magic Blade Curse instantly covered the distance of 50 to 60 meters. The powerful cutting ability and the dense magic blade curses poured into the position where Misha was. Peng, 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 peng. When he was about a meter away from her, all the demonic blade curses exploded. At the same time, a golden spherical shield appeared around her like a honeycomb. Each box was the size of a palm, and its thickness reached an astonishing half a meter. There were also shield-type rune imprints that were neatly arranged in each energy grid. The golden energy shield was half a meter thick, and it was insanely thick. The energy shield was like a huge sphere, perfectly wrapping around her. No attack from any angle could hurt her. As expected, Gunai's heart sank when he saw this. Gunai saw that most of the elites were attacking the Flower King. They didn't attack Misha, so he guessed that she had a shield. Apparently, they had all tried and knew that she had a shield. The thickness of the golden energy shield is shocking. This means that the energy density and energy volume of the shield are extremely high at the same time. It also has the shield rune, and its defense goes without saying. I'm afraid that my Devil Blade Curse may not be able to break through its defense. This is at least a high-level runic shield spell. It could even be a forbidden spell. A forbidden spell is on a completely different level of power compared to a high-level inscription spell. Even engravings and spells are powers that I can't control at the moment, let alone this forbidden spell. He quickly thought of all the spells he could use to stop Misha. Gunai suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. A strange power seemed to be pulling at Gunai's body. That indescribable wriggling was the urgent need of greed. A dreamlike mumble softly echoed in Gunai's ears. My loyal belief disciple. Offer the dagger to the dagger. You'll definitely obtain the power of the great and great. The power of the great 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 Wei yu da yu. Strength, quantity, quantity, quantity. The inexplicable murmurs were very weak at first, as if they were whispers. And then it grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it exploded in Gunai's ears like thunder. Gunai couldn't help but want to sacrifice that piece of flesh. Offer the dagger to the dagger. The dreamlike lightning struck Gunai's head, causing him to feel dizzy. Suddenly, Gunai bit the tip of his tongue. Blood filled Gunai's mouth, and the sweet taste of it cleared his mind. A thick, bloody killing intent bloomed from Gunai's body. You still dare to affect me? Gunai's face was ferocious, but he still smiled. He glanced at the waves of the endless blood sea in the sky. You can't come down. Is there no other way? You can only rely on the power of the summoning ritual to influence me? Offer the dagger to the dagger. I'll sacrifice your ancestors. Gunai pointed his middle finger at the unknown being in the sea of blood. Suddenly, waves seemed to rise in the depths of the blood sea. Gunai looked away and looked at Misha, who was being protected by the Flower Kings. Gunai was in a good mood. Gunai knew that this strange ritual wouldn't last for long. Once it was stopped, all the powerhouses who hosted the sacrifice and even Mayasha who used the power of the sacrifice to transmit back would suffer a terrible blow. Misa, my dear sister Yingluo, you won't be able to escape today. Gunai laughed in a deep voice. While Misha was wholeheartedly absorbing energy and separating the flower from the human body, she seemed to have noticed something. He raised his head slightly. Her young and tender face was charming and majestic. His eyes met Gunai's. Then, she laughed. My dear brother, long time no see. The voice clearly rang in Gunai's ears, deep and profound. Yup, it's been a long time, Misha. Gun looked at her and said. I know. You've been on guard against me for a long time. I've even felt the killing intent from you. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Indeed, I should have strangled you to death the night Dad brought you back. But there's one thing that you're wrong about. Gun looked at her and explained. My stupid sister, you have no idea how terrifying the person you've offended is. The entire human face flower church, and even your so-called evil, ugly, and disgusting mother god will die in my hands while wailing. And that mournful wail will be the final sound you hear when you die. Remember my words, this will be your final ending. Misha chuckled. My dear brother, your arrogant words are probably the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Father's flesh and blood have become fertile soil, nourishing my Flower King body. And I've already obtained Dad's supernatural profession. The Star Digger is indeed a good supernatural profession. You can see a lot of things. Even though most of them knew that Old Man Cohen would not be able to escape. But after hearing what she said, Gun's heart sank. Very good, Misha. Gunai murmured in his heart, then I have no reason not to kill you. At this moment, Gunai's heart was unusually calm. When he looked at her again, there was no more commotion. The surging killing intent and anger did not even rise. However, an inexplicable obsession quietly took root and sprouted in his heart. It was the obsession to destroy Mayasha, the entire human face flower church, and even the evil god. Gun looked at her quietly. Do you know what kind of person you are in the eyes of the Star Digger? As she spoke, light bloomed in her eyes, as if there were a vast starry sky in them. You're too ordinary. She said softly. There are too many extraordinary humans like you. In the future, when you face a powerful enemy and die helplessly, that will be your best ending. You don't even have the right to be the human-faced Flower King's puppet. I originally wanted you to stay by my side forever, but it seems that there is no need for that now. They're here. Gunai suddenly said. What? Misha was stunned. The anger and roars that you'll never forget. Chapter 154 An indescribable voice. Suddenly. The origin power that was originally restless in the entire Sug ruins. In just a few seconds, it suddenly became quiet. The powerhouses who were still fighting also felt the sudden change. There were even many powerhouses with strong perception abilities who took advantage of the battle to look around. The restless origin power suddenly calmed down. This was too abnormal. Furthermore, the calmness of this origin power was like a mirror that was terrifyingly silent, without the slightest ripple. In Gunai's eyes, the origin power around him seemed to have stopped. Gunai knew better than anyone that this was the calm before the storm. Slightly. Weev. A deep, melodious, heavy, and indescribable voice that was full of fear bloomed in the entire Sug ruins. It was as if an unknown existence that had transcended endless space and time had made its own voice. It was just a slight sound, but it could easily affect and change the entire world. Gunai could only feel his body, origin power, blood pool, and even his soul freezing. He was completely frozen in place. Not only Gunai. The Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts who were in the air were also frozen in the air by the sound, unable to move. Even the spells that were flying in the air were confined in the air. The entire Sug ruins seemed to have paused at this moment. Even the transcendent masters of the Transcendent Association who were attacking the altar protected by several powerful forbidden spells near the main cave of number 9970. The barbarian saints and evil gods' descendants were also hiding in the altars protected by the forbidden curses. Everyone was firmly confined by this sound. No one was an exception. Is this the power of an indescribable terror? The moment I heard that voice, I felt as if I had died. Gunai's entire body was trembling uncontrollably under the sound. The fear in his mind grew like wild grass, constantly attacking Gunai's will. Gunai gritted his teeth, stubbornly resisting everything. So what if you kill me? That will only make me stronger. One day, I will climb up to the stars and become a terrifying existence that will make you tremble in fear when you hear my voice. Gunai roared at himself in his mind. High up in the sky, the endless sea of blood started to surge. Boom! Boom! The surging waves made the Sug ruins shake violently. Unfortunately, the mighty power couldn't cross the invisible barrier and descend on the Sug ruins. No matter how much it surged, it could not cause any substantial damage to the Sug ruins. At this moment, the altar that summoned the Blood Sea and the mysterious existence was affected by the violent surging of the Blood Sea. The aftermath of the surging Blood Sea began to shake along the channel of sacrifice. Above the altar, where the power of the sacrifice met with the sea of blood. Bang! A violent explosion exploded in the sky, and blood-colored fluctuations quickly filled the entire sky. As the explosion rang out, the restraint caused by the sound of the indescribable and terrifying existence instantly disappeared. The city of the Sug ruins regained its vitality. Just a second ago, everyone was still in shock from being imprisoned by the terrifying power. In the next moment, their attention was drawn to the distant explosion in the sky above the altar. The explosion spread all the way down from the sky. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he watched the shockwave of the explosion. Gunai had been waiting for this moment. The human-faced Flower Emperor borrowed the power of the altar. The blood torrent is not only on the Flower Emperor's body, but also on herself. When that power explodes, can your shield withstand it? Kiran asked. The explosion came faster than Gunai had expected. Just as the shockwaves from the explosion in the sky bloomed. Boom! The altar on the ground also exploded. A huge mushroom cloud rose rapidly and shot into the sky, clashing with the explosion in the sky. The heavens and earth trembled violently at this moment, as if the end of the world had come. This power is so powerful that even transcendent masters will die if they get too close. Looking at the rising mushroom cloud, Gunai thought to himself. Ah, Yingluo! A heart-wrenching scream of pain suddenly sounded. The scream pulled everyone's attention back from the distant explosions in the sky and on the ground. It was Maisha who screamed. How comfortable it was to borrow the power of the sacrifice. That was how miserable she was now. Fallen to the ground, her body was bent beyond recognition. The completely distorted and mournful scream showed how brutal the blow that Myers had suffered was. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then they entered the battle again. The rumbling sounds of source power clashing, incantations of law being released, and explosions once again rang out in the streets. Gunai's attack was even faster than the others. Gun's target was none other than Misha. Whoosh! 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 A dense wave of magic blades and curses slashed Misha in a frenzy. The moment the magic blade curse touched a meter in front of her, the golden shield appeared again. However, the golden shield was half a meter thick and had a rich luster. At this moment, the golden shield had a sparse luster and was as thin as paper. The power that was transmitted to her almost shattered her shield. The bombardment of Gun's demonic blade curse accelerated the collapse of the golden shield. Let me break through the mist. Gunai's spell was at its peak. Ka 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 ka. Gunai could even hear the sound of the golden shield breaking. All of a sudden, she stood up stiffly. Then, she suddenly looked up. He looked at Gunai. Its eyes were empty and lifeless, as if it was dead. Gunai felt a sense of danger, an extreme danger that could even endanger his life. But Gunai didn't retreat. He activated his spell to its maximum. If he could kill her and get her blood, he would have plenty of ways to find her. If he let her go today, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity in the future. She looked at him and laughed. She opened her mouth at Gugni. It had gathered all the power that this body could gather. It released the leader creature's god art flower nightmare. The moment the flower nightmare bloomed. Buzz! Buzz! Gugni and Misha both disappeared from where they were. Chapter 155 The Real Illusion. Everything in front of him was rapidly twisting and spinning. The entire world seemed to have become a huge vortex that was sucked into the deep sea. The surging sea of blood was gradually getting further away. The figures of the people in the battle, as well as the various spells flying in the air. Even the city of the Sug ruins, which was shrouded in the night sky and blood, began to spin and distort. The mist intertwined, as if everything was about to be torn apart by the vortex. Gunai was enveloped by the flower nightmare. He could clearly see the violent ripples shining madly on the weapon spirit helmet on his head. This was the scene of suffering a huge soul attack. Mesa's soul attack was so fierce that even the weapon spirit's helmet had a slight crack. At the same time, Gunai could feel the Flower Emperor's soul devouring and strangling him. Fortunately, Gunai's soul was strong enough. After the artifact spirit helmet blocked most of the soul attacks, Gunai was able to resist the subsequent soul attacks. After a few seconds, the entire spinning world let out cracking sounds. Immediately after, peng, a sound. The twisted scene in front of him shattered completely, and Gunai fell to the ground. The moment he landed, air was quickly expelled from Gun's lungs. This is the deep space of the shadow world? Gunai squinted his eyes as he looked around. He could tell that this was a deep part of the shadow world. It was a quiet, barren hill and field under the cover of the night. The scattered light pillars of the Tyndall effect shone on the hills and wilderness. It was hard for strange creatures to survive in the deep layers of the shadow world. The hill here was covered with human-faced flowers that were smiling like a nightmare. There were many human-faced flowers. As far as the eye could see, beneath his feet, the hills and slopes, and the distant hills that looked like waves, were all human-faced flowers. This place was a sea of human-faced flowers. The luster is obviously stronger than the hunting level. It's just that it's a little shallower here. Trying to pull me into some strange shadow plane and then banish me. Gunai squinted his eyes. If that's what you really want, then you've miscalculated. His eyes focused slightly, and his source power vision quickly bloomed. A moment later, Gunai smiled. The next moment, Gunai quickly ran in a certain direction. As soon as Gunai moved, he found that his feet were entangled. He lowered his head and saw at least 20 of the half-meter-tall human-faced flowers around him. Their vines were all stretched out and wrapped tightly around his legs. Gunai could even feel that the human-faced flowers were still absorbing his energy from his legs, although the speed was minuscule. Gunai thought. Shua 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 shua. A series of fire arrows were shot out. The flames of the fire arrow spell were quite effective against such plant-type creatures. It was a level 4 incantation of law, after all, and the burning of the flames was quite powerful. The tongue of fire quickly grew, quickly setting the human-faced flowers in the surroundings on fire. Then, these human-face flowers began to dance wildly in the flames. Then, Gun summoned another 5 ring bombards. Under Gunai's control, the 5 ring spells were cast side by side. It was like a road roller, pushing forward. All the human-faced flowers in front of him were crushed to pieces, including their roots and stems. After walking for about 50 meters, Gunai stopped on a hill. The 5 ring bombards quickly rolled down the hill towards a place with particularly lush human-face flowers. Boom! 5 ring spells exploded at the same time. The destructive air wave uprooted all the human-faced flowers within a dozen meters, and the soil was blown everywhere. At the same time, the violent explosion also lifted up a figure. It was the figure of Maisha. Just now, Gunai had noticed the abnormal fluctuations of the origin power here through his source power vision. In addition, the shield on her body was basically broken, so there was a high probability of death if she stayed outside. Gun had guessed that he had entered the room when Mesa used this ability to attack him, and it seemed that he was right. At the same time, Mesa's body exploded. Gunai didn't waste even half a second. Swish 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 swish. More than a dozen sharp magic blades were aimed at her head. Swish! This time, without the protection of her shield, her neck was instantly torn apart by 3 sharp magic blades. The head of the screaming Maisha was separated from her body. Their heads and bodies fell into the human-faced flowers. Gun quickly stepped forward and released the puppet's secret thread, which quickly wrapped around her headless body. Collect! A body that had lost control of its will was no longer a living being, and Gunai immediately put it back into the system space. Then, Gun walked to the head of Maisha, and the puppet's secret thread easily picked up her head. After losing her body, it was difficult for her to do any damage to Gunai. Drip 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 drip. Blood was dripping from her broken neck. As the Flower Emperor's human body, her blood was very active. Even without her body, her blood still retained a strong life force in her head. The blood couldn't be wasted, so Gunai quickly used his puppet strings to gather all the blood around her neck. This blood was extremely important. As a blood curse mancer, Gun's extraordinary profession had an extremely powerful ability in the blood. And if he could master some powerful ritual incantations, it wouldn't be a problem to find her through her blood. With the blood in hand, no matter how far she and her Flower King form ran, Gunai would be able to find them. Her face twisted in pain. After a while, her face gradually calmed down and she regained the charm and majesty of the human-faced Flower Emperor. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Gunai saw the front of his artifact spirit's helmet ripple. "You still want to use your soul to attack me, my dear little sister? I have to say that you and I are very similar in this aspect," Gun said as he looked at her. She didn't respond. She just looked at Gunai quietly. In the dark, silent, and strange space of shadows. One man and one head, just like that, they stared at each other. After suffering from the backlash of that terrifying power, the soul of her body had been severely damaged. The destructive power was still eroding her soul. She didn't have long to live. Fortunately, although the Flower Emperor's main body was seriously injured, his survival was not in danger. With the Flower Emperor's real body, there was no problem. When she used her innate ability just now, she had wanted to kill Gunai. She didn't expect Gunai to be able to withstand the attack of her innate ability. Fortunately, she had managed to drag Gunai into this deep space. Gunai couldn't escape from this place. After a while, Maisha broke the silence. "How did you know? What do you mean by how do you know?" That indescribable Swannee's furious howls and roars. She looked straight at him. Before this, no one had known about the sudden change. But Gunai said it. As the human-faced flower queen, she had been exposed to a part of the plan. This was a plan that was almost guaranteed to succeed. There were even several transcendent grandmasters who joined hands to make a deduction of the overall situation. The success rate was extremely high. For this, the hero, the barbarian saint, had invested a lot of manpower and resources. But the result was quite miserable. The few transcendent grandmasters who were hosting the sacrificial ceremony had almost no chance of surviving from the indescribable backlash. Not only did this plan fail miserably, but the casualties were also very high. She had only absorbed a portion of the power, and she had already suffered such a violent backlash. Those experts were probably in a more miserable state than her. When he was faced with the backlash of that terrifying power, as the person who had come into direct contact with the power of the sacrifice, she had never felt anything unusual. Gunai had learned of this before anyone else, which was already very unusual. "Oh," Gunai said with a smile. "As you can see from your father's Star Digger superpower, I'm very ordinary." "So, this is obviously a wild guess," Gunai shrugged. "No, I'm not." Mayasha looked at Gunai and explained. "You're not ordinary at all. It's not strange if you can't see anything, because it's a cover. But sometimes, when you see everything, you realize that it's all an illusion. An illusion that's as real as reality. That's the scariest thing." Chapter 156 The Devil's Whisper. What Misha said. Gunai couldn't help but rub his brow. With her meticulous mind, she couldn't tell that she was only a 12-year-old child. "You're only 12, right?" he asked. Gunai said. "When I awakened the will of the human-faced flower emperor, the experience and knowledge I gained far exceeded what you can imagine." "The inheritance of the Lord's will, that's true," Gunai nodded. "When some powerful creatures were born, or when some powerful extraordinary professions were inherited, there would be corresponding inheritance information. Gunai's blood curse Mancer had a lot of inheritance information. When a powerful creature like the human-faced flower emperor inherited its life will, the information it received would definitely be much more than that of a transcendent profession like the blood curse Mancer. You're very special and very powerful." Misha's young voice was filled with a mature tone. "So, I will send the most powerful killer to kill you. I'll even put a bounty on your head for millions of gold pounds on the black list." "Millions of gold pounds?" Gunai rubbed his chin. "This is really a generous bounty. Even I'm a little tempted." He then looked around and focused his attention on Misa. "All right, I know you're trying to buy time, but I'm sorry, I've used up my time. The family gathering has come to an end. And I still have many things to do, so you can die in peace." As he spoke, Gunai began to control the puppet thread. "I have something important to tell you," Misha said quickly. "If you're willing to join me, I can give you all the resources the Pioneer Group has given you. In fact, I can give you more than they can. I'm a powerful lord, and I can even become a legendary lord in the future. And you are a blood curse Mancer. If you have my blood, you can also have the blood of a legendary lord. Also, the human-faced flower emperor's blood is very soul-oriented, which will be of great help to your spellcaster profession. If you're willing, we can even rule the entire world together in the future and become the rulers of this world. We can even establish a faith and become supreme and eternal life." There was a strong sense of seduction in her soft and bewitching tone. After listening to her explanation, Gun rubbed his temples and sighed. "Misha, from you, I can clearly see why the Church of the Human-Face Flower is an evil cult. The seed and wool of the human-faced flower emperor that was passed down from generation to generation. Do you think that's the path to the strong? That's just a disguise for the devil's murmurs." Then, Gunai suddenly attacked. The puppet's secret thread quickly pierced through her head. The aura of her soul dissipated. Then, he looked up into the darkness. "Yes. Misha can bring me in. Then the Flower Emperor Flower Body can also use its talent to bring others in. He knew that he was about to die, so he used his innate divine ability to banish me. Then, use the Flower Emperor's true form to bring people in and kill me. My dear sister, you're really determined to kill me. You don't give me any face. It's a pity that this place can't trap me. With a flip of his hand, the bracelet of time that George had given to Gun appeared in his hand. The hunting layer was so deep that the bracelet of time could escape, let alone this shallow and weird human-faced flower layer. What kind of level is this? The human face flower church has actually planted so many human face flowers here. He didn't spend too much time studying it. After collecting a few human-faced flowers, Gunai activated the bracelet of time. Swish! The scene before him quickly distorted and Gunai disappeared. At the same time, a few thousand meters away, a 5-star level 5 Shadowman quietly landed on the plain where a large number of human face flowers were planted. The 5th Order Shadowman entered stealth mode and began to approach Gunai. Swish! The scene in front of him gradually stabilized. Gunai reappeared at the corner of the street. This position was not far from the place where Mejizar had entered the deep space. The sounds of battle had already gone far away. Gunai quickly climbed up the wall to the 5th floor of the house. Gunai looked around. The sea of blood in the sky had disappeared, and it returned to the dark night. The battle near the main body of Cave 9970 had already left the Sug ruined city and was going on at the edge of the city. It was still moving towards the depths of the mountains in the north. The explosion just now was definitely a huge blow to the infidels and foreign powerhouses. The Pioneer Group and the Transcendent Association's powerhouses would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity to beat up a drowning dog. They would definitely take advantage of the situation to kill the person. After all, such a good opportunity was rare. At the same time, the masters of the human-faced flower church who had been guarding her had also fled. The members of the Pioneer Group were in a state of pursuit. Gunai had no intention of participating in the battle. I've got Maisha's blood. I need to learn a powerful ritual incantation. It's best if it's a powerful engraving ritual spell. This way, I can use her blood to lock onto her position. However, I'm not that strong right now. Even if we know where she is, it's still difficult to kill her, let alone go to the stainless fertile soil to kill the human-faced flower emperor. I still need to continue to steadily increase my strength, Gunai thought. When I'm strong enough, I'll be able to kill the evil god of the human-faced flower church and Misha in the future. The battle that night had given Gunai a clear understanding. Although his current level was relatively low, his killing power was not weak. As a law incantation master, with the support of the hack system, his offensive power was quite fierce. At the same time, he was very pleased with his strong defense and survival ability. As the hack system continued to hack, Gunai's body and spells would only get stronger and stronger. Law incantations are one thing. More importantly, the engraving potion. My body, along with the digestion and absorption of the Thanator's body, has become more and more powerful. My current body is as strong as a rank 2 leader. But my soul is relatively weak. It's only at the level of an ordinary monster. Fortunately, I'm a domain-type spellcaster, which makes my soul energy strong enough to withstand the attacks. At the same time, the weapon spirit helmet that Vaya gave me today has also helped me a lot, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get Maisha's blood today. When the soul engraving potion and the dragon blood engraving potion are finished, give her a set each. He thought of the soul sigil potion. Professor Henry's death and the fallen Deep Duke Castle appeared in Gunny's mind. We'll have to wait for the Pioneer Group to send another doctor in supernatural biology to conduct the latest batch of pharmaceutical experiments before we can get the results. With the construction of the laboratory and so on, it'll probably be another month later. But there's no hurry. The success of the Rune Soul Potion is only a matter of time. Gunai thought. My body's transcendent characteristic can be considered at the commander level. It's just that my soul's transcendent characteristic is too weak. Humans are creatures of flesh and soul, pay equal attention to the body and soul. When my soul's extraordinary characteristic makes up for it and I become an elite or even a commander level, I wonder what kind of changes will happen to me. While Gu and I was thinking, light footsteps suddenly sounded behind Gunai. Chapter 157 Rich Spoils of War. Gunai's heart clenched as the devil blade curse appeared in his hand. Gunai's tensed heart relaxed. You gave me a fright. I almost threw the incantation of law at you. Didn't you go after those foreign races and infidels? The person who came was Wei Yi. How did you get out? Instead of answering, Vaya asked. She'd been watching Gunai the whole time, and she'd seen him being pulled into the depths of space by the Flower King. She was aware of the human-faced Flower Emperor's innate divine ability. If she was pulled into a deep space, she could hold on for a long time. However, she couldn't escape and could only wait for help. If they hadn't been discovered in such a chaotic situation, they would have been exiled forever. She was already prepared to inform her teacher and send an expert to find Gunai. Who would have thought that as soon as the battle ended, Rank 2 Gunai would escape from the depths of space? Even an extraordinary with the ability to travel through the shadow world would find it hard to escape if they were pulled too deep. As a law incantation master, I have to have some tricks up my sleeve. This isn't too much, right? Gunai spread his hands. Vaya didn't pursue the matter any further. As an extraordinary, everyone more or less had some secrets, big or small. After a round of inspection, Vaya came to Gun's side and whispered, "It's dangerous out there, come with me to a safe place." We were fine even though it was so dangerous during the battle just now. Now that the enemy is fleeing, we have to hide. It's still not safe, Wei Yi said in a deep voice. In fact, it might even be more dangerous for you now. This time, there are a lot of enemies in the Sug ruins. The ones who escaped are the ones who can't hide. Those who have the means to hide and disguise themselves don't need to escape at all. They only need to hide in a very ordinary corner. We won't be able to find any traces of them for a while. And they might assassinate some extraordinary humans who are alone at critical moments. You should know that there are some shadow-type transcendent experts who like to do things in the dark. It will take at least a few days of cleaning to ensure that the city of Sug ruins has entered the safety cordon. Gun's eyes glanced over the dark Sug ruins and nodded. That's true. Some shadow-type extraordinaries who could change their appearance, aura, or even completely change their identity were very easy to hide. The Sug ruins seemed to have returned to peace, but peace didn't mean safety. Vaya walked down the stairs, and Gunai followed behind her. The two of them walked through the dark and remote paths. About 10 minutes later, Gun followed Vaya into a quiet alley with a cluster of dilapidated houses. At the side of the quiet alley, Vaya opened an inconspicuous iron door, and the two of them walked in. Behind this unremarkable iron door was a small secret passage. This place is really well hidden, Gunai thought. Following the secret passage, Gunai arrived at a small, but very elegant, well-decorated living room. The exquisite Victoria style of the southern nobles had a unique charm. You can just cultivate here in peace for the next few days. I won't be coming here for the next few days. There are still many things to deal with outside. I'll come and pick you up when I'm done. Yes, Gunai nodded, he didn't refuse. This time, the hero barbarian saint, the few major evil god churches, and the extraordinary humans from the north and south. So many forces had failed in the Sug ruins. It would definitely involve all sides. If the Supernatural Association and the Pioneer Group wanted to further expand their achievements, they would definitely send a large number of forces to pursue them. It was inevitable that the inside of the Sug ruins would be empty during this time. In addition, there were also those shadow-type extraordinaires who liked to play in the dark, hunting in the dark. At this time, if he was targeted by a powerful expert outside, it would be really dangerous. After a brief explanation, Vera got up and left. After Vaya left, Gunai first set up some small traps in the secret passage. After that, he familiarized himself with the small, hidden residence and planned a few better escape routes. If an enemy found this place, they could escape in time if they couldn't win. An hour later, Gun Yexin returned to the living room after washing up. After checking the small traps in the tunnel and making sure there were no abnormalities, Gun let out a sigh of relief. There had been nothing unusual for such a long time, so this place should not have been discovered. After a series of battles, he could finally relax. A slight sense of fatigue lingered in his heart. I've released too many incantations today. Gunai sat down on the sofa, rubbing his temples. The fireplace was already lit, and the bright flames made the entire house as warm as spring. The coffee was almost done, and the entire room was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. After pouring himself a cup of coffee, he raised his hand. Hwala a sound. A large number of extraordinary rings and bracelets were placed on the marble table. There were a total of 15 or 16 of them. Today's harvest is really impressive. Looking at the extraordinary rings and bracelets, Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. These extraordinary rings and wristbands all belonged to Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts. The slightly less valuable ones were around 5 to 6,000, or even 7 to 8,000 gold pounds. And the higher prices were about 20,000 to 30,000 gold pounds. After the battle, it was naturally time to clean up the spoils of war. He picked up a transcendent ring and began to sort out the items inside. Sorting the items would make it easier to sell them in the future. About half an hour later, the pile of transcendent rings and wristbands had been almost completely cleared by Gunai. Gunai, who was sitting on the sofa, was full of smiles. About 200,000 gold pounds. Indeed, a man can't be rich without a windfall, and a horse can't be fat without night grass. This amount of gold pounds is enough for me to change into a full set of magic gold equipment. I'm even qualified to buy top-tier magic gold equipment with legendary attributes. However, I'm not in a hurry to change to stronger equipment. My current equipment is enough. In terms of incantations of law, I'll need to supplement them with some powerful incantations of law. The expansion of the origin pool also needs to be scheduled. Overlapping for a single second consumes too much source power. 1000 source pool units are already unable to satisfy my source power explosion. These 2 units of source power are still fine. By the time I've obtained a spell that costs 4 units of origin power, I'll be using up close to 100 units of origin power per second. I'll be able to use up all my source power in a dozen seconds. Treasures to expand the origin pool are very rare. In addition, I haven't had any results from my previous research. The Pioneer Group didn't provide me with any, but this time, the Soul and Dragon Blood Sigil Potion have been developed. Once the research is complete, I'll naturally have the highest priority when I want to purchase treasures to expand the origin pool. The only pity is that these spellcasters don't have any spells that are suitable for me. Fortunately, I have more than 200,000 gold pounds. It shouldn't be a problem to buy some powerful spells from the Pioneer Guild. Oh, right. I need to buy some powerful life-saving teleportation spell scrolls, shield spell scrolls, and so on. Even if I can't buy a top-level forbidden spell shield like the one on Mesa, I should be able to buy some powerful runic magic shields. Also, the magic shield necklace might have been changed. I didn't have money before, but now that I have money, I naturally have to prepare everything I need to. Wait until the Pioneer Alliance is done hunting down the foreign races and infidels and returns to stabilize the situation. Then I can change my shotgun into a cannon. Chapter 158 The Reincarnation Plan. Early in the morning, the rising sun illuminated the entire Sug ruins. The streets were filled with people and cars. The street lamps along the street that were damaged during the winter night had also been installed and repaired. This time, the municipal work did not fall behind. Compared to the speed of municipal work, the repair of the houses on both sides of the street was much slower. It had been half a month since the winter's end. He could still see many clay and carpenters repairing the walls and windows on the wooden frames, inside the broken roofs, or beside the windows. The winter's end was far away, but the destruction it caused would forever remain in the Sug ruins. It wasn't just the destruction of the city. More importantly, more than 3,000 people had died. Yes, the battle on the night of the winter's death that lasted almost an entire night. It caused the death of up to 3,000 people in the Sug ruins city. And that was if the enemy had failed. The 200,000 to 300,000 people in the entire Sug ruins city would probably not be able to escape. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. At the corner of the street, a 7 or 8-year-old newspaper boy waved the newspaper in his hand and shouted loudly. Wearing a black windbreaker, Gunai paid a copper coin for the newspaper. In the few days after the winter's end, Gunai didn't go out. As time passed, the Sug ruins gradually recovered its vitality and became safe. During his free time these past few days, Gunai would go out and buy some newspapers to get some information. A few days ago, Gunai had even gone to the commercial street of the Antukong district to sell some things and buy some materials. After returning to his hidden residence, Gun took off his trench coat and sat on the sofa, reading the Supernatural Daily. The second day after the summoning of the evil god incident in the Sug ruins half a month ago. The evil god summoning incident was published in the Supernatural Daily and spread to every corner of the continent. This incident immediately caused a huge uproar in the entire Oya continent. For a time, countless gazes were focused on the Sug ruins, a city on the border of the Yulan Empire. Countless people even remembered the name of the Sug ruins. In contrast to the attack of the red-robed cardinal of the Church of Pastors, Augusta, on the port island of Barker, the attack of the red-robed cardinal of the Church of Pastors had been extremely powerful. The descent of the evil god was obviously more eye-catching and shocking. The most important thing was, Barker Island had ended up being massacred. The masters of the city of the Sug ruins had foiled the evil god's plot and interrupted its descent. In addition, the newspaper reported that several transcendent grandmasters who had gathered transcendence had killed more than 8 transcendent grandmasters from other races and heretics. It was even said that the barbarian saint, the owner of the hero who could shake the tide of the era, was chased by several extraordinary masters for thousands of miles. There were even rumors that the hero barbarian saint was eventually killed on a snowy plain in the northern border where the sun never set. It didn't matter if these rumors were true or not. But this time, the evil god invasion happened at the same time. The victory of the Sug ruins was an undeniable fact. The power of evil gods and terrifying existences had always been a lingering haze over the many federal empires in the north. This was also the reason why the 3 Thulhu churches were able to continuously breed believers within the northern empire's territory, and the power of faith grew. Because of fear, they had to submit. Because they were powerful, all of them joined him. And this time, the failure of the plan of the many foreign infidels to bring down an evil god was a powerful message to the people. That is, we have the power to fight against those evil gods with indescribable and terrifying power. The winter's death night incident had passed, but its impact was undoubtedly huge and far-reaching. Half an hour later, after he finished reading the full page of the newspaper, he picked up the cup of coffee in front of him and began to drink. At the same time, Gunai opened his hack system. First hack position, Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring Spell, Level 4. Second hack position, Sibana Origin Pool, Level 5. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 4. Fourth hack slot, Magic Blade Curse, Level 4. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 4. Gunai also moved to the 6th position. The 6th idle slot was 80%. The progress bar for the 6th slot was already at 80%. Gunai estimated that in about a month's time, the 6th position would open. After half a month of hacking, the 5 spell-casting manuals in the hack slot had all been upgraded. As for Gun himself, he was a law incantation master, and he had entered the late stage of the second-order transcendent realm. Originally, Gun could have played 2 more games with the Coin of Destiny to completely break free from the shackles of his own fate. However, considering the fact that the perfect soul engraving potion was about to be born, as well as the resistance to it after repeated use, Gun decided to put the chance to fight against fate aside until he used the engraving potion in large quantities. After all, Gunai had only reincarnated 4 times, so it wasn't a problem to store more. Gun had talked to Dr. Henry about the drug's resistance to drugs. In those less than successful Signet potion experiments, the resistance to the potion was very obvious. In fact, it could be said that the resistance was very strong. Using the engraving potion to raise the soul's extraordinary characteristic from normal to elite was not difficult. However, it would be more difficult to upgrade from the elite level to the elite +1 or even the elite +2 level. Not only did it take a long time to digest, but it also required a high enough talent to better absorb these additional extraordinary characteristics. That's right, the strength of a transcendent talent would also be reflected when absorbing additional transcendent characteristics. The same silver-shelled rat that had a normal soul as its foundation. When the silver-shelled rats with high and low extraordinary talent absorbed the same potion at the same time, the silver-shelled rat with high extraordinary talent would obtain more extraordinary characteristics. The limit of the maximum saturation for silver-armored rats with ordinary talent might only be elite-grade souls. As for the silver-armored rats with high innate talent, they could reach elite +1 or even elite +2. For Gunai, talent wasn't a problem. At the same time, Gun needed to use reincarnation to get rid of the negative effects of the potion. That way, after a reincarnation, Gunai's soul could start from elite +2 again. It was possible for him to reach elite +3 or even become a powerful leader-level soul. After browsing through his system page, the aftermath of the Winter's death in the city of the Sug ruins has been dealt with in the past half a month. Also, a week ago, when Vera came over, I told her that I was going to rebuild the potion alchemy room and set up a corresponding potion biological experiment team. He should be here soon. Gunai muttered. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, a soft knock on the door suddenly sounded. Is Weya coming over? Gunai's heart moved. Chapter 159 An Indescribable Ruler. Standing behind the living room door, Gunai's source power vision bloomed. With the powerful penetrating ability of his source energy vision, he could easily see through the gate and the iron gate at the end of the quiet passage. Gun heaved a sigh of relief. It was Vera. In addition to Vaya, there was also an extraordinary. After opening the iron door, he saw Vaya in a dark blue mage robe and a middle-aged man in his early 30s, wearing a double-breasted grey robe and a black top hat. This is... Gunai looked at Weya and then at the middle-aged man. Dr. Gerard, an expert in biology. Said Vaya. This is the great pharmacist we're going to meet, Gunny Lawrence. Good morning, Master Gu Ni. Dr. Gerard took off his hat and saluted Gun. His face showed a slight surprise, but it was well hidden. Before he came, he had heard from Weya that Master Gu Ni was very young. But he didn't expect him to be so young. Good morning, Dr. Gerard. Gunai replied. After a while, the 3 of them sat down in the small living room. If you didn't come over, I would have thought that you had forgotten about me, Gun joked as he poured coffee for Vaya. There are many things to deal with. The Sug ruins seemed to be very peaceful during this time, but in fact, there have been several battles in the dark. To deal with those guys who rely on their stealth ability to hide in the Sug ruins? Yes, I am. Weya nodded. Those guys who think they're smart all died miserably. A few days ago, we used a very powerful mystical item and found a lot of shadow extraordinaries. Although there were some who escaped, they were still in the Sug ruins. It was only a matter of time before we found them. A powerful mystical item. In that case, those guys did think they were smart. Sometimes, mystical items have mystical powers that completely transcend the conventional rules. Gunai trusted the pioneer group's ability to carry out their orders. On the night of winter's end, a portion of the infidels and foreign races were killed, and a batch was also captured. Using these captured guys, coupled with the mystical items, it wouldn't be a problem to find the guys hiding in the Sug ruins. Thinking about it, Weya said again. Also, the problem of the drug experiment that you mentioned to me before, the higher UPS are very concerned about it. While we're cleaning up the remnants, we've already started building a new potion laboratory. It's bigger and better than the one in Deep Duke Castle. We can basically move in 3 to 5 days. This time, I brought Dr. Gerard here to see if you have anything important to say. Gugni pondered for a while, then looked at Dr. Gerard. Dr. Gerard, how's the construction of your laboratory? The construction of the laboratory is much simpler than that of the secret chamber of the secret rune potion. I've already finished the preparations on my side. We just need to wait for your potion. Dr. Gerard replied. That's good. Gunai gently nodded, a smile on his face. On the night of the winter extinction, Dr. Henry came to find me. At that time, his experiment should have made a breakthrough. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of that fallen fire demon. Gunai sighed. Dr. Henry is indeed a very dedicated and respectable doctor. He has an extremely rigorous and meticulous working attitude. Dr. Gillard gave a high evaluation of Dr. Henry. Fortunately, I've recorded all the formulas and methods of the Signet potion in this experimental stage. At the same time, I have a backup of all the experimental potions. Gugni's words stunned Dr. Gerard. That is to say, Ying Luo. Yes, you can go over now to test it out. Gunai nodded with a smile. Dr. Gerard was overjoyed. To be able to witness the birth of the engraving potion in his hands. This was a supreme honor. He was well aware of the pioneer group and the upper echelons of the Yulan Transcendent Association. Many big shots had their eyes on Master Gun in the Sug ruins. Within the Yulan Empire, there were more than a dozen labs that had made potions of secret engravings, but only Gunai's lab was steadily improving and getting closer to it. Professor Garrett even heard that it was because of Master Gunny's achievements. The experiment materials and capital investment of many pharmacologists had been reduced by a lot. On one hand, it was because the amount of money and materials used by those laboratories was truly huge. They were like gold-devouring beasts. On the other hand, it was naturally because there was no lack of potion masters who embezzled materials in the name of research. For this reason, many potion masters were hostile to the newly risen master named Gun Lawrence. Gun took out a storage bracelet and placed it in front of Dr. Gillard. More than 30 potions are in there. Dr. Gerard picked up the storage bracelet and carefully examined it before nodding. After I go back, I'll try to conduct the experiment as soon as possible. I'll come back here to report to you once I succeed. I look forward to your good news, Gunai replied with a smile. Dr. Gerard, who had obtained the rune potion, didn't wait there any longer. He got up and left. Now that he had obtained the Signet potion, he could not wait to start experimenting. The engraving potion will be out soon. You will have to speed up the purchase of the materials. Gunai thought to himself. Before, when he didn't have gold pounds, he had thought that 30,000 to 50,000 gold pounds of materials would be enough. Now, he had something worth close to 200,000 gold pounds in his hands, something that could be easily cashed out. Gunai naturally wanted to turn the 30 to 50,000 pounds worth of materials into 70 to 80,000. Anyway, no matter how much he bought now, it was a huge profit. Your Ueu is not busy today? Gun asked as he looked at Vaya, who was drinking coffee and enjoying the warmth of the fireplace. I'm taking a day off today. I'll be busy tomorrow. Vaya shrugged her shoulders. This time, he. Gunai asked after a moment of silence. How was the battle? Ever since the winter death night, Gun's only source of information was the supernatural daily. However, the Transcendent Daily would not report such detailed information. With Vera's arrival, Gunai had some free time today, so he naturally wanted to know more about the results of the winter's death. After considering for a while, Vaya slowly opened her mouth. On the night of the winter extinction, the Sug ruins was only a step away from destruction. Gunai's expression changed slightly as he listened carefully. At that time, there were 5 masters at the level of extraordinary masters in the Sug ruins. I thought I could deal with the barbarian saint and the descendant of the evil god. But I didn't expect that the number of extraordinary masters from the foreign infidels who came with the barbarian saint and the evil god's descendant would be as many as 12. They have a total of 14 transcendent masters. However, their plan is even more terrifying. They actually directly summoned the indescribable ruler. They even wanted to use something sealed under the Sug ruins city to carry the will of the indescribable ruler in the Blood Sea. An indescribable ruler. Gunai's expression changed. Yes, the existence in the Blood Sea is an indescribable ruler who is in a deep sleep. Will said softly. If it was an evil god, then there were still traces of its power. However, the dominators were great existences that once ruled the stars, although the reason for their deep sleep was unknown. Even in their deep sleep, they were still indescribable, unrecorded, and indescribable terrifying existences. No one knew their real names until now, and what people knew was only a form of address. Even evil gods were just their subordinates. The dominators who had once ruled the stars, their means were so powerful that it was simply unimaginable. From the indescribable flesh of the ruler's remains, Gunai had experienced the terrifying power. There were no signs at all, and there was no principle behind it. Touch and death. It was like a flag. There was no way to resist. The existence of this power was completely beyond common sense. Just summoning a sleeping ruler almost destroyed the Sug ruins. They are really indescribable. Gunai sighed in his heart. Chapter 160 The Ghost Outside of Fate. After a moment of silence, Vera continued. At that time, a powerful forbidden spell sealed the altar. Even the attacks of 5 transcendent grandmasters were unable to break the forbidden spell. In addition, there are the counterattacks of the other extraordinary masters, the barbarian saint, and the descendant of the evil god. With so much power, almost all the transcendent masters at the time thought that the Sug ruins would be completely destroyed today. However, no one could have expected that the descent ritual would suddenly become unstable. Then, as you saw, the ritual to call for the Dominator failed, and the angry voice was transmitted over, directly freezing the entire Sug ruins city, and the destructive power backfired, causing a big explosion. A powerful defensive forbidden spell constructed by several transcendent masters from the Thulhuism Society. Even the joint efforts of several transcendent masters from the Pioneer Group could not shake it at all. However, in the face of the backlash from the sleeping ruler, he was as weak as tofu. The 5 transcendent grandmasters who were hosting the summoning ritual inside the forbidden spell melted on the spot along with the forbidden spell, leaving nothing behind. The 7 alien races, the heathen masters, the barbarian saint, and the descendant of the evil god all suffered a backlash on the spot. The power of the backlash that was transmitted over once again destroyed the 2 transcendent masters and the descendant of the evil god. After that, the barbarian saint and the other 5 transcendent grandmasters began to flee. I don't know what the battle was like. But I know the result. Out of the 5 transcendent grandmasters, 3 have died, and 2 have escaped. Even if they managed to escape, they've suffered great losses. I'm afraid it's impossible for them to recover to their peak strength. The hero barbarian saint was almost crippled, but he also escaped. Did the barbarian saint also escape? Gunai rubbed his glabella. The reports and some rumors in the Supernatural Daily are different from what Vera said. As expected, the information reported on the surface and some rumors are not very reliable. After a moment of thought, Gunai laughed. No matter what, this time, those guys suffered a great loss in the Sug ruins. Out of the 14 experts, 11 died. The other 3 all escaped with severe injuries. Moreover, in a situation where they are heavily injured, there will definitely be blood and flesh falling off. After collecting these things, we can use some rituals and curses to find them. Even if it doesn't work, we can also set up a curse ritual and place an undying curse on them. Indeed, they lost miserably in the Sug ruins this time. Wei Yi nodded slightly, then continued. Other than these things, Zhen. When teacher and I discussed these matters, he also mentioned some very secretive things. Via lowered her voice. Oh, a secret item, Gunai was interested. Based on the psychic questioning of some corpses, as well as the information obtained from the interrogation of the captured alien and infidels prisoners. Do you know what the result was when the teachers combined the information and performed divination? Oh, Gunai listened carefully. The answer my teacher and the others got was that the Sug ruins city was destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of people will die overnight. Gun's eyes narrowed as he waited for Via's explanation. What's more terrifying is that this is not the divination before it happened. Instead, it's a divination deduction after the established facts have already happened. It even obtained an illusion that is seriously inconsistent with the reality, or even contrary to the reality. This is really strange. Via continued to elaborate. Gunai was sitting on the sofa, quietly listening. Fortunately, teacher and the others have many tricks up their sleeves. In the fact that the city of the Sug ruins was not destroyed, the teachers have also constructed a very powerful divination ritual to carry out a reverse deduction of the established facts. This is a karmic divination method that derived the cause from the end. It's very easy to find the truth in this case. Vilya's explanation made the expressionless Gunai move a little on the sofa, changing his position. The clues eventually lead to a place called St. Mary Monastery. St. Mary Monastery. As expected, Gunai thought to himself. The chains of fate on my body haven't been completely severed, so some clues will still be discovered. Gunai rubbed his temples. There, teacher and the others found an extraordinary door that had lost its effectiveness. And there's nothing behind the extraordinary door? Nothing. Gunai raised his eyebrows. Since there's an extraordinary door, there should be something behind it, right? At the very least, it should have a cave or something like that. Gunai said. No, there's nothing there. There's only soil. Teacher and the others have searched the surrounding dozens of meters of soil, but there's nothing. Another thing is that the main cave of Incident 9970 disappeared after the winter night. It disappeared. Yes, the original empty area of the main cave of number 9970 has been restored to its original state overnight. After investigation, the soil there is no different from the surrounding soil. It is as if the soil covering the main cave of number 9970 should have been there in the first place, and the existence of cave number 9970 has disappeared like an illusion. I guess the thing behind the extraordinary door that your teacher and the others are looking for is related to the main body of cave 9970, and now they've all disappeared. Gunai muttered. From the looks of it now, that should be the case. Wei Yi nodded. And the clues will be completely cut off when we get there. Gun's face was calm and quiet as usual, but he was relieved. Although I can't find any clues, it doesn't mean I can't guess, said Via softly. My teacher told me that it should be a mysterious ghost, a ghost that cannot be spied on, a ghost that is beyond fate, that changed some things there. And at the same time, he created an illusion that has never changed. This is like an illusion of the truth. It will guide all divination and deduction abilities. I'm going to deduce it step by step from this real illusion. In the end, both teacher and the barbarian saint thought it was true. They thought it was real, but it turned out to be a huge pit. The illusion deceived them, but they collapsed in without hesitation. And this might be the reason for their crushing defeat this time. This Swan Ni is truly a little freakish, Gunai exclaimed. This is indeed hard to believe, but the result is very likely to be like this. After that, the two of them fell into silence. This is really a bloody case caused by a piece of flesh, Gunai thought to himself. A false truth. Gunai's mind was on this important piece of information. Gunai had used his special status to do many things. The clearest response to Gunai was that the enemy couldn't find him. On a deeper level, when the enemy used divination, deduction, prying, causality and other mysterious means to deduce information about themselves, they would almost completely ignore the impact of their own actions. He was not within the scope of their deduction at all. For example, this time, Gunai had taken away the indescribable flesh. In the process of deduction, Gunai was almost undetectable and could not be discovered. He was a negligible factor that would not affect the result at all. Since Gun didn't exist in the divination, the fact that the indescribable flesh had disappeared didn't exist. Then, in the divination, the sequence of fate gave the divination a false truth, which was that the indescribable flesh and blood was still there. The result was an epic car accident. When you want to spy on me through the means of fate, the spying means will ignore my existence and any influence I have. Because I don't exist in the world of divination and prying. Isn't this the most perfect form to break free from the shackles of fate? Chapter 161 The Profound Meaning of the World. The flames in the fireplace crackled slightly. After a while, Gun collected his thoughts. When he looked at Vera again, she was already curled up in the corner of the sofa. He touched the thick Steam Night Mary Sue novel and read it with great interest. By the way, I haven't had the time to thank you for lending me the artifact spirit helmet. Gun said softly as he poured himself another cup of coffee. If it wasn't for your artifact spirit helmet, I'm afraid I would have been in danger that day. Protecting you is part of my duty. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the spirit helmet, you wouldn't have been so close that day. Vile looked up at Gunai and then back at the book. That being said, I still have to thank you very much. Gunai lowered his voice. I'll give you some when the soul potion and dragon blood potion are ready. It's enough for your soul's extraordinary characteristic to transform and rise to a higher level. And as a contractor, your physical body's strength needs to be improved. The dragon blood potion is also very suitable for you. Vile looked up at Gun, her face serious and formal. After being stunned for a moment, Vera whispered. Thank you. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with sincerity. As an extraordinary, the importance of extraordinary characteristics was too important. This was something that Vera had a deep understanding of. She was a sworn enemy in the pioneer group because she had the blood of the dark-robed demon god. It made his body's transcendent characteristics extremely dense. And the effect of this thick extraordinary characteristic was that during the training process, there would be a lot of changes. Weiyab put in double the effort to strengthen her physical strength. In the end, her nemesis had only completed the normal training. Her speed, power, flexibility, muscle reaction, and physical toughness were all better than hers. The extraordinary characteristics brought advantages, and one contribution would bring 2 or even 3 reports, and the upper limit was high. Now, with the birth of the engraving potion, she was finally going to obtain a more powerful extraordinary characteristic. The enhancement of her soul's extraordinary characteristic would allow her soul to enter deeper into the tool spirit world. From there, he could summon even more powerful weapon spirit equipment. Even the commander tier weapon spirits that she had never been able to touch before. As her soul's extraordinary characteristics grew stronger, she could touch them. Previously, it was impossible for her to sign a contract with a commander tier weapon spirit equipment before she became a transcendent master. But now, the impossible had become possible. After all, a commander tier weapon spirit equipment would bring about a qualitative change in strength. At the same time, the dragon blood signet potion would increase the body's extraordinary characteristics. Then, the upper limit of her physical strength would be greatly increased. He could even be like her nemesis who had the dark-robed demon god bloodline. At Transcendent Rank 4, he had a powerful body comparable to a Transcendent Rank 5. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be the first one to get the rune potion after it was developed. Moreover, the engraving potion wouldn't be on the market for a long time, so it was impossible to buy it. After all, the members of the Pioneer Group and the Supernatural Association were far more important than the market. Her position in the Pioneer Group wasn't low, but there were many higher positions than her. Even if she wanted to apply, she would have to wait for a long time. Even if he did get his hands on it, he would probably only have 1 or 2 bottles. At this moment, Gunai's gift was extremely precious. Gun, who was drinking coffee, also took out a thick stack of runes analysis. Less than 1/10 of the thick book on rune analysis was left in Gun's hands. In fact, Gun's progress in the world frame runes was far beyond the 90% progress of the book. Under normal circumstances, after learning and fully understanding the runes analysis, the runes in the runes library would be completely different. He could just barely find the door to the profound meaning of runes. In addition to that, his teacher's profundity innate talent test would determine which profundity he could most easily match. The profound meaning of runes was just a general name for the many profound meanings. In fact, in the ocean world of Power Upanishads, different types of Power Upanishads were divided in great detail. For example, in the natural world, the elemental enlightenment that existed as elements included wind enlightenment, fire enlightenment, thunder enlightenment, water enlightenment, and many more. After mastering these profound meanings, one's control over the natural elements of the series of spells would be greatly improved. A regular wind elementalist could only attract and resonate the elements within a dozen meters. As for the wind elementalists who had mastered the wind esoteric, even if they had only reached the beginner level, they would still be able to master the wind esoteric. Then, the range of this attraction resonance would also radiate to 30 to 40 meters, which would greatly increase the radiation range. This would greatly increase the damage of the wind elementalist. Another example was George Derrick, who had once worked with Quan and NBSP. This time Hunter should have mastered time intent. He just didn't know how much he had mastered. And NBSP, however, from the damage it had dealt to the then Aether, it was clear that its grasp of time intent wasn't weak. Another example was the profound meaning of the world that Gunai could sense the most. After Gunai's talent had increased dramatically, Gunai could feel the runes of the world Upanishad bloomed in his perception. Naturally, Gunai started to comprehend and cultivate the world frame runes. The essence of the world frame runes' profound meaning was the world profound meaning. Profound meaning of runes was a general name for all profound meanings. This included elemental enlightenment, time enlightenment, space enlightenment, and even the enlightenment of the world that Gunai had comprehended. However, rune analysis itself was extremely difficult to learn and comprehend. It would be even more difficult to completely absorb and analyze the runes before opening the door to the runes' mysteries. Under the Transcendent Master level, any transcendent who could open the door to the profound meaning of runes could already be considered a genius among geniuses. Even for extraordinary masters, if they wanted to have in-depth achievements in the world of runes, they would need decades or even hundreds of years of painstaking enlightenment and effort. Fortunately, Gunai was talented enough. When he was a second-order transcendent, he could already embark on the path of comprehending the world's profound, and Gunai's speed of comprehension was not slow. More importantly, Gunai's talent wasn't always the same. Gunai's talent would continue to grow. In the next few days, while he was studying and comprehending the profound meaning of the world, Gugni was also waiting for the results of Dr. Gillard's experiment. In addition, Gunai had done more. He would sell the materials in his hands and convert them into gold pounds, then go buy the materials he needed. The loot that Gunai had could be sold through the Pioneer Group's channels. Gugni was also prepared to sell most of the items through the Pioneer Group's channels. But right now, Gun was in desperate need of gold pounds. The Pioneer Group's channel. The round trip would take at least a week, or even longer. Distant water couldn't quench present thirst, so Gunai could only quickly cash in items that were easy to sell and then buy materials. In addition, Gunai also discovered another bad fact. Gunai had been buying a large amount of the materials. The prices of these materials had actually increased by a small margin. They were originally 25 gold pounds or 30 gold rank units. Now, they had 25 gold pounds and 5 silver dragons, or 30 gold pounds and 6 silver dragons. Although the price had only increased by 5 or 6 silver dragons, it was indeed an increase in price. It must be noted that the prices of these items had not changed for more than a year. These damned unscrupulous merchants! Facing such a price increase, Gunai expressed great indignation in his heart. Fortunately, Gunai had collected enough materials during this time. Chapter 162 Extraordinary Master. Hidden Residence, Small Living Room. Gunai was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Wang 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 wang. The mysterious energy of the World Power Upanishad was slightly surging on Gunai's body. Gunai was meditating in the ocean. The fire in the fireplace rose, and Gunai could clearly feel the trajectory of each tiny flame. He could sense the puppet's secret thread placed at the door to alert the enemy. Outside the iron gate of the alleyway, Gunai could clearly sense the path of the wind. He could also predict their next move. Even Gunai could vaguely sense the trajectory of the plane where the extraordinary world was located. In the eyes of others, if they did not move, then they and everything around them would be still. They would not be able to feel that they were actually moving along with this extraordinary world. But Gunai could feel it. Even though he was sitting cross-legged in the small secret room, Gunai was able to travel through his own transcendent world at a speed of 1 to 200 km per second. With Gunai as the center, he could sense everything that was happening around him. Gunai seemed to be the master of this small world. Gunai was meditating, feeling the energy fluctuations of the World Power Upanishad around him. He carefully sensed the bits and pieces of this extraordinary world that he was in. He wanted to comprehend the mysteries and true meanings behind every bit of the world's Power Upanishad. Immersing himself in the ocean of Power Upanishads was the best way for Gunai to cultivate the World Power Upanishad. Gunai slowly opened his eyes. There are 3 supernatural beings coming from the alley, and Ying Ying is an extremely powerful being. The wind seems to be avoiding them. High-level extraordinaries don't have such means. Are you an extraordinary master? Gunai wasn't nervous at all when this master came to the alley where he was. Gunai knew one of them. Bang 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 bang. There was a light knock on the door. Gunai opened the door. The first person he saw was Nigel, who was not tall, slightly fat, and wearing a black top hat. He was wearing a large black robe. Good afternoon, Senior Nigel. Gunai said softly as he looked at Nigel and the other 2. Yes. Nigel nodded slightly. Come with us, I have something important to tell you. N. Gunai nodded. A moment later, Gunai followed Nigel into a wide 4-wheeled black carriage pulled by 2 level 3 extraordinary creatures, the magic horned horses. The magic horned horse was an extremely precious transcendent mount. Many transcendent knights would be proud of having a magic horned horse as their mount. At this moment, the grade 3 demonic horned horse was only used to pull the carriage. Sitting down in the carriage, Gunai's source power vision gently swept over the interior. The entire frame of the carriage was cast from a high-strength mithril and magic copper alloy, which gave it an extremely strong defensive ability. At the same time, inside the alloy frame, there was a highly concealed defense array. Gun estimated that his rank 4 demonic blade curse wouldn't be able to break through the carriage's defense in a short time. Da 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 da. As the demonic horned horse's hooves sounded, the carriage slowly started. The 2 people sitting across from Gunai seemed to be extraordinary masters. One of them was in his early 40s, wearing a grey magic robe and cloak. He always had a faint smile on his face. The other one was very young, about 18 or 19 years old. He was wearing a loose shadow cloak. Gunai couldn't tell what grade it was, but it was at least magic gold. It was a simple matter for a transcendent master to maintain his youthful appearance. Senior Nigel, 2 transcendent masters, and this transcendent carriage that only transcendents with very high status are qualified to sit in. This is a bit too much. Gunai thought to himself. It shouldn't be because they discovered my tracks and are looking for me. Otherwise, Via would have told me a few days ago. Even if she found my traces, it's not a big deal. It's not worth such a big fuss. Moreover, Senior Nigel and the others probably won't be able to find my traces. Since it didn't discover my traces, there's a high probability that the engraving potion has been created. On the night of Winter's death, Professor Henry came to find me, and the engraving potion should have been born. A few days ago, Dr. Gerard took those potions to conduct experiments. It seems that there are results. I just don't know if it's the dragon blood potion or the soul potion. It's more likely that it's the misty soul engraving potion. As the carriage moved forward, Nigel slowly spoke. This is the extraordinary master, Hero Hinton. He has unparalleled and amazing assassination skills. Nigel was introducing the young man who was about 17 or 18 years old. Besides, Senior Hero has patrolled the vicinity of Deep Duke Castle several times to ensure your safety so that you can safely conduct your experiments on the engraving potion. Hello, Hero Senpai, Gun took off his hat and saluted. A smile appeared on Hero Hinton's face as he nodded at Gun. This is the extraordinary Master Pastor Trilet. He is also an expert pharmacist with extremely high attainments in pharmaceutics. Hello, Senior Post. Gunai took off his hat again. After all, the two of them were transcendent masters, experts with top combat strength among humans. I'm just interested in pharmaceutics. No one can claim to be highly skilled in pharmaceutics in front of you, Master Gunai Post Trila laughed. Senior, you're too humble. I'm sure you've already guessed the reason why we're here. Nigel looked at Gunny and said softly. Is it the dragon blood potion or the soul potion? Gunai didn't beat around the bush. Soul sigil potion, yes, Nigel replied concisely. As expected. Gunai thought to himself. After the soul sigil potion was reported, the higher UPS attached great importance to it. The construction of your new potion alchemy room has been completed. We're going there today to verify the runic potion, hand it over, and sign the contract. After the subsequent confirmation, your name will be remembered by history. Nigel said in a deep voice. Remembered by history? Gunai gently rubbed his palm. In the magnificent history of mankind that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. How many could be remembered? How many geniuses, heroes, and emperors had been drowned out in the blink of an eye? There were too few that could be passed down, become legends, and be sung by countless bards. It was the name of the creator of the secret rune potion, the great potions master Gunny Lawrence. Without a doubt, this would be an extremely rich stroke in the epic scroll of history. As for whether it would be remembered by history, would they be able to be brought to all corners of the continent by bards? Would they be able to acknowledge the popular Hearthside story? That would have to go through the test of history. Chapter 163 Burning of Life. The white carriage slowly stopped in front of the road sign 74, Zemian Street, Antukan District. This place was not far from Deep Duke Castle. Gun got off the carriage and saw the ruined Shenjul Castle. But soon, a new Deep Duke Castle would be built on top of the ruins. In this castle area, there were many nobles who would buy such a piece of land. This is your new residence, the Purple Mulan Castle. Nigel, who had also gotten off the carriage, said. Zi Mulan. Gunai looked around. Sure enough, even in the cold winter, in the glass greenhouse on the wide long courtyard of the Purple Mulan Castle, a large number of purple magnolias were blooming magnificently. Even though there were two large Purple Mulan glass greenhouses, the lawn and garden area of the Purple Mulan Castle was still very wide. Moreover, the main body of the Purple Mulan Castle was wider, taller, and wider than the Shenzhou Castle. It's very good. I like this place, Gunai laughed. When they arrived at the gate opened. Then, Gugni saw Fraser, who was dressed as a butler. Seeing Fraser, Gunai was surprised at first, but then he smiled. Oh, Senior Fraser, it's great to see that you're fine. Right now, there was also a thick smile on Fraser's face. I didn't know anything about you before, so I was afraid that something might have happened to you. I'm relieved to know that you'll come today. How are they? Gunai asked as they walked into the hall. You're referring to Leona and the others, right? They're very safe. They'll all be here tomorrow morning. Very good. Gunai slightly nodded. It was not a problem for the castle to be destroyed as long as the people were fine. The underground potions and alchemy room is ready then, Fraser looked at the crowd and said. Under Fraser's lead. The four of them followed the stone staircase to the underground potions and alchemy room. The specifications of the underground potions and alchemy secret room in Purple Mulan Castle were the same as those in Deep Duke Castle. In addition, the potions and alchemy equipment were more complete, and the quantity was more reasonable. Senior Nigel, how about now? After entering the underground potions and alchemy room, Gun looked at Nigel. SHH. Nigel hissed, signaling for Gunny to stop talking. While Gugni was watching, Nigel began to move. He first carefully inspected the secret alchemy room in the underground potions room to make sure that there was nothing unusual. Only then did he activate the sealing array of the underground potion alchemy room. Then, he took out 2 more sealing scrolls and placed the second and third layers of special seals on the entire secret room. After that, Nigel looked at the 2 extraordinary masters. I've already used my perception to investigate. There's no problem. We can start now. Master Ciro nodded slightly. The information related to the signet potion was extremely important, and it was not allowed to be leaked. Any level of caution was not too much. Parker went straight to Gunai's side and said in a deep voice, according to the information we got from Dr. Garrod, the effects of potion number 132 to number 26 have been perfect. After using the signet potion, the silver-armored rat will enter a state of sleep. This sleeping state is a normal sleeping state. You can wake up at any time. However, experimental research has shown that if you wake up in the middle, it will affect the effect of the signet potion's extraordinary soul characteristics. This potion will greatly enhance the extraordinary soul characteristics of the silver-armored rat within 1 to 2 hours of sleep. This potion can increase the concentration of the silver-armored rat's soul extraordinary characteristic from 0.40 to 0.50 to 1.20 to 1.30. After several days of various experiments, the medicine has no obvious negative effects. Furthermore, the enhanced soul's extraordinary characteristics are very stable. This potion has been determined to be the perfect soul sigil potion. We are about to begin the subsequent extraordinary experiments. After hearing Parker's explanation, Gunai was slightly surprised. From 0.4 and 0.5 to 1.2 and 1.3? That's really an exaggerated amount. Although it might shrink a little in a human body, it's at least twice as big. And this is only in small amounts. If I consume it in large amounts, the effects will clearly be better. It won't be a problem to increase the transcendent characteristics by 4 to 5 times. Sir Gunai, Parker said with a smile on his face. Although in theory, we still need to conduct experiments on the souls of extraordinaries, we all know that test subjects like the silver-shelled rats are very fragile. Even they can perfectly digest this soul engraving potion. It's clear how outstanding the stability and medicinal effects of this potion are. For us humans, digestion is not a problem at all. I can basically confirm that the engraving potion has been perfectly produced in your hands. The subsequent experiments were just to further verify this fact. In that case, Please give me the detailed formula for potion number 132 to number 26, Sir Gunny. Yes, no problem, Gunai nodded. With a flip of his hand, Gunai took out a list of ingredients. This is just a list of ingredients. I didn't record the specific experiment steps. I just followed the fixed process. I'll do it once, and at the same time, I'll explain all the key points by then, Senior Parker, you'll be able to completely memorize it. Yes, Parker nodded and said, no problem. Everyone's experiment method was different, especially this kind of research work. There were definitely many creative methods, which were unique and couldn't be displayed on the list of ingredients. As he started to familiarize himself with the small high-powered furnace, steam-powered boiler, energy tower, alcohol lamp, and separator, Gunai began to explain. Gunai had already prepared for the fact that he would need to complete the steps after the successful experiment so that others could copy his experiment and make the potion. First, Gunai slowly said. The most important thing about Soul Sigil potions number 132 to 26 is it requires sufficient water from the Spring of Life. We have the water of the Spring of Life. It won't be a big problem. Parker replied. That's good. A smile appeared on Gunai's face, but he wasn't in a hurry to point it out. And NBSP, when they discovered the problem with the water of the Spring of Life, they would naturally understand how much water was needed. For these few materials, I first need the Kazaya. And then Ran. Take it, Yingluo. Like this, Yingluo. At this level. And then, hee. Each step was explained in detail by Gunai. When Gunai experimented on his own, he could accurately see the extraordinary characteristics and the extraordinary activity of the characteristics. When he met the requirements, he quickly skipped over them. It consumed a lot of materials and water of the Spring of Life. And Gunai obviously couldn't waste it during the demonstration. The water of the Spring of Life used in the demonstration was all in small amounts. This way, it required a lot of fine operation. After all, the Pioneer Corps had only given him 10,000 milliliters of water from the Spring of Life. If he casually used 200 to 300 ml of the drug at one go, they would definitely be suspicious. About an hour later, a clear bottle of Soul Sigil potion number 132 to number 26 was produced in Gunai's hands. After that, Gun took out a backup of soul potions with engravings from his storage bracelet. When Gun made potions himself, he made a lot of them, so he had a lot of backup stock. This is the backup I made before. Senior, you can use it to test it, the effect is the same. Gunai placed the two potions in front of him. At this moment, the solemn-looking Parker took 2 portions of the secret rune potion and stood in place, deep in thought. After a long while, Parker finally raised his head and looked at Gunai. There weren't any major problems during the entire experiment. Many of the key steps can be concocted by an expert pharmacist with the help of tools. The experiment is indeed repeatable. But I have a question, Yingluo. Parker's gaze turned sharp. Master Gun, your method of using the Spring of Life to extract extraordinary characteristics is truly a great creation. But the question is, how did you use a small amount of water from the Spring of Life to achieve a large output of life characteristics to activate the materials and complete the extraordinary characteristic extraction? This is a little unreasonable. Are you burning your life? Chapter 164 The Problem with the Water of the Spring of Life. Blind, you've finally found the bright spot. Gunai thought to himself. After all, he's a transcendent master and an expert pharmacist. It's normal for him to be able to find the key to the problem. Although I really want to say that I'm burning my life to illuminate others, it's obvious that you're not satisfied with this answer, Senior Parker, Gun said slowly. This involves some of my own secrets. I hope that you seniors won't spread it out after seeing it, Gunai said in a low voice. Don't worry. We've been aware of your progress since you started developing the potion of secret engravings. Nigel's voice was not loud, but it was filled with certainty. If one of us wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to us. That's why we won't reveal a single bit of your secret. Every extraordinary has their own secrets, more or less. If you reveal a part of your secret in front of us, we'll give you an additional credit rating later. Senior Nigel's words made Gunny feel a lot more at ease. In any case, this secret wasn't too big of a secret for Gunai. It could even be said that this was not a secret. Gunai released the aura of his blood, but he quickly retracted it. In just a short 1 or 2 seconds, the expressions of the three changed slightly. The smell of blood is so dense, isn't this guy a law incantation master? This thick and dense aura of blood is even thicker than that of a 3rd or even 4th step armored knight. The life source is too abundant. This is too unbelievable. Did this guy grow up in the water of the spring of life? This is the aura of some powerful leader-level creature. This guy is only at the 2nd rank, how did he do it? The thoughts of the three of them surged rapidly. As the seniors can see, my extraordinary profession is a blood curse mancer. The 3 seniors should know this. It just so happens that I have an extraordinary talent in the aspect of vitality. In addition to my powerful commander-level life force, I only need a little water from the spring of life to stimulate enough life activity to construct a life channel and complete the extraction of the extraordinary characteristic. To me, consuming a small amount of life activity is the same as consuming origin power. I can recover easily and it's completely harmless. Therefore, this kind of extraction is very simple for me. Gunai said in a relaxed manner. On the surface, Gunai spoke in a very relaxed manner. But in reality, Gunai knew better than anyone. How is this f***ing easy? Without the support of the spring of life, you might not be able to extract the extraordinary characteristic even if you overdraw your vitality. In the end, this extraction method was still using the life characteristic of the spring of life to exchange for another characteristic, and the consumption was not low. As for Gun, since he had the elven tree of life behind him, he could just say that abundant life force was his natural talent. No one could prove that it wasn't. But for others, it would require a considerable amount of water from the spring of life. This method of extraction might be simple for someone like you who happens to have this kind of talent, but it's not so simple for others. Parker said in a calm voice. This swan ni requires a huge amount of water from the spring of life. I also saw your extraction just now. If we want to mass produce this engraving potion, using the water of the spring of life, a tool to extract extraordinary characteristics is essential. Of course, we can use enough resources to find extraordinary people with such talents. At the same time, we've also seen from your work that the entire process requires the water of the spring of life as a medium. As he spoke, Parker looked at Gun and asked, "Can't we use the spring water? I've tried in many ways, but I haven't been successful so far. Of course, it might be because I haven't done enough experiments. If you want to save costs, you may be able to conduct more experiments in these areas. But what I want to say is that using the spring water of pure origin power is unlikely to work." Gunai shook his head and cut off Parker's thoughts. If the water of the spring of life is irreplaceable, the extraction tool will need the water of the spring of life, and the extraction medium will also need the water of the spring of life. This will require a huge amount of water from the spring of life. The amount of water from the spring of life used in this bottle of potion will probably be in Sugzu's mind. Parker quickly calculated in his mind. Between 50 to 150 milliliter. I don't think it's accurate. I think it's going to go up. After all, it's almost impossible to replicate someone as talented as Master Gunai. If that's the case, the amount of water from the spring of life required for the soul sigil potion will be much greater. It might even double the amount required. When Parker said that, Nigel and Hero quickly calculated in their minds. Even if it was 100 ml per bottle, there were more than 100,000 transcendents directly under the Transcendent Association. Other than that, there were also independent pioneer groups, vanguards, the military, and the nobles in the Congress. There were too many people who needed the soul engraving potion. Producing 1 to 200 bottles a day was simply not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. It was barely enough to have 500 to 600 bottles. But 500 to 600 bottles would require 50,000 to 60,000 ml of the water of the spring of life. And this Kazaya was only enough for a day. In a month, that would be more than 1.5 million milliliters. And this was a very ideal situation. If it was not an ideal situation, it was possible to increase the amount by 2 or 3 times. Even if they used up all the water of the spring of life that the Yulan Empire had stored up, they might not be able to last for a month. Unless the thoughts of the few people fell on the same place without prior agreement. Distorted secret realm, blood-eared elves, elven tree of life. That's right, only by having the elven tree of life in his hands would he be able to provide the Yulan Empire with an abundant supply of the spring of life. Only then would the soul engraving potion be able to play a huge role in the Yulan Extraordinary Society. It would benefit most of the experts and even all the extraordinary humans belonging to the Yulan Empire. From there, it would form a strategic increase in the overall strength of the entire country. The three of them looked at each other and seemed to have sensed something. The Yulan Empire's demand for the water of the spring of life was not high in the first place. In addition, the northern part of the Yulan Empire was adjacent to the Aota mountain range, so the water of the spring of life would also flow into the country. In addition, the price paid for the northern expedition was enormous. This made many members of the Congress disagree with the northern expedition against the Blood-Ear Elves and the occupation of the distorted mystical realm. However, Ying-Ying was different this time. The creation of the Soul Sigil potion had turned the water of life from an insignificant healing potion into a strategic necessity. In fact, all the powerhouses were in desperate need of this engraving potion. As a result, as soon as the information about the soul engraving potion was known to the Congress would be in a state of shock. They would definitely slam the table and stand up, roaring, "We must agree to the northern expedition. Whoever disagrees will be considered a traitor and will be hung on the gallows and burned to death." More importantly, this time, the blood-eared elves had participated in the plan to destroy the Sug ruins, and their strength had been greatly damaged after the defeat. Starting a war with a good reason would not cause any suspicion from the outside world. Such perfect timing and motivation came together. If the Empire of Yulan wanted to grow stronger, the northern expedition was inevitable. Chapter 165 – The Light of the Soul. He looked at the three of them and pondered. How could Gunai not know what they were thinking? With the birth of the soul engraving potion, with the Yulan Empire's ambitions, they had to keep the water of the spring of life in their hands. Blood-eared elves, what awaits you is a northern war that will destroy your race. Gunai said in his heart. After thinking for a while, Nigel and the other two put away their thoughts. That comfortable and calm smile appeared on Parker's face once again. We'll find a way to solve the problem of the water of the spring of life. This isn't a big problem for the Pioneer Group and the Yulan Extraordinary Society. In this case, there's one last problem left with the Soul Sigil potion. Sir Gun, you created this potion with your own hands, so you have the right to name it. Have you thought of a name for this potion? I've already decided. Gunai nodded. Gunai had wanted to use his own name before. However, he thought that it would be too high profile, so he gave up the idea of using his own name. In the hundreds of years since the start of the extraordinary steam revolution, a large number of pioneers of pharmaceutics have been constantly exploring the extraordinary medicinal properties and characteristics of various extraordinary materials, and they have been exploring and trying all kinds of things. Finally, I'll compile it into a book so that I can have enough knowledge of extraordinary pharmaceutics. At the same time, all sorts of expert-grade potions have been tirelessly searching for all sorts of methods to obtain the perfect inscribed potion. I've also gained a lot of experience from their methods, which saved me a lot of detours. I've even gained a lot from some of the creative ideas of these seniors. The path of the engraving potion has always been a foggy one in the past 100 years. Everyone is moving forward in the dark. There are even many potion masters who have been suffering from failures and believe that it's impossible to develop the engraving potion. Although it succeeded in my hands, it's obviously not my credit alone. So, I want to name this potion Soul's Dawn. May the potion live up to its name. When it is created, the masters of pharmaceutics will see that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not just darkness. At the same time, I also hope that after the soul engraving potion is produced, it will change the situation where the extraordinary characteristics of the human soul are weak, and bring new light to the souls of the extraordinary humans in the human world. You're really a generous master pharmacist. Parker sighed, even using a respectful form of address. Soul's Dawn. That's a pretty good name. At this moment, Nigel walked up and said softly. You know how valuable the Soul's Dawn is. The next step is to sign a confidentiality agreement. Gunai had already known about this process. These are the terms and rules of the contract. As he spoke, Nigel took out a strange scroll that was emitting a dark golden luster. Gunai couldn't tell what material it was made of, but he could feel the strong fluctuations of the profound meaning of the runes. This Swan Ni is probably at least a forbidden spell level soul contract. Gunai thought. Facing this powerful scroll, which was releasing strong energy fluctuations, Gunai's face was as calm as an ancient well. Gunai could feel the power of the rune Upanishad, but he didn't want others to know. Try to contact it and see the terms inside. Gunai nodded. He then constructed a catalyst passage and quickly felt the many soul contract terms that had to be followed inside. The soul contracts clause. It was not an objective rule. The objective, regular stripes had too many operational aspects. The soul contracts clause completely restricted the subjective soul's will. A few minutes later, Gunai cut off the passage. Gunai couldn't help but exclaim. As expected, the person who made this soul contract is a devil who understands human nature. Once I sign this contract, I won't be able to leak any information about the soul engraving potion. In short, this was a soul contract confidentiality agreement at the level of a forbidden spell. It didn't limit what Gunai could do, but what Gunai wanted to do. His actions followed his will. When Gugni's subjective soul intent touched me, I wanted to reveal information about the light of the soul. It would trigger the high voltage of the forbidden spell contract. The lightest punishment was soul whip. In the worst case, the soul would be annihilated. As long as Gun didn't want to reveal the formula, the contract was useless. How is it? What's going on? Nigel asked after Gun was done thinking. Gun looked up at Nigel. Some of the descriptions don't seem to be very clear. For example, there's no clause that limits me from refining the rune potion. If I want to refine the engraving potion and sell it, this is completely feasible, right? Nigel nodded slightly. As the creator of the potion, you're allowed to refine and sell the potion. But remember, don't go too far. You can make it and sell it on a small scale, but if you want to build an industrial chain, that's definitely not allowed. Gun listened to Nigel's explanation and thought for a moment before he understood the deeper meaning. I can't set up my own industry chain, but if I work with you to set up an industry chain, I'm afraid there won't be a problem. This seems to be leaving me with a seemingly broad path, but it's actually prepared for you, Gunai thought. No problem. I agree to sign this contract. Gunai nodded. Nigel began to quickly construct the activation spell for the contract. Gunai looked at the soul contract scroll and thought to himself. This kind of contract scroll follows the will of the soul. Once I go through one reincarnation, the will of the soul will also disappear. At that time, the contract of this scroll will be terminated. At the end of the contract, the forbidden spell soul contract will not show any abnormalities. After all, I have never violated any of the contract's terms, so it will not trigger the high voltage line. Even if we investigated, the information we got was no violation. A powerful soul restriction on the level of a forbidden spell is still worse than a piece of white paper in front of the system. He placed his right hand on the scroll and began to chant the spell. As Gunai finished his chant, a dark gold light started to flow on the contract's scroll, and the dark gold runes started to jump. A powerful and strange force entered the depths of Gunai's soul. This was the power of the contract. It would keep an eye on Gunai at all times, until Gunai's soul died. After the signing was completed, everyone in the secret alchemy room smiled. At this point, the important process for the day was almost over, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Gunai. Nigel looked at Gunny with a relaxed tone. After the contract is signed and the subsequent verification is carried out, we will also report the relevant information about the soul engraving potion this time. During this time, you can just stay in the Purple Mulan Castle. The reward will be given very soon, don't worry, the reward will be so generous that you will be very satisfied. A generous reward that makes me very satisfied. Gunai also laughed. Then I'm looking forward to it. During this period of time, don't leak the news of the successful development of the soul engraving potion. After all, we need to purchase as many of these materials as possible during the vacuum period. Once the news of the successful development of the potion of secret engravings is leaked, those chambers of commerce will definitely raise the price of these materials. I understand. Not only did Gunai understand, but he had also prepared a lot of materials. Chapter 166 A bird gun for a cannon. In addition, Zhen, Nigel said in a low voice. During this period of time, you can stop using the high-tier rare-grade potion. During this time, I will personally provide you with some of the materials for the soul engraving potion. Of course, some of these materials are jointly invested by a few masters in the Sug ruins. I hope that during this period of time, Ying will be able to refine a portion of the soul's dawn. Of course, the cost of refining it is easy to negotiate. Ying Luo is asking me to take on a private job, Gunai thought. A few extraordinary masters have joined forces to work together. This is a good opportunity to get closer to them. Gunai knew that an official cooperation was an official cooperation. However, these operations were all performed by these extraordinary masters and top-notch high-level extraordinaries. For example, the three in front of him were the representatives of the peak of power and strength in the Sug ruins. If he had a good relationship with these masters, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Sug ruins in the future. The benefits of getting closer to these powerhouses went without saying. There were too many. In fact, if there were any powerful aristocrats who could enter the Yulan Empire in the future, he would be able to take care of them. Even though powerful people could ignore the rules of the noble class. But Gunai was still very weak. In the process of becoming stronger, Gunai would definitely need to borrow a lot of power. Senior, don't worry. This is something I should do. After all, I've seen how much Senior has taken care of me during this time. As for the cost of refining it, just forget about it. Some money could be taken, and some money couldn't. Gunai was very clear on this. Then I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Nigel chuckled. Refining secret rune potions is already the norm for my daily work. If I don't refine them, I'll be bored to death. Gunai teased. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Cheerful laughter filled the secret chamber. Zi Mulan Castle. On the right side of the hall was the fireplace. The flames burned fiercely, driving away the cold. The sky outside gradually showed signs of clearing up. Undine, the maid, quickly and skillfully ground coffee for Gugni with a smile on her face. Gun sat in the sofa hearth fire, thinking back to what Nigel had said to him before he left. Among the rewards, I will apply for a quota for you to obtain the occultic runes if there is really such a quota, you must definitely choose this occultic runes. This item cannot be bought even with 1,000,000 gold pounds. Furthermore, it's of great help to a law incantation master. Before Gun asked for the details of the occultic runes, he had already learned the runes. Nigel had already left. Occultic runes? Some kind of special and rare magic incantation runes? Gugni, who was sitting on the sofa, picked up the coffee that Undine had poured for him. He sipped on it as he pondered. In the transcendent world, there were some extremely strange and powerful law incantation runes. They were few in number and were extremely difficult to control by extraordinaries. And once it appeared, it would leave a deep impression in history. Therefore, these runes with a very ancient and legendary history were also called legendary runes. In the legendary rune, there was a kind of rune called Chaos Star, which was also called Chaos Rune. This rune allows the spell to carry the characteristics of chaos and destruction. Once the incantation hit its target, the powerful chaos destruction attribute could ignore any defense and quickly turn any shield, robe, armor, and so on into energy and evaporate them. Even their own extraordinary bodies would be evaporated by the power of the chaos runes if they were not strong enough, leaving no trace behind. There was another legendary rune called the Nether Image Rune. This rune had the ability to transform. It could transform the soul, flesh, and origin power. It wasn't a problem for his soul to be injured. He could use the Nether Image runes to transform his flesh and blood into origin power to heal his soul. There were also legendary runes called domain runes. Gun's domain spellcaster path was just a form of address. Gun had never mastered a domain. After condensing a domain rune, one could open up their own domain. With the help of a domain, one's defensive power could be greatly improved. In fact, a domain that was powerful enough would be able to withstand the bombardment of many spells. But these powerful runes were all legendary runes. Gunai had only seen them in some ancient records. Perhaps it was because Gunai was too weak, but he had never come into contact with those powerful and strange runes. However, it was different this time. The occultic runes were something that Gunai had personally heard and confirmed. According to Nigel, these runes were extremely powerful, or he wouldn't have warned Gunny about them. A spot that can't even be bought with 1,000,000 gold pounds. It seems like the Pioneer Group has quite a few good things that outsiders don't know about. Gunai thought. After suppressing the occultic runes described by Senior Nigel, Gun came to the window with a cup of coffee. As he watched the sky clear up, he thought about the spell books in his hack system. At the same time, Gu-ni opened his hack system. First hack position, Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring Spell, Level 4. Second hack position, Sibana Origin Pool, Level 5. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 4. Fourth hack slot, Magic Blade Curse, Level 4. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 4. Finally, Gun's eyes fell on the Sibana Origin Pool. Now, the Sibana Origin Pool can provide me with the capacity of 6 Origin Pools every day. It's quite fast. To common law magi, it's like the speed of flight. But to me, it's still not fast enough. It's necessary to change a book on the source of secret runes. Although it's extremely difficult and expensive to cultivate the rune's origin pool manual. But to me, none of them are a problem. At the same time, the 6th slot will be activated in a month. It's time to get a spell with penetrative and destructive damage. Just as Gunai was thinking this, he heard footsteps behind him. From the sound of the footsteps, Gun could tell it was the butler, Fraser. You've come at the right time. Gunai chuckled. Gun turned to look at the butler. Grandmaster Gunai. The butler, Fraser, calmly and gently bowed to Gun. Senior Fraser, come over and sit. Gunai said. After the butler, Fraser, sat down. Gunai poured him a cup of coffee and said, My authority. Sir Nigel has already told me about this. Fraser explained in a steady tone. You currently have level 6 authority. This is the highest level of authority below Extraordinary Master. There are many things that I can buy. Basically, I can buy all the precious treasures that you asked me before. Of course, there's a limit to the number of certain things, such as the treasure that you've always wanted to obtain to expand the origin pool. There are also some defensive engravings scrolls, or life-saving teleportation scrolls. You can't buy too many of them. As for the major and minor Thunder Flame curses that you mentioned, they're currently on the Pioneer Group's list for sale. Although there are restrictions, it's already pretty good to be able to buy it. Gunai's face was filled with a smile. Sure enough, after developing the Soul Sigil potion, the treatment was different. Chapter 167 Soul's Extraordinary Characteristic. Half an hour later. After a conversation with Fraser, a long shopping list was laid out by Gunai. 20 red giant spider crystals, price, 8,000 gold pounds. 20 dark blue origin crystals, price, 10,000 gold pounds. 10 origin pool dragon crystals, 10,000 gold pounds. Magic gold rare grade equipment, dragon patterned necklace. Price, 14,000 gold pounds. Magic gold rare grade equipment, photon shield arm guard price, 12,000 gold pounds. Beginner level engravings spell, Great Thunder Flame spell 6,000 gold pounds. High level transcendence spell, Little Thunder Flame spell 1,200 gold pounds. Beginner level Signet Origin Pool Manual Signet Bona Origin Pool. Price, 5,000 gold pounds. Space Profound Teleportation Scroll, 3, price, 9,000 gold pounds. Arcane Spell, Vibration Shield, 2 pieces, price, 6,000 gold pounds. The total price was 156,400 gold pounds. Gunai had spent almost all of his gold pounds on this purchase. With so many good things in his hands, Gunai's strength would rise to another level after a period of hacking, and his ability to save his life would also greatly increase. After taking the shopping list and browsing through it, the butler, Fraser, nodded slightly. I've noted down the items also, this buy-in. Before the butler could even ask, Gunai pulled out a bunch of storage bracelets and rings from his pocket. When he saw so many extraordinary storage rings and bracelets, Fraser was stunned. This Wufu, Fraser then looked at Gun. These are all my spoils of war from the winter night. There's not much, but there's also not much. I've already sorted out the items inside. The total value should be around 160,000 gold pounds. If it's not enough, I can use my future income to fill in the gap. After looking through the many transcendent storage wristbands and rings, Fraser nodded slightly. It's basically enough. Even if it's not enough, it's not too far off. If it's fast, it can arrive in a week. If it's slow, it'll take about half a month. After all, the Sug Ruins is located at the border of the Empire, so it's normal for them to arrive a little later. No problem, there's no rush. Gunai didn't mind. During this period of time, I still need to properly digest the Signet Soul Potion. Gunai muttered to himself. Purchasing large amounts of precious resources to increase his strength was one aspect. On the other hand, with the birth of the Soul's Dawn, Gunai needed to start the transformation of his soul's extraordinary characteristics. Gunai's weakest point was his soul. This was not strange. Gunai's soul had benefited from the system settings, which made it more durable. The only special thing about him was that his soul had undergone a small change. This made Gunai's soul think very quickly. The frequency of overlapping spells per second had now reached the standard of 22 spells per second. In addition, Gunai's soul was very ordinary. But now, this situation was finally going to change. Gunai's soul had been upgraded from a normal to an elite. Even if there was no innate ability, no special ability, and no memory inheritance, it would not be a problem. This elite soul was far, far more powerful than ordinary souls. At the same time, Gunai's soul was a variant. Although the variation of an elite-grade mutated soul was not large, it was still a mutated soul. It's rustling tonight. Gunai's eyes narrowed as a sharp light flashed through them. It's about time to start the transformation of the soul's extraordinary characteristic. Late at night. In the dark and quiet underground secret room. Gunai sat cross-legged on the meditation seat. After half an hour, Gunai opened his eyes. At this moment, Gunai had already entered a state of calm. He flipped his hand and took out a bottle of Soul's Dawn. In the afternoon, Gunai had made 9 bottles of Soul's Dawn in his private alchemy room. Each bottle of Soul's Dawn Light was 60 ml. This volume was slightly less than 80 ml of a conventional medicine. However, after some calculations, 60 milliliters of Soul Dawn was the best single consumption standard for humans. After setting up the 3 meditation space cushions, Gunai placed the silver pocket watch to the side. The time on the Origin Power pocket watch was 9:12 at night. Gun looked at the light of soul for a moment. It's starting. With that in mind, Gunai opened the bottle of Soul Ray. Suddenly, an emerald green with a hint of blue luster bloomed. Just by smelling the light of the smell, Gunai felt his spirit rise. Then, Gun drank the 60 milliliters of Soul's Light in one gulp. As the medicine entered his stomach, a warm feeling spread through his stomach, and then quickly spread to his brain. Immediately after, an irrepressible sense of exhaustion surged in his soul. Gunai didn't resist the sleeping power. He fell on the soft meditation seat he had laid out before. After an unknown amount of time, Gunai suddenly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he found that his soul had changed a lot. He took the Source Power pocket watch. The time on it was 10:49 at night. A little more than an hour and a half. Gunai said. Then, he sat down and began to feel the changes in his soul. The ESPKZaya has obviously been strengthened. It's hard to say how much it has been strengthened, but it's at least 20%, maybe even 30%. I didn't expect that the soul's light would actually increase my super perception. This is a pleasant surprise. Generally speaking, only the shadowers who were immersed in the shadows and darkness origin power could slowly improve their supernatural senses. As a mage, he was more inclined towards soul perception, so there was basically no improvement in his super sense. In general, the improvement of his senses was a good thing. It made Gunai's sense of danger even stronger. At the same time, the range of my soul's perception has also become wider than before. At the same time, my perception has also become more delicate. The enhancement of soul perception is an inevitable result of the enhancement of soul extraordinary characteristics. Of course, the most important thing is still the Kazaya. Gunai squinted his eyes. The improvement of the soul's extraordinary characteristics brings about an improvement in the overall bearing capacity of the soul itself. The comprehensive bearing capacity of the soul involved a wide range of aspects. The first was the number of runes that could be carried. The stronger the soul's capacity, the more runes it could bear. To Gunai, increasing his soul capacity meant that he could form more secret crossing runes, which would allow him to instantly cast secret runes. Second, the number of spells cast increased. Originally, he could only cast 100 high-level incantations before his soul could not bear to continue casting. When the bearing capacity was improved, the upper limit would be increased to 150 or even 200. Thirdly, the increase in soul defense and resistance. Needless to say, it was an improvement in resisting all kinds of soul charm, enslavement, soul control, and even soul attacks. As Gunai carefully sensed it. Gradually, a smile appeared on Gunai's face. The strength of Gunai's soul didn't change at all. However, because of the soul transcendence characteristic, Gunai's soul carrying capacity had increased by at least 30%. After feeling it for a while, Gunai gently exhaled. As expected of a rune-level soul potion. The effect of this enhancement is truly shocking. It's increased so much out of nowhere. I'm afraid that once this soul sigil potion is known to the outside world, the price of this type of material will skyrocket. However, this is the effect of the engraving level potion that has opened a new era in human pharmaceutics. The effect is so powerful that it makes one excited. Chapter 168 Overdrinking and Reincarnation. After carefully feeling it inside and out, Gunai calmed his mind. And this was only the effect of one bottle. It was far from the limit of what ancient nirvana could absorb. Previously, when I was discussing with Professor Henry, he said that the higher one's extraordinary talent is, the greater the amount of signet medicine they can absorb. I'd like to see how many bottles I can absorb this time. With that in mind, Gunai opened the second bottle of Soul's Ray and gulped it down before going back to sleep. Under normal circumstances, it was unreasonable to drink the signet potion continuously in such a short period of time. After using the first bottle for 3 to 5 days or even longer, using the second bottle could maximize the effect and also reduce the intensity of the body's drug resistance. But Gun was about to reincarnate, and the life-threatening curse caused by the ruler's flesh and blood could be easily wiped out. No matter how much negative resistance the potion had, it would all be removed in one go. An hour and a half later, Gunai woke up again. After carefully sensing it, Gunai made a rough conclusion. The improvement is still significant, but the effect is slightly worse than the first bottle. Then, Gun drank the third bottle. Then, the fourth bottle. Then, the fifth bottle. In a dark and quiet secret room. It was already dawn of the next day. Gunai, who had woken up again, sat cross-legged on the meditation seat. About 10 minutes later, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. I drank it a little too quickly. As expected, there's something wrong with Ying Ying. The first 2 bottles were quite good, and the effect was very good, but the third bottle's effect was reduced by almost half of the second bottle. The effect of the fourth bottle was not even 1/3 of the third bottle. The effect of the fourth bottle could be said to be very poor. Gunai didn't care about the drug resistance. Gunai then drank the fifth bottle, which had little effect. After drinking the sixth bottle, Gun realized that the soul's light no longer worked on him. The light of dawn that just rose up immediately fell into darkness. Gunai shook his head and laughed. However, I'm using myself as an experiment. This negative example will be a bloody lesson for others. 1 bottle a week, or even 1 bottle every 10 days. Extend the drinking time and fully digest the beyonder characteristic. Try to weaken the effects of resistance as much as possible. This is the only way to transform my soul into an elite grade soul. If you drink it continuously, you'll completely destroy your hope of advancing to an elite grade soul. I'm a living example. I am indeed burning myself to light up the path for others. Gunai sighed. After recollecting his thoughts, Gunai began to undress. Next was the chance to play a game of fate. The most primitive and natural way would allow Gun to gain the most benefits. After returning to his natural form, Gun took out the coin of destiny, which people both loved and hated. The angel and the demon's front and back were intertwined, one positive and one negative, but it was filled with unpredictable victories and failures. Let's see how your luck is. A tempting thought bloomed in Gunai's mind. Then, he found that he was losing control of his right hand again. This thing, I'm afraid the mayfly is not only dangerous grade, it could be destructive grade. After seeing the power of a transcendent master, he thought of the blood curse master Gu who had been tricked by the coin of destiny. Gun could probably guess that the man had the power to destroy a master's extraordinary equipment. This was definitely not something a dangerous grade mystical item could do. This coin of destiny might even be an extremely powerful existence among the destructive class. A mystical being that could exchange life and fate as a bargaining chip was not simple. A powerful intent was tempting Gunai. Gun no longer resisted and threw out the coin of destiny. At the same time, Gun's super dynamic vision was fixed on the coin of destiny that was rolling in the air. Pa! The coin of fate fell into Gunai's hand. Gunai rubbed his temples. I can't see clearly. Just now, Gun had wanted to use his powerful dynamic vision to try and see the front and back of the rolling coin of destiny. As a result, what he saw was a strange form of a demon and an angel perfectly intertwined together. Anyway, it's not a loss if you lose, but a big profit if you win. Gunai slowly opened his palm and laughed. Lady Luck is on my side today. What he saw was an angel. Then, a holy light gushed out and gathered in the air to form a supreme angel of holy light. The angel's sword of fate slashed down. The chains of fate on Gunai's body started to break apart. This sword had taken up about 90% of the shackles of fate on Gunai's body. The remaining shackles were already quite sparse, and most of them were as thin as half a strand of hair. One more time, and I'll be able to completely break free from the shackles of fate. I wonder what changes will happen. Gunai thought. Without much hesitation, Gun threw out the coin of destiny again. It's a pity it seems like I'll have to wait for the next time to completely break free from the shackles of fate. Gun said softly as he looked at the demon's face. Dark demonic chi surged, and the demon swallowed Gunai in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. Number of reincarnations, 4. With Gunai's click, the 4 reincarnations became 3. Ashes came back, and Gunai appeared in the secret room in his natural form. All aspects have been reduced by a lot. As he put on his clothes, Gunai was also feeling the strength of his soul capacity, origin pool, and physical strength. Fortunately, the additional soul extraordinary characteristic that I gained didn't decrease at all. At the same time, the resistance to the soul sigil potion has completely disappeared. Gunai's face revealed a faint smile. There are only 3 reincarnations left, and my realm has fallen back to the mid-stage of Transcendent Level 2. Soul Sigil Potion. I'll have to drink it slowly this time. I've consumed a large amount of it before, and my soul's extraordinary characteristics have improved quite a bit. After drinking it again, it's greatly increased again. My soul is about to transform into an elite grade. This bottle of potion in my hand might even reach the threshold of elite soul transformation. Gunai then drank the soul's light in his hand. Then, Gunai fell into a deep sleep. However, this time, Gunai had been asleep for a very long time. Chapter 169 The Transformation of the Elite Soul. When Gunai woke up again, he was in a daze. Gunai forced himself up and sat up on the meditation seat. He looked around with a blank expression. He raised his hands and looked around, then looked at the dark room. Gunai was bewildered. The glow of the night luminescent pearl in the corner was gentle and not piercing. This was not the main point. More importantly, Gunai found that he couldn't see anything other than the light of the night pearl. All he could see was darkness. His dark vision and source energy vision had actually disappeared. Gunai also felt that his control over his body was very poor. He couldn't even sense the source power and extraordinary blood in his body, let alone control them. Gunai was like an ordinary person who had lost all his power. What's wrong with my Ying Luo? Gunai muttered in a daze. To a mage with a powerful soul. After he woke up, he would quickly wake up, but today's state was really too strange. Gunai felt like he had lost his soul. Gunai quickly calmed down. He wasn't used to being flustered. Even though he had encountered a major change, Gunai still remained calm. He calmed his mind and rubbed his face. Gunai sat down with his legs crossed. Gunai calmed his mind and began to communicate with his soul. As he did, Gunai felt a dormant power in the depths of his brain slowly waking up. Then, Gunai's mental power appeared. His perception started to become clear and sharp. The pure origin power comparable to a 4th stage spellcaster also returned to his perception. The brutal, overbearing, and bloodthirsty aura of the Thanator's blood, as well as the power of a leader's body, once again appeared on Gunai's body. Gunai could clearly feel that his powerful soul was blooming at this moment. It was thick, vast, powerful, and even had a little bit of overbearing aura. It bloomed from the depths of Gunai's soul, and Gunai's entire body even had a soul deterrence. The powerful soul characteristic of a law incantation master was perfectly displayed on Gun's body. My soul, Gunai carefully felt his soul that had just woken up, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. I've finally advanced to the elite grade. At this moment, under Gunai's extremely detailed observation, the strength and volume of his soul did not increase by much. However, the soul's defense and bearing capacity had greatly increased. His senses and soul perception had both improved greatly. If it was only that, it would have been hard for Gun to determine if his soul had reached the elite tier. However, the unique soul deterrence made Gunai understand. His soul had evolved to the elite grade. Although this slight soul deterrence wasn't very powerful, and didn't even have any practical effect in battle, it was still very effective. However, this was the sign of an increase in the level of one's soul. When I woke up just now, my soul should still be in a deep sleep. When one's soul is promoted to an elite from a normal soul, they will fall into a deep sleep. However, this kind of sleep should not be caused by the potion, but by the transformation of the soul. When the transformation is complete, they will naturally wake up. Let's see how far my bearing capacity has reached. Gun could feel that his soul had improved after reaching the elite rank. However, he still needed to test how much he had grown. The method of testing was very simple, and that was to condense a secret crossing rune. When I was in the mid-stage of Transcendent Level 2, I had already condensed 10 secret crossing runes. During this period, I advanced to the late stage of the Second Order, and then reincarnated back to the mid-stage of the Second Order. Just this reincarnation alone will allow me to condense 1 or 2 secret crossing runes. Secondly, the extraordinary characteristics of the soul of us humans are relatively weak. I've been drinking it continuously. It should have gone from normal to normal +1, then normal +2, and finally from normal +2 to elite. That's quite a big improvement. It can at least increase the carrying height of 2 or 3 secret crossing runes. Gunai calmed his mind and began to form a secret crossing rune. Gunai, who had a lot of experience in forming secret crossing runes, was able to easily control them. The 11th pill, success. The 12th one, success. The 13th one, success. The 14th pill, success. 3 to 4 hours later, Gunai stopped forming the secret crossing runes. The 14th one was just right. I don't need to think about the 15th one. 14 runes of the secret fairy? That's not bad at all. This number just so happens to be the maximum number of high-level spells. I can instantly cast high-level spells even without a staff. Instant casting of a high-level magic incantation. An elite grade soul is truly powerful. Feeling the runes in his mind, Gunai sighed. Then, he began to test his soul's thought speed. A moment later, Gunai was very satisfied with the result. With the success of the elite soul transformation, Gunai's 1-second stack had increased from 22 spells per second to 25 spells per second. The higher one's soul thought speed was, the more difficult it would be to increase it. This increase was already quite good. After testing and verifying his soul in many ways, Gunai stopped. After my soul's transformation, I've improved greatly in all aspects. The soul's light is indeed a very satisfactory answer. It seems like the upper limit of Soul Dawn is elite grade. However, for many extraordinary spellcasters, it's a transformation of an entire level. Previously, human spellcasters had a high chance of being defeated by Demon Snake Clan's spellcasters of the same rank. And once a human mage with an elite grade soul goes up against a mage of the same grade from the Demon Snake Clan, the Demon Snake Clan will most likely be the one to be defeated. After all, although the Demon Snake Clan's soul extraordinary characteristics are strong, they haven't reached the level of elite grade transformation. As for human spellcasters, as long as they're talented enough and have a strong backing, there's a high chance that they can obtain enough signet potions to advance to elite grade spellcasters. At the same time, some of the other abilities of the soul can also be extended. Before this, my soul energy had already reached a saturated level, but I was never able to take the step to become a domain spellcaster. And this time, after the transformation to the elite level, I can clearly feel that my soul seems to have left my body. It's obvious that the foundation of soul extraordinary characteristics is what increases the probability of the birth of domain spellcasters. No wonder there are so few domain spellcasters. Come to think of it, when the soul sigil potion becomes widespread, there should be some domain spellcasters with more peculiar souls. In addition, Zhen Gunai tried to feel the 14 runes. I've unknowingly accumulated so many secret crossing runes. Then, I should prepare to condense the ensemble rune to build my CO soul. I'm using my own soul to build the CO soul. Although it's safe and there won't be any compatibility issues, this CO soul will be the same as my main soul. They'll be very ordinary, without any soul talent, special soul defense ability, or even special soul searching ability. But it's different if we use the souls of those powerful creatures to build the CO soul. If I absorb the soul of a powerful soul creature as my CO soul will possess many unique soul-related abilities of the powerful soul creature. The only bad thing is that the CO soul constructed by the other creature's souls may not be able to perfectly match my soul when the CO soul becomes stronger, it may even bite the main soul. As for me, one reincarnation should be enough to eliminate this side effect. So, what kind of strange creature's soul should I use as my CO soul? Chapter 170 Gunai's Ambition. When Gunai opened the extraordinary door to the secret training room, Gunai was startled. In front of the extraordinary door, Undine, the maid, was standing there waiting. Gunai had told him before that if he didn't come out of the secret room, it must be because he was at a critical point in his cultivation and was not allowed to be disturbed. And this time, the entire process of his soul's transformation was indeed not interrupted. However, since Undine was standing in front of the door waiting for him, it was obvious that something had happened. In his mind, he quickly associated it with the matter of his soul sleeping. Gunai seemed to have noticed something. He quietly opened his pocket watch and glanced at the date. Year 9973, 15th of January, 9:38 a.m. I think I've slept for 2 or 3 days. That's a long sleep. You're out. Undine's face was filled with joy when she saw Gun walk out of the extraordinary door. Oh? What happened? Nothing much happened. It's just that Sir Nigel has been waiting for you here for the past 2 days. Although he didn't say anything, it seems like he has something important to tell you. Undine said quickly and clearly. Senior Nigel has waited for 2 days as expected. Gunai's eyes twitched. It's about the materials and the soul sigil potion. I had promised Senior Nigel that I would get the materials to make it the next day, but I stood him up. I'm also very helpless, who would have known that the soul transformation would take so long? Is Lord Nigel still here? Yes, he's waiting in the resting area. I'll go over now. Gunai quickly made his way to the rest area. When Gun entered the hall, he saw Nigel in the rest area. At the same time, Nigel also felt the movement and looked toward the stone stairs. When he saw Gunny, Nigel's eyes were very deep. Senior Nigel, I'm so sorry. There was a small mistake, which caused such a long delay. Gu-ni said guiltily as he arrived at the resting area. Where are your materials? I'll make it for you now. Don't worry, I'll finish as soon as possible. These are the materials. As he spoke, Nigel took out a storage bracelet. The materials were all top-secret information. Before they had Gunai sign a confidentiality contract, they had all signed the same contract. Therefore, he couldn't let anyone else give the storage bracelet to Gunny. It would be bad if someone else knew the recipe. That was why Nigel had been coming over for the past 2 days. There's no hurry. We've already been delayed for 2 days. You're teasing me. Nigel's small eyes scanned Gunny's body. He touched his ring, and an invisible energy barrier bloomed, isolating the rest area from the outside world. He used a potion. Yes, I am. Gunai sat down and nodded, not hiding anything. Under normal circumstances, when Gunai's face was perfectly thin, it would be very difficult for others to find out much about him, even if he was right in front of them. But today, Gunai had just gained control of his elite grade soul, and his control was still a little unstable. It wasn't strange that someone as strong as Senior Nigel had discovered his soul fluctuations. Before Nigel could ask more, Gunai continued. Combined with the many experimental results that Dr. Henry told me before, as well as my own experience, I have also summed up some advantages and disadvantages of the drinking effect this time. Nigel immediately listened carefully. This was the key to using the potion. First of all, you can't drink too much of this potion in a short period of time. It's very easy to develop resistance to it. There should be a week's interval. It's best if you have 10 days before you can drink the second bottle. According to the level of each person's talent, the amount of enhancement of the soul's extraordinary characteristic is also different. This is very common in the experiments of the silver-armored rats. Even after a long period of time, they will still develop resistance to it. However, if their talent is high enough, or if the extraordinary's profession has extraordinary characteristics in the soul, they will still develop resistance. 5 or 6 bottles will be enough to make their soul directly transform into an elite grade. When Nigel heard that he could be promoted to the elite grade, he was finally slightly moved. Nigel knew very well how powerful an elite grade soul was. In all aspects, it was much more powerful than a normal grade soul. If it was popularized, the pioneer group's strength would be greatly improved. In fact, it would be of great help to many transcendent masters. As for him, even if he did not transform his soul to the elite grade, just strengthening his soul to a certain extent would be enough for him to cross the threshold of the peak of Transcendent Rank 6 to become a Transcendent Master. It could be said that this soul light was a qualitative change for him. Nigel nodded slightly. This soul's light is indeed powerful. Oh, right, there's another thing. When a soul is promoted from normal to elite, it will enter a state of soul sleep. When the transformation is completed, the soul will naturally end its state of sleep and wake up. This process will last for 2 to 3 days. It's best to prepare in advance so as not to delay some things. Gunai said. Nigel looked at Gunai and nodded. I understand. You can focus on refining potions for the next few days. The reward will be given in a few days. When the time comes, I'll tell you in detail about some things in private. After all, you're not weak, and your talent is amazing. There are some things that I should let you know. Something is bothering me. Gunai muttered to himself. Some despairing dark truth? Or is there some indescribable and terrifying secret? When Gunai came back to his senses, Senior Nigel had already left. Ying, have yet to ask about the occultic runes. Senior, you're really fast. Gunai was startled. He rubbed the extraordinary storage bracelet in his hand as he walked toward the secret alchemy room. Oh! There's actually so much water of the spring of life in here, over 13,000 milliliters. It won't be a problem for me to make 60 to 70 bottles, or even 70 to 80 bottles. It seems that in the last battle, Senior and the others killed a lot of blood ear elves. Otherwise, it would be difficult to obtain so much water of the spring of life. If I spend some more time, I should be able to finish the refining by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, Gunai thought. It's a pity that I can't reveal the information about these materials yet. Otherwise, I'd have Leona and the others help me with the preliminary processing of the materials. The refining speed would at least double. After entering his private alchemy room, Gunai began his work. While he was making the potion, Gunai was also thinking about what to do next. From the looks of it, the Soul Dawn can completely advance the soul to the elite level. But after I advance to the elite grade, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to use this Soul's Dawn to increase my strength effectively. Unless, the supernatural being's soul is very special to begin with, which is why Elite +1 +2 +3 can be added. Or perhaps, the supernatural being's supernatural profession is already very strong in the aspect of soul's supernatural characteristics and is already close to the elite level. It is also possible to use the Dawn of Souls to reach the level of Elite +1 +2 +3. The number of extraordinaries with Elite +1 +2 and +3 will be relatively small. This is normal. My extraordinary talent is extremely strong, and my soul has also undergone a small mutation. If I drink it normally, I should be able to reach Elite +1. Using the reincarnation function, I can easily reach the level of +2 +3. But if you wants to reach the leader level, Soul Light will probably not work. Then, we'll need a higher grade engraving potion. Pure water of the spring of life. Gunai naturally thought of the pure water of life, which was one level higher than the water of life. The pure water of the spring of life can be used as a new medium. And the materials can't be solved by 100 or 200 years. I'm afraid that it would take at least 500 years, or even 700 or 800 years of materials to achieve this. Also, I don't know when my elven tree of life will be able to produce the pure water of the spring of life. The follow-up research on the potion of secret engravings will also be a project that will consume time and energy. And once it's developed, we can mass-produce leader-level powerful souls. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After the research is completed, I can use this powerful engraving potion to exchange for more good things. This will become one of my resource trump cards. After Quan and the Pioneer team had developed the Soul Sigil potion for elite advancement, it was reasonable to give it to the Pioneer team while he took the reward. As for the Soul Engraving potion, which was a higher level, Gunai would study it by himself. Gunai would be the only one to succeed in his research, and he had his own ambitions. He researched the extraordinary characteristics of biological materials, the engraving potions, and the evolution of life ranks. To others, it might be boring. But Gunai enjoyed the process of exploring the unknown, exploring extraordinary life forms, and exploring the essence of extraordinary power. Every bit of understanding he gained made Gunai feel satisfied. Chapter 171 The Systems Changes. In a private alchemy room. As he finished sealing the Soul Dawn in his hand. Hoo hoo hoo. Gunai breathed out gently as a smile appeared on his face. Done. After 3 days of hard work, Senior Nigel had given Gunny the materials. Gunai had refined all of them into the Soul's Light. In addition, Gunai had also used some of his own materials. After all, Gunai would need to use the Soul's Dawn for a while. 105 bottles of Soul Sigil Potion Soul's Dawn have been produced in 3 days. 70 of them were Senior Nigel's, and the remaining 35 were Gun's. After finishing his work, Gugni opened the door to his private alchemy room and walked to the main hall. When they arrived at the resting area, Gunai glanced at the sky outside. The sky had cleared up a few days ago, but it was gloomy again today. Snowflakes had already fallen. The winter night has passed. The weather will gradually become warmer in the future. After this snow, it should be time for the snow to melt. Gunai thought. I wonder when you'll be able to tell me about the rewards Senior Nigel mentioned and the many things I've bought. The rich taste of the coffee bloomed in his mouth, Gun thought lazily. He opened the system. This system, why do I feel that it's a little strange today? Gunai was stunned as he looked at the system page. He put down his coffee and lay down on the sofa to take a nap. He checked his system. After a careful look, Gunai couldn't help but be surprised. What's with this Ying Luo? How did my experience increase so much all of a sudden? As Gugni carefully observed, the 10-second experience bar appeared again. This time, Gunai quickly scanned through the experience points. Gunai clearly remembered the experience points he gained every 10 seconds. Soul Anchoring Divine Ring Spell, Level 4, Experience, 28 points. Sibana's Origin Pool, Level 5, Experience, 18 points. Soul Seal Codex, Level 4, Experience, 42. Magic Blade Curse, Level 4, Experience, 16. Blood Pool Codex, Level 4, Experience, 35. At this moment, Soul Anchoring Divine Ring Spell, Level 4, Experience, 42 points. Sibana's Origin Pool, Level 5, Experience, 27 points. Soul Seal Codex, Level 4, Experience, 63. Magic Blade Curse, Level 4, Experience, 24. Blood Pool Codex, Level 4, Experience, 52. All the mantra manuals he had used during the hack had gained about 50% of his experience points. After a moment of silence, Gunai thought, if I'm not wrong, it's because my soul has evolved to the elite level. Previously, my physical body was upgraded to commander tier, but my soul is still lacking. After all, human beings are living beings with flesh and soul. A few days ago, I made up for my shortcomings in the soul realm, so I gained a lot of experience. This Yingluo is a good thing. Gunai chuckled. Experience gain increased by 50%. The speed of improvement will be faster when you're in the hack mode. Then, when the Magic Blade Curse and Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring Curse are both upgraded to level 5, I can change to other magic incantations to upgrade the hack. The upcoming Major and Minor Thunder Flame Curses. A ritualistic magic curse that uses blood to track the direction and location of the target. My blood shield and blood escape technique also need to be improved. The system's experience points have increased. What a pleasant surprise! The experience gained from hacking has increased by 50%. Will the speed of opening the subsequent hacking stations and the time flow of the planting stations also increase accordingly? I feel like there's a huge possibility of the speed increasing. Gunai rubbed his eyebrows as a smile appeared on his face. This way, the true netherworld origin fruit of the King Grade Tree will be born even faster. A powerful soul defense is not far from me. Gun was enjoying his coffee while he waited for dinner. The gate of the castle hall slowly opened. Wearing a dark blue robe and cloak, Vaya walked in with a devil dog. The layout of the hall in Purple Mulan Castle was similar to that of Deep Duke Castle. The familiar Vaya went straight to the fireplace resting area on the right side of the hall. The hellhound ran to the carpet in front of the fireplace and curled up, only a meter away from the fire. Aren't you afraid of being roasted? Gunai glanced at the devil dog and thought. Don't tell me you're here for dinner again. He looked at Vyaguni and smiled. That's impossible. Dinner is just a side of it. There are other things, said Vaya in a relaxed tone. When Vaya sat down, Gunai was already pouring her a cup of rich coffee. Here, this is for you. As soon as Gun put the coffee pot in, Vaya placed a spherical glass fish tank in front of him. You're giving me a glass fish tank, what's the meaning of this? Gunai looked up at Wei. While drinking her coffee, Vaya looked away, as if she was looking at the layout and decoration of the new castle hall. I really can't figure out this woman's mind. She's giving me a fish tank without saying anything. Gunai thought. You don't say, this fish tank is quite unique, hehe. Gunai picked up the fish tank and was about to praise it. The next moment, Gunai's face froze. Damn it, Ying Ying isn't a fish tank at all. This is the Swan Ni Artifact Spirit Helmet. The Artifact Spirit Helmet did not emit any unusual fluctuations at all. At first glance, it was no different from a glass fish tank. When Vera had given the helmet to Gunai, he had been able to feel the slight source power fluctuations of the helmet. Otherwise, Gunai wouldn't have interrupted him. Gun looked at Weiya awkwardly and found that Weiya was looking at him with anger. This fish tank Pixiu, oh no, this artifact spirit helmet's lace is quite unique. Gunai smiled awkwardly. Gunai quickly looked away and created a magic contact channel to touch the helmet. As soon as he touched it, he found that this helmet was different from the one he had last seen. Even though Gunai had touched the artifact spirit helmet last time, it clearly didn't belong to him. As time passed, the spirit helmet would disappear. However, this item spirit helmet was different. It was completely preserved here and would not disappear with the passage of time. The weapon spirit helmet he had last time was only at the early stage of the 4th rank, and its quality was very close to elite grade. This time, the weapon spirit helmet was at the late stage of the 4th rank, and the quality was very strong, elite grade. Through magic touch, Gunai could refine it into his own spirit helmet. If it was damaged or destroyed, Gunai could repair it by using source power. At the same time, he could clearly feel that this helmet was much more powerful than the temporary helmet he'd used before. With the devil touch, its power would definitely increase further. Gunai had experienced the powerful soul defense of the artifact spirit's helmet. It could weaken a large part of soul attacks. It was extremely resistant to all kinds of soul attacks, soul bewitchment, soul enslavement, soul control, and other techniques. Gunai's soul wasn't weak anymore, and with the protection of this powerful artifact spirit helmet, he was like a tiger with wings. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities of a 4th rank elite grade weapon spirit helmet are also top-notch. It can also provide me with great protection against attacks aimed at my head. I'm so blind to think that such a good treasure is a fish tank, although it really looks like it. Gunai rubbed his face as he sighed. Chapter 172 $1 Million Bounty. Many thanks. Such a treasure will be of great help to me. Gunai sincerely thanked. All along, in addition to carrying out her duty of protecting herself, Vera had also done something else. He had helped Gunai a lot. The spell books and the artifact spirit helmet had both been of great help to Gunai. Gunai was truly grateful to Wei. As for this equipment spirit helmet, once you've nurtured it to about 60%, it can become an equipment spirit necklace and be worn around your neck. When you need it, it will automatically appear with a single thought. It's similar to how you used the equipment spirit helmet you wore before. Vaya slowly explained. And it won't conflict with the energy shield on the head. After all, it's not a shield but a physical object. That's really convenient, Gunai said with joy. It was impossible to always wear this weapon spirit helmet on one's head during normal times. It would be a little troublesome to take it out and put it on during a battle. Moreover, when they were ambushed, they couldn't tell the enemy, "Wait a minute, I'll put on the helmet first." Being able to transform into a necklace and wear it around the neck, it was naturally very convenient and fast. This artifact spirit helmet is only the first one. The second thing is Yingluo. As she spoke, Via looked around. After confirming that there was no one else in the hall, Vera whispered. "My teacher is busy. He asked me to come and take a batch of Soul's Dawn back." When she learned from her teacher that Gun had developed the soul engraving potion and named it the Dawn of the Soul, she wasn't too surprised. She knew how talented Gunai was in Podiwunnering. Gun was the youngest expert pharmacist in history. He was only 16 years old. The second-ranked genius was born more than 500 years ago. He was an 18-year-old expert pharmacist. Gunai was also the first to reach the level of great herbalist. And now, Gun had personally started a new era of the soul engraving potion. It could be said that Gun was changing the course of human history on the area continent. "Then you've come at the right time today," Gunai said softly. "I just finished refining it 10 minutes ago." As he spoke, Gun took out the storage bracelet that Nigel had given him to store the materials. "The materials Senior gave me, I made a total of 70 bottles. All of them are in here. This storage bracelet also belongs to Senior Nigel." After Via took it and checked it, she carefully put it away. "Also, Yingluo, this thing is my gift to you." As he spoke, Gun placed a wooden box made of dragon blood in front of her. "What is it?" Wei Ya's eyes moved, and she looked at Gunai. "You'll know when you open it." A little expectant, Vaya slowly opened the wooden box of dragon blood, and the light of 10 sealed souls reflected in her eyes. Vaya's breathing suddenly became heavier. There are too many mayflies. He whispered to Gunai. It doesn't matter if it's more, it's the most uncomfortable if it's less. Gunai replied. I guess Senior Nigel didn't tell you how to drink this potion. I'll explain it to you, so listen carefully and don't miss anything. Yes. Vaya nodded carefully and listened carefully. Take it every 7 days. Of course, it's better to take it 10 days apart. This potion has a strong resistance to drugs. 5 or 6 bottles will be the limit. But the amount of these 5 or 6 bottles is enough to transform your soul into an elite level soul. Also, when you transform into an elite grade soul, your soul will sleep for 2 to 3 days. You have to pay attention to this period. It's about the dormancy of the soul, but don't worry, it will automatically wake up after the transformation. Remember, do not take it continuously for a short period of time. It will only make you lose the chance of your soul advancing to the elite grade. Gunai used his blood and tears to teach him a lesson. I'll remember that. Wei nodded cautiously. When your soul transforms into an elite soul, you'll know how strong and powerful an elite soul is. Gunai said. Has your Qian already transformed, what? Asked Vaya in surprise. Gunai nodded. As Gunai nodded, Wei's evaluation of him increased a lot. With Gunai's talent, I'm afraid he would be one of the top geniuses in the history of the Aoya continent. He closed the wooden box and kept it in his storage bracelet. Wei muttered to herself for a moment before speaking softly again. Do you know about the Shadow Hunter list? Shadow Hunting list. Gunai's heart moved. There were many transcendents in the Oya continent. There was the Transcendent Association, which was a powerful official organization of transcendents. At the same time, there were also some hidden transcendent organizations that were not well known. Among them, the Assassin Organization with the Dark Shadow Assassins as its main members Night Godship was the most famous. Within the Night Godship organization, there was an assassination hunting list called Shadow Hunting List. To be able to make it onto the list, all of them had extremely high rewards. When Vaya mentioned the list, Gun naturally thought of what he had said to Misha. Did I get on the rankings? Gunai asked. Wei nodded. How many gold pounds? 1 million. 1 million pounds. You're so quick and decisive, just like when I first killed you. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he smiled. 1 million gold pounds. I'm afraid even transcendent masters would be tempted. Gunai said. Yes, I am. Vaya nodded gently. However, the teacher told me to pass you this message. Don't worry. The Pioneer Group will protect you. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't be worried at all if I didn't know. Now that you've told me this, I know that there might be more than one extraordinary master spying on me in the dark, or even crash to assassinate me. Now I'm not so at ease. Gunai rubbed his temples and nodded. I know. Immediately, the two of them fell into silence. In the fireplace, the flames crackled. Looking at the dancing flames, Gunai quickly thought about the $1 million bounty. When Misha offered a bounty on him, he had already considered the possibility of such a thing happening. He just didn't expect the danger to come so quickly. £1 million bounty for the assassination of a level 2 extraordinary. To those transcendent masters who are short of money, they wouldn't mind doing it. Even many high-level extraordinary who are proficient in the art of assassination might come. If an expert at the level of a transcendent master were to make a move, the chances of me dying would not be low. Even with the protection of the Pioneer Group, I'm still in danger. After all, it's impossible for that transcendent master to be by my side 24 hours a day. Secondly, an extraordinary master of assassination might be able to bypass my protection and kill me in one blow. It's fine if you don't kill me, but if you kill me in front of these people, then some of my secrets might be exposed. Although I can use other excuses to cover it up, it's not good to expose them. It seems that after obtaining the item from Tao Wu, I should also disappear for a while. Gunai thought. It would be a lie if Gunai didn't feel any pressure from an assassination attempt by a master of the shadow element. Gun knew that anyone in the Sug ruins with a little bit of power could find him. He was in the open while the enemy was in the dark. He was too easy to target. But if Gunai changed his appearance and went to a different place, he would be able to escape. No matter how many probing, scouting, and searching methods the enemy used, they wouldn't be able to find a trace of Gunai. Compared to having a transcendent master protect him on the surface, Gunai was more willing to hide and be in control of his own safety. Chapter 173 The Reward Arrives. The weather in the past few days had been unusually gloomy and depressing. Under the condensation of the cold air, the low-pressure clouds and the snow swept through every corner of the Sug ruins. This was probably the last snow of the winter in the Sug ruins. However, it was extremely violent. Zai Mulan Castle. Gunai sat cross-legged in the dark secret room. After knowing that there was a 1,000,000 yuan bounty on his head. During this time, Gunai had spent most of his time in his private alchemy room. Compared to the outside, it was obviously safer to stay in the secret room. At the same time, his counter-killing ability was directly maxed out. Even if a master assassin had sneaked in and killed Gunai. When Gunai was resurrected, he threw out the indescribable flesh and blood. The transcendent master who had tried to assassinate Gunai wasn't doing any better. A life for a life. Gunai might not profit, but the other side would definitely suffer a great loss. However, he could not do this outside. Whether it was the secret of resurrection or the indescribable flesh and blood, they could not be known to outsiders. Fortunately, Gunai had prepared an excuse. For example, he had a special blood curse life force that could save his life at a critical moment. As for whether others believed it or not, that was their own business. Of course, these were the most helpless solutions. The best way was to hide. Although the days were a little worrying, Gunai was able to keep his cool. In the afternoon, after refining a batch of secret rune potions, Gun went to the fireplace resting area. When they entered the hall through the stone staircase, Gun saw Sir Fraser standing in front of the fireplace in the rest area. Seeing this, Gunai's heart was filled with joy. It's been more than a week. Has Ying Ying finally arrived? Hearing Gun's footsteps, Fraser turned around. There was a faint smile on his face, and Gunai saw the Pioneer Group's standard extraordinary bracelet in his hand. Senior Fraser, have my things arrived? Gunai asked as he walked over. Yes, Sir Gunai, Fraser nodded lightly. These are all the items you have purchased. With that, Fraser handed the extraordinary storage bracelet to Gun. Holding the transcendent storage bracelet in his hand, Gunai began to inspect it. The spells, books, materials, and treasures that he had bought before were all lying there quietly. Hoo. Gunai let out a long breath. With so many treasures in his hands, Gunai's worries about the £1,000,000 bounty had been dispelled. At the very least, I now have the capital to hide. Gunai thought. Before, Gunai had needed to hide his identity, participate in black market auctions, sell water from the spring of life, and so on. He had needed some strange treasures to hide and change his appearance. Therefore, among the many extraordinary treasures that he had purchased, Gun asked Fraser if the Harbinger Band had any treasures that could change one's appearance. Under Fraser's suggestion, Gunai purchased a secret silver rare grade equipment, disguise mask. This was a piece of extraordinary equipment that could perfectly integrate into one's face and change one's appearance. Its only defensive feature was that it allowed the face's defense to reach the mithril level. There was no doubt that this was a very creative extraordinary equipment. While Fraser was explaining, Gunny had fallen in love with the rare grade equipment called the Mask of Disguise. At this moment, a dark gold mask was lying in the storage bracelet. After a few days of contact with the devil, Gunai would be able to change his appearance. More importantly, Gunai had bought quite a few teleportation scrolls. Gunai had the scrolls for instant teleportation. Gun also bought those that required a long time to chant incantations, but could be used to teleport over long distances. The mask and the long-distance teleportation scroll could allow him to leave the castle without a sound. After safely placing the various treasures into his system space, he began to feel a sense of relief. Gun placed a runic shield scroll in the system space where he could reach it easily. The system space was different from the extraordinary storage bracelet. The extraordinary storage bracelet still required Gunai to use source power or spiritual power to open it. On the other hand, the system space could be opened with a thought, which was much faster than the extraordinary storage bracelet. After these things were set up, Gunai calmed down. Now that he had a way to escape, Gunai didn't have to worry at all. If worse came to worst, he would die once. Gunai could easily escape from a transcendent master. My dear sister, Misha. Gunai looked at the dancing flames in the fireplace. I can already feel the killing intent of your $1 million bounty. When I become stronger, I will personally charge into the base of your human-faced flower church, Gunai said. Just as Gunai was thinking this, a group of footsteps approached from behind. Gugni turned to look, and he saw three powerful fighters, Nigel, Hero Hinton, and Parker Treelet. Gunai quickly stood up and saluted the three seniors. Three seniors, did the pioneer group give me a reward? Today, good things come in pairs, he saluted Gunai while thinking. Don't be so formal. We're here today with good news. A smile appeared on Nigel's face. It seems like it's true. Gunai was slightly happy. Senior, now that you've said this, I'm really full of anticipation, Gunai said with a smile. Senior Hero, Senior Parker, you two can rest here. I'll be the only one to explain the rest to Gunai. Then, Nigel looked at the two extraordinary masters and said. N. The two transcendent masters nodded slightly. The two of them had worked with Nigel many times, so they were naturally very confident in him. They also knew that Nigel was an important figure in the pioneer group. At the same time, Gunny was also part of Nigel's faction, so there were many things that the two of them were not suited to listen to. Follow me, as he spoke, Nigel walked toward the underground alchemy room. Gunai followed him. When the two of them disappeared at the entrance of the stone staircase, Hero and Parker, who were resting on the sofa, finally retracted their gazes. Can you feel it? N. Nigel is about to break through. Yes, I am. The two of them looked at each other and laughed softly. The light of the soul. This potion will be of great help to all of us. It's even more important to an extraordinary like Nigel, who is stuck at a critical point. Indeed. With Nigel's breakthrough, I'm afraid another strong person will be born in our pioneer group. The two of them knew very well that Nigel could be promoted to an extraordinary master. But Nigel's ambition was very big. He was not satisfied with becoming a 7th rank master, and he was even more dissatisfied with becoming an 8th rank master. What Nigel was after was a top-tier 9th rank master. This was one of the reasons why he was valued in the pioneer group. If he succeeded, Nigel's status would be higher than the two of them. He might even become one of the new leaders of the pioneer group. This time, the Soul Sigil potion was of great help to Nigel, who was only one step away from the door. Not only Nigel, but I'm afraid that a group of powerhouses will be born in our pioneer group in the future. Hero said softly. Indeed. Chapter 174 I'm a noble. On the side of the main hall of potions and alchemy. In the secret room. Nigel opened the imprisonment array of the secret room. Then, the two of them sat cross-legged on the cultivation seats. A few days ago, the results of the Soul's Dawn test were out. It's a perfect potion. There's no problem with it. Of course, this is something we've already confirmed before. Now, it's just an official confirmation. Nigel's tone gradually became low and melodious. Then, Nigel looked at Gunny with his deep eyes. Then, do you know the great effect of the engraving potion? I know a little, Gunai nodded. Once the soul sigil potion is mass-produced, it can give birth to many experts. This is especially true for spellcasters. The substantial increase in soul extraordinary characteristics can further improve the strength of many transcendents. In fact, it can even enhance the overall strength of the Yulan Empire. Gunai explained. You're underestimating the light of soul. Nigel said in a deep tone. Your level is too low, after all. You haven't felt the horror and power of your soul becoming stronger. The light of the soul. It will change the entire era. Change the entire era? Is it really that exaggerated? Gunai rubbed his temples. Gun, who had never been in a high position, didn't see much, and he certainly didn't consider things as broad as someone as strong as Nigel. More importantly, Gunny's understanding of the soul dawn was much deeper than Nigel's. With the system, Gunai could use it to do many things. Even without the soul engraving potion, Gunai could still find some extraordinary plant seeds and use them to obtain extraordinary treasures to strengthen his soul's extraordinary characteristics. It was like planting the elven tree of life and the hell prison tree. Gun had many ways to become stronger, and the soul engraving potion was just one of them. To the many spellcasters, the existence of the soul's light. He had completely opened up a path for his soul to transform. He had achieved a huge leap from nothing to something. At this level, the light of the soul would indeed change the entire era. Your achievements can't be replaced by these rewards. More importantly, it's Ying Luo. Nigel chuckled softly. You are very strong. This also means that when you become stronger, you can become a senior member of the pioneer group if you want to. You must know that it's difficult for ordinary transcendent masters to become the upper echelons of the pioneer group. Although they are very strong, their achievements and prestige are not enough. But you're different. Just the birth of this light of the soul has made your name firmly remembered by all the Congress members. Even the Emperor of the Yulan Empire has praised you. And do you know what interesting thing happened to the reward proposal this time? What is it? Gunai asked curiously. All 30-odd representatives passed it without any objection. At this point, Nigel could not help but laugh. This is something that has never happened in the past few decades. Compared to the approval of all the members of Congress, Gunai was more concerned about the reward. Nigel seemed to have read Gunny's mind. This time, there are 3 rewards for you, he said. The first part is the hereditary title and territory. As he spoke, Nigel took out a map scroll that was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. He laid it on the ground and opened it. As the scroll rolled, the Oya continent, the land that had given birth to countless extraordinary lives, accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of history, and carried too many stories and legends, bloomed in front of Gun for the first time. There were rich and fertile plains. There was a vast desert under the scorching sun. There was a winding, rugged river that flowed quietly. There were grasslands at an extremely high altitude that humans could not reach. It was a mountain range with powerful transcendent creatures. There was also the vast and profound ocean that contained countless wealth and carried today's steamships that sailed far away. An indescribable feeling hit him in the face. Even though this wasn't the place where Gunai was born, when he stepped on this land and looked at the vast and delicate territory, it was hard for Gunai not to be convinced. Nigel explained as he opened it. You've been conferred the title of Hereditary Count by the Parliament. This rank is not considered low in the northern region of the Empire. A Hereditary Count. Gunai rubbed his finger. Now, I'm considered a noble. At the same time, you will be granted the right to choose your own noble territory in the Ankh province. Territory, what a good thing, Gunai murmured. Territory is indeed a good thing, and you will soon have a piece of territory that belongs to you. Nigel chuckled. In this area. Nigel took out a long and thin rod and pointed it at an area. This is the Ankh province we're currently in. And your territory will be in this area. Gun looked over. Nigel was pointing at the northwest area of Ankh province. This place is obviously close to the Aota mountain range in the north. Moreover, if a foreign race comes down to the mountain ridge plateau in the northwest, I'm afraid this place will also be attacked. Gunai said while thinking. You're right. Neil nodded lightly. The truly fertile and habitable land has long been taken away by the great nobles. Those who can stay are either barren lands or territories that are easily attacked by the north. Then, Gunai narrowed his eyes. Let's choose the region in the north closest to the Aota mountain range. This region it is. Gunai pointed to a vast territory near the Aota mountains in the north. Oh! Nigel's brows twitched slightly as he looked over. Anyway, I'm afraid I won't be going to my so-called territory for a long time. And when I really need to build my own territory, I'll be very powerful, and I won't have to worry about those extraordinary experts in the north. It's closer to the north, so it's easier to explore a wider territory. Maybe one day, I can make the entire Aota mountain range my territory. Gunai said half-jokingly. Nigel was startled at first, but he soon laughed. That's true. Then again, there isn't a single soldier guarding my territory. Will it be invaded? Gunai asked. Gugni knew that wars between nobles would usually result in territorial subjugation. In theory, it will be occupied, but in reality, it will be occupied. Nigel pointed at the entire Ankh province. Every autumn, there will be large and small beast tides. It is difficult to defend these ruined cities. As for your territory, it's more likely that transcendent beasts are running all over the place. No noble would come to this barren land in the north and occupy your territory to fight against the beast tide. You should know that there are many desolate noble territories in the Ankh province. Then I don't have to worry. Gunai said with a smile. The titles and territories of the nobles in the first part have been determined. Now, it's time for the second part. Nigel continued. Chapter 175 The Touch of Blood. The second part is a powerful mystical item. Gun's expression changed when he heard Nigel's words. Gunai didn't see many mystical items. However, every mystical item was extremely powerful and unique. If used well, it would be of great help. This is a top-notch dangerous mystical item. Nigel slowly explained. Although it's classified as a mystical item, to other supernatural beings, this is a very dangerous sealed artifact, and for so many years, it has been in a sealed state. And in front of the Blood Clan, Blood Demon, and other types of extraordinary humans, as well as your Blood Curse Mancer, it will become a mystical item. This item is called the Touch of Blood. When the Touch of Blood is released, it will find the nearest transcendent creature with transcendent blood like a shark and pounce on it. It will even burrow into the other party's body and madly devour the other party's blood. The touch of fresh blood needs to consume a large amount of high-quality transcendent blood to stabilize. The blood of ordinary transcendence, even high-level transcendence, can't meet its blood needs. When the quality of blood can't satisfy it, it will devour a large amount of ordinary transcendent blood. Once, the touch of fresh blood broke free of its seal. In just 8 minutes, it sucked the blood of 24 beginner and intermediate extraordinary humans, more than 30 ordinary humans, and it was still not satisfied. After being fed with high-quality blood and being in contact with the devil for a period of time, the touch of blood will be satisfied and stable. After that, you only need to feed a certain amount of high-quality blood every day. Regular feeding doesn't require a lot of blood, but it's difficult for ordinary supernatural beings who don't use supernatural blood as their core power. Even high-level supernatural beings can't do it, as their blood will be drained very quickly. For a blood curse mancer, you can easily convert other types of blood into your own blood. Feeding the touch of fresh blood is very easy. Once the feeding is successful, this bloody touch will provide you with a very powerful boost. Nigel explained in a calm tone. The first ability of the touch of fresh blood is blood sucking. This blood touch has an extremely powerful extension effect. You can think of it as a powerful blood tentacle. When the touch of blood reaches out and touches an enemy, it can quickly absorb the blood of the enemy. Its blood-sucking speed is beyond imagination. In 3 seconds, the touch of blood can suck all the blood of a mid-tier extraordinary. 3 seconds to drain the blood? This is like a blood pump, Gunai exclaimed. Next, life transformation. The touch of fresh blood can rapidly convert fresh blood into life force to heal injuries. However, I've sensed your transcendent blood before. Its life aura is astonishingly dense, so I don't think there's a need to use this function. However, you can use the enemy's blood to heal your own injuries. After all, the enemy's blood can also be converted into your own recovery ability through the touch of blood. The third function is the most powerful function of the touch of blood sensing. This isn't a combat function, but an auxiliary function. After nurturing it for a period of time, your control of the touch of blood will reach the point where it's as easy as your own arm. When you obtain the recognition of the touch of blood, you will be able to obtain the ability of blood chi perception. At that time, you will be able to cleanse your perception of the blood of all creatures with blood within a certain range. Unless he can perfectly restrain his blood and chi. However, you should know that there are very few extraordinary people with blood as their core. The blood devil is almost extinct in the Oya continent. There are bloodlings, but their numbers are very small. As for other extraordinary professionals who use blood as their core, their numbers are also not large. And among this type of extraordinary, how many can achieve perfect blood convergence? And your blood is at the commander level. After feeding it, the tentacles of fresh blood will obviously be stronger than those fed with ordinary blood and elite blood. This way, when you can master the touch of blood and obtain the ability to sense vitality, there aren't many extraordinary humans who want to sneak up to you. Indeed. Gunai slightly nodded. As a spellcaster, perception was very important. If a single perception ability was limited, it was easy for the enemy to stick to the side. With so many powerful sensory abilities, even in a complex environment, Gun could use the other sensory abilities to perfectly control his surroundings. After carefully sorting out the various powerful functions of this bloody touch that Senior Nigel had mentioned in his mind, he felt that it was a pity. Gunai was filled with anticipation for this blood touch. Blood sucking, life force conversion, and a strong sense of blood. This touch of blood is indeed a very powerful mystical item to me. Previously, if the enemy got close and I couldn't launch an effective counterattack, I could only use various means to escape. It's different now. With this powerful and dangerous mystical item, the touch of fresh blood. If the enemy dares to rush over, I don't know who will suffer. As Gunny was thinking, Nigel placed a 50 cm long square iron box made of dark metal with a large number of sealing runes in front of him. Throughout the entire process, Nigel did not touch the square iron box. The touch of blood will affect the surrounding objects. Nigel explained softly. For example, this metal box that sealed it has a strong ability to absorb blood after being exposed to it for a long time. If I touch this metal box, a portion of my blood will be absorbed. Gunai raised his eyebrows. It's that magical? Try it. He then placed his right index finger 10 centimeters above the box. Then, a ball of sticky blood appeared on Gunai's fingertip. The touch of blood in the seal seemed to have sensed the taste of blood. Bang 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 bang. There seemed to be a violent collision sound coming from the heavy iron box, and every hit was particularly dull. Quickly put it away, your blood will cause it to go berserk. Nigel said with a grave expression. Gunai's mouth curled into a smile. Gunai could already feel that the bloody touch inside the seal couldn't wait to devour his blood. Gunai moved and threw the drop of blood on his finger onto the metal box. The drop of blood, about the size of a glass ball, fell on the top of the iron box as if it had fallen on a sponge. It was completely absorbed in less than a second. As the large drop of blood was absorbed by the touch of blood, the entire metal box was almost about to jump up, accompanied by the violent crashing sounds. He looked at Nigel, whose face was quickly turning black. Gunai didn't play with the blood touch anymore. He used a puppet thread to pull it into his system space. It's a very bloodthirsty fellow. I like it very much, Gunai said with a smile. The corner of Nigel's eyes twitched slightly. This guy. If the touch of blood had broken free, it would have pounced on Gunai first. However, if she pounced on him, he would lose a layer of skin today. After all, to him, the touch of fresh blood was a powerful sealed artifact of a dangerous grade. Chapter 176 The Ancient Seabed Altar. After making sure that Gunai had put away the touch of blood, Nigel then slowly continued. The third part of the reward, as I've told you before, is the occultic rune. I originally thought that they might not give you the third part. It might even be able to give you the second part of the reward, which is the touch of blood. I'm obviously overthinking it. The Parliament has already passed the quota for the touch of blood and occultic runes. You should know that there are only 3 slots for occultic runes every year. Only extraordinaries who have made great contributions are qualified to obtain them. Even a transcendent master would find it difficult to obtain an occultic rune if he didn't make enough contributions. He had already heard Senior Nigel talk about the importance of occultic runes twice. Gunai was getting more and more curious about the occultic rune. What kind of powerful and strange runes could make Senior Nigel value them so much? Senior Nigel, what exactly are these occultic runes? Gunai asked in a deep voice. Occultic runes. Nigel explained softly. It's a magical power used by an ancient seabed altar that seals the ruler. Seal the dominator's power. Gunai's heart throbbed. Ruler, seal, ancient seabed altar. These words made Gunai's imagination run wild. No wonder Senior Nigel values these occultic runes so much. Gunai started to understand. To be able to seal the great power of a ruler, let alone £1,000,000, even £10,000,000 wouldn't be enough to buy it. After a moment of silence, Nigel continued to explain. There have always been strict restrictions on obtaining occultic runes. First of all, you need to have a high enough talent in magic runes. Otherwise, you won't be able to form a demonized rune even if you obtain the method to do so. You're able to instantly cast a mid-grade spell at the 2nd rank, so you must have a lot of secret crossing runes. You've reached the standard in this regard. Next, the occultic runes require a strong body to carry them. You've reached this point even more easily. Your physical body is the strongest among all the stage 2 extraordinaries I've seen. It's precisely because of this that I strongly recommend you to condense this occultic rune. Fortunately, you've already obtained this qualification. As for the specific effects of the occultic runes, a 9th grade law incantation master once told me about it. It works on origin power, and it will cause a qualitative change to the origin power. The more occultic runes there are, the more terrifying the origin power will be. When you condense 10 or even 20, it will cause some indescribable changes in your origin power. An indescribable change. Gunai couldn't help but squint. It was obvious that the occultic runes were far more peculiar than he had expected. And it's a rune that acts on origin power? It's not used for incantations. As he thought about it, he quickly searched his mind for the characteristics of the various legendary runes. He discovered that most of the runes were used for law incantations. For example, the secret crossing runes allowed the spell to be cast faster. The acceleration rune also allowed the casting of the spell to be faster. The amplification rune amplified the power of the spell. Elemental runes, enhancing the sensitivity to elements, and so on. And there were almost no runes that could be used on origin power. A rune that acts on origin power. These occultic runes are very strange, Gunai sighed in his heart. Moreover, when the quantity is large enough, it can produce an indescribable change. I'm really looking forward to this Kazaya. As for its specific effects, you'll naturally know after you receive the relevant information about the occultic runes. Nigel explained softly. As he spoke, Nigel took out a golden conch shell from his storage bracelet and placed it in front of Gunny. This golden conch is the proof of acceptance of the occultic runes. When you step into the ocean and hold this golden conch in your hand, you will be able to feel a strange call. Follow the call and head to that place. Blow the conch, and someone will come to pick you up and take you to the place where you receive the inheritance information of the occultic runes. He took the golden conch, which was about the size of 2 fists, and memorized the words of Nigel. It's obvious that the inheritance of the demonic runes is hidden from the public. That's why it's so mysterious, Gunai thought. Gunai chuckled. I've always wanted to go to the ocean to accumulate my initial capital. I didn't expect that these powerful occultic runes would be on my way. This is really something to be happy about. These items are all the rewards I've given you this time, Nigel said slowly. It is indeed a satisfactory reward, Gunai slightly nodded. Other than the fact that the territory of a hereditary count was a little bit of a scam. The status of a noble, the powerful artifacts, and the right to inherit the occultic runes all made Gun very satisfied. Senior Nigel, can you give me this map? Gunai pointed at the map on the ground. Gunai could see that the map was very detailed, and even marked many important locations in the ocean. Compared to the crudely made maps on the market, the map in Senior Nigel's hands was much more valuable. No problem, but you have to remember that this map is an official controlled item, so don't easily leak it out. Nigel nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of this map. Gunai quickly put away the map and put it into his system space. That's all I have to say, let's go back, Nigel said as he was about to get up. Senior Nigel, there's something important I need to tell you. Gunai suddenly said. What? Nigel looked at him. What is it? 1,000,000 yuan bounty. Gunai said in a serious tone. You're afraid that a transcendent master will try to assassinate you? Nigel said softly. Yes, I am. Gunai didn't try to hide anything. Such an important matter could not be solved by hiding it. You know more about the power of a master of extraordinaries than I do. Although I'm quite strong, it's only limited to when I'm facing a mid-rank extraordinaire. I might not even be able to defeat a powerful mid-rank extraordinaire. It's even more so when you're facing a powerful high-level extraordinary. And a transcendent master who made a move at some point, or even more than one, might be spying on me in the dark. Maybe one day, I'll never wake up again. So, I want to disappear for a while. Gunai said. Disappear for a period of time. Yes, I am. Gunai nodded. Chapter 177 The Dangerous Steampunk. He looked at Gunai's young but steady face. Nigel chuckled softly. It's necessary for an extraordinary to avoid danger in time. Originally, I planned to let you hide your identity and go to the Pioneer Group's empty source space to refine potions. At the same time, you can cultivate for a while to improve your strength. I didn't expect you to already have your own plans. Nigel muttered to himself. That $1 million bounty is indeed very dangerous for you now. You do need to avoid it. Are you going to hide according to your own plan, or are you going to enter the empty source space according to my arrangements? You have to know that the Pioneer Group's empty origin space is guarded by a top-tier level 9 extraordinary master. There are also many powerful observation treasures at the entrance that can see all the traces of people entering and leaving. Let alone a rank 7 extraordinary master of shadow, even a rank 9 extraordinary master of shadow would find it difficult to sneak in. Moreover, under my arrangements, no one will know that you've entered the empty source space. So, Yingluo, what's your choice? Gunai didn't hesitate for a moment. I'll disappear for a while. Gunai said with certainty. Gugni's answer made Nigel's expression change slightly. You should know that if you disappear, the 1,000,000 yuan reward will definitely attract some experts who are good at deduction, divination, and spying to investigate your whereabouts. It's basically hard for you to avoid these mysterious detection methods. Gunai really wanted to tell them, go ahead and divine. If you can find me, I'll admit defeat. However, it was obviously inappropriate to say this. Don't worry about this, Senior, I've already made preparations, so they won't be able to find me, Gunai said with confidence. Oh. Nigel's eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, Nigel, who did not ask any more questions, nodded slightly and reminded them. Then be careful. Nigel wanted Quan to follow him to the Pioneer Group's empty source space to make potions. After all, Gunai would be able to help even more people. But Nigel also knew the system of behemoths like the Pioneer Group and the supernatural organization. It was very easy to obliterate some geniuses and turn them into tools. Would Gunai choose to disappear and hide himself, or would he follow him to the empty origin space? No matter what Gunai chose, Nigel would respect his decision. Nigel said softly after a moment of silence. There are some things I wanted to tell you later. But since you've already chosen to disappear for a period of time, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to meet again in the near future. It's time for me to tell you these things. Senior, please speak. Nigel's tone was low and suppressed. Now, our world has opened the era of the steam industry with the roar of the steam engine. The train tracks have been laid to the extraordinary wastelands that were difficult to reach in the past, and the giant steel ships have even opened the great sea routes. We're constantly exploring and making discoveries about the mysterious side of this world. High-precision firearms and cannons have allowed us to gain an advantage against the feudal theocracy churches in the south, as well as the foreign warriors in the northern mountains and the western desolation highlands. I even heard some time ago that the steam industry department has developed a machine that can fly in the sky. There is no doubt that our empire in the north is growing stronger and stronger. As time passes, we will be able to rule the sky, the land, and the sea. However, the ordinary people and even the ordinary extraordinaries do not realize that our world seems to be undergoing some kind of wonderful change. Nigel's tone became heavy when he said this. The rulers that have been sealed and slumbering for who knows how many years seem to be calling out softly in their half-asleep dreams. The origin power in our world has started to increase, and it's getting faster and faster. The starlight of our transcendent world is getting brighter and stronger among the stars. No one knows why this is happening, but these things are happening. The call of the Dominator has already caused some of the gazes above the stars to fall upon our world. And the call that passed through the stars made those powerful and mysterious visitors from foreign lands descend continuously. Those high-level foreign creatures see our world as a farm of flesh and blood. They've already begun to graze their livestock, waiting for their harvest. Those evil gods are also looking for something in our world. At the same time, they are also waiting for a certain opportunity. Under the prospering appearance, a danger that could destroy our entire world is approaching. If we don't deal with those evil gods and those mysterious and powerful existences, the terrifying incident in the Sug ruins will happen in every corner of the continent. They will see us as sacrifices to nourish their ambitions. If we don't destroy them, they will destroy us. This is a war that concerns our life and death. Nigel's voice wasn't loud, but Gun could feel the heavy pressure. So it's Zhen Zhen. Gunai murmured. Is our world already being watched by the eyes above the stars? Furthermore, are there more and more powerful existences coming to our world? Then what is it that is attracting them? Is it the Dominator's call? Or something else? The world of the extraordinary is shrouded in layers of dark mist. The things that are shrouded in it are really hard to grasp. Gunai's thoughts gradually disappeared. Nigel continued after a moment of deep thought. This information can only be obtained by at least a transcendent master. I'm telling you this to let you know that the soul potion you've developed is of great significance to our entire world. So, in the next few months, while you're improving your own strength, you'll also have to step up your research on other potions. This will help us, the Pioneer Group, and even the extraordinary association fight against the evil gods and those strange, mysterious, and powerful existences that want to destroy this world. Only then will we have enough strength to face the strange changes in the future of this world. Don't worry, Senior. While I'm improving my strength, I won't stop researching all kinds of powerful engravings. Gunai said. Yes. Nigel gave Gunny a deep look and nodded. Gunai had never stopped his research on the engraving potion. In fact, Gunny wanted something even more than Nigel had said. Gunai would study the engraving drug that could strengthen the body. At the same time, Gunai would also study the high-level engraving medicine. As he pondered, Gunai raised his head and saw the dark ceiling. But Gunai's mind was already on the starry sky. Those terrifying evil gods that want to descend and those that have already descended, mysterious and powerful existences. One day, you'll regret being born in this transcendent world. Gunyemo rubbed his fingers as he spoke in his heart. Chapter 178 Absorbing the Touch of Blood. After a few days. Late at night. In a quiet and dark secret room. Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged on the meditation seat, flipped his hand. The dark metal box that sealed the touch of blood appeared in front of him. The sealed box was quietly placed in front of Gunai. There was no unusual sound or movement. After a few days of blood feeding and contact with the touch of demons, the touch of blood had gradually calmed down. In fact, Gunai could already feel a connection between him and the bloody touch. The bloody touch was trying to enter Gunai's body and become one with him. He placed his right palm on the sealed box. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. A large amount of blood flowed out and was quickly absorbed by the sealed box. Bang, 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 bang. As he absorbed the blood, a soft crashing sound came from the seal box. Gunai could feel it. The touch of blood wanted to come out and merge with him. Ying should be almost done, Gunai said in a low voice. After the feeding was finished, Gunai started to open the box. Ka. Ka. With Gunny's hook, the entire seal box was officially opened. What he saw was a strange ball the size of a lead ball, glowing with a blood-red metallic luster. Is this the touch of blood? Gunai murmured. It doesn't look very brutal, but it's actually quite bloodthirsty and fierce. These few days, you've devoured more than half of my blood. Fortunately, my blood pool can easily convert the blood of the Thanator into my own blood, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to feed you, Gunai said. As if it had sensed that it had been released, the bloody touch quickly grew into a tentacle as thick as a thumb and slithered toward Gunai. When it touched Gunai's hand, it gently rubbed it with its tentacle, like a little kitten. It didn't look as bloodthirsty as it had before. He's really crazy, like a demon before blood, and the Blood Empress is like a Buddha. Come over and enter my blood. From today on, I will be your master, Gunai murmured. As if sensing Gunai's will, the touch of blood quickly wrapped itself around Gunai's hand and slowly seeped into his blood. Hoo hoo hoo. Feeling the stable blood touch enter his blood, Gunai let out a sigh of relief. At present, it seems that it is indeed as Senior said. As long as there is enough blood to feed it, there will be no problems. It's best if you don't have any uncontrollable problems. Otherwise, I can only erase it. They were both mystical items. The coin of destiny was obviously of a higher class than the touch of blood. Back then, when the blood curse master Gu used the coin of destiny, it was impossible for him to not have any mystical items on him. But the result was that blood curse master did not leave anything behind. Obviously, everything that Master Gu Ni had brought with him had been destroyed. He used the coin of destiny to summon a demon to devour everything. The touch of fresh blood that was disobedient in Gunai's body had a high chance of disappearing on the spot. Of course, if the bloody touch had obediently followed Gunai, Gunai wouldn't have let it disappear. Feeling the touch of blood in his body, Gunai's mind moved. Swish! The bloody touch shot out from the back of Gunai's left hand, and a 5-meter-long tentacle as thick as a finger appeared. The speed was extremely fast. It's fused into my body, but it can instantly condense into tentacles and shoot out. The magical characteristic can indeed do it. 5 meters is its limit. This distance is not short, and the material is so good. Guns took out a magic copper dagger. With an explosive force, Gunai slashed down with his blade. Chiang! The sound of metal clashing bloomed in the small secret room, and there were even some sparks. A small dent appeared on the touch of blood, but it disappeared soon after. Gunai immediately smiled. This Swan Knee's defensive capabilities are also quite astonishing. The bloody touch turned around and rubbed Gunai's right hand that was holding the blade. He seemed to be saying, "Why did you cut me for no reason?" Gunai smiled and touched the blood before quickly returning to his body. The enemy has to withstand the attack of my spell at long range, and at close range, they have to withstand the attack of both my spell and the touch of blood. Once you're entangled by the touch of blood, death will only be a matter of seconds. The bloody touch has greatly made up for my lack of close combat counterattacks. Even if some powerful assassins with powerful shield-breaking skills get close to me, I don't have to worry too much now that I have the mystical item, the touch of blood. After storing the bloody touch, Gunai opened his system. First hack position, Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring Spell, Level 4. Second hack position, Saibana Origin Pool, Level 5. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 4. Fourth hack slot, Magic Blade Curse, Level 4. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 4. The sixth idle slot, 88%. The sixth hack slot will be opened soon. I'll use the Little Thunder Flame spell then. When the Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring spell reaches level 5, I'll change it to the Thunder Flame spell. A level 5 Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring spell has a strong enough pulling effect. With his vast experience, Gun knew that it would take a long time for a spell manual to reach level 6. Back then, he had to spend 2 to 3 months to upgrade the Bone Essence Medicine secret spell from level 5 to level 6. And this was only an elementary grade transcendent manual. It would probably take even longer for him to obtain an intermediate grade 1. The time it took for a spell to advance from level 5 to level 6 was enough for the other spells to advance from level 0 to level 4, or even level 5. When the more useful incantations of law were all at the 5th rank, only Gunai would choose the core of the incantations so that they could continue to advance from rank 5. At the same time, when Magic Blade Curse reaches level 5, Blood Shield and Blood Shield will also have to be upgraded in turns. These two spells aren't that powerful right now. However, as my Blood Curse Mancer awakens for the second and third time, these blood curses will gradually become more powerful. And now, Ying Luo. Gunai looked at the second hack slot, Saibana Origin Pool. Cyborn's Origin Pool was a mid-grade extraordinary spell, but it clearly wasn't as advanced as Gunny's. This time, Gunai bought a beginner-level Origin Pool manual with engravings called Engravings Bona Origin Pool. Not bad. It was a rune-level book from the Tense Bona Origin Pool series. Beginner, Bonner. Intermediate Senna. Advanced, Tense Bona. As for the middle, and high-level engravings, there was a word engravings in front of it. For the same series of manuals, if one cultivated the earlier ones and then cultivated the later high-level manuals, the speed of improvement would be extremely fast. It was also the reason why Gunai had chosen the Signet Bona Origin Pool. After the Catalyst accepted the book Secret Engravings Bona Origin Pool, Gunai replaced the Saibana Origin Pool with it. After a while, the experience points for the Secret Engravings Bona Origin Pool floated up. His experience points were as high as 48. After all, Saibo's level 5 Origin Pool, an intermediate manual, only gave 27 EXP. Moreover, this was only level 0. As he leveled up, he would gain even more experience. Now, my source pool's expansion speed has clearly increased by a large margin. I can open up close to 10 source pool units every day. This speed is roughly 10 times that of other second-rank magi. After the manual was put away, Gunai took out a secret silver disguise mask and put it on. As the mask moved, Gunai's face quickly changed. His face had become a little darker, and the corners of his cheeks were rounder. These slight changes made Gunai's appearance completely different. Even if someone familiar stood in front of Gunai, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Gunai then took out a teleport scroll. Chapter 179 The Tide of Time. This was a scroll that required the injection of source power to be able to teleport. Moreover, the more origin power was injected, the further the teleportation distance would be. It was very effective to hide and run far away. "It's time to leave," Gunai said softly as he looked around the small room. After a large amount of source power was injected into it, it was activated. Swish! A sound. It was accompanied by a slight fluctuation of space intent. Gunai disappeared from the secret room. Gunai had chosen evening. At this time, the sky was dark and it was not easy to be discovered. The direction Gunai had chosen was in the suburbs, so it was even harder to see. Swish! The soft sound disappeared from Gunai's ears, and he quickly looked around. Gunai had landed in a quiet forest beside a dirt road. As Gunai used his source power vision to look around, he only saw a few carriages at the end of the road. After making sure he wasn't discovered, he changed into a normal grey robe. He took off the top hat on his head and put on the long robe and cloak. Gunai was completely different from before. But the same thing was that under the coat was the mithril magic gold chainmail that had been fully activated by Gunai. Then, Gun walked toward the urban area of the Sug ruins. Gun wasn't in a hurry to leave the Sug ruins. After the previous reincarnation, Gunai's own realm was still at the mid-stage of the Second Order. And he had just gotten his hands on all of Gunai's spells and rare-grade equipment. More importantly, it was currently winter, and going out to sea was not a good choice. Therefore, Gun's choice was to leave Zimu Castle and find a remote inn in the Sug ruins. He would quietly level up, increase his power, and learn the mysteries of the world. In any case, no one would be able to recognize Gunai, who had already changed his appearance. When those with divination, deduction, and spying abilities tried to spy on Gun, they would most likely find out that he was still in Chenju Castle. When spring came and the snow melted, Gun would take the train to Harutf Harbor on the east coast. Harutf Port was one of the most famous port islands in the northern region. It was also the place where a large number of extraordinary humans gathered. Compared to the Sug ruins city at the border, Harutf Harbor was the real prosperous place. There aren't many battles in the city of the Sug ruins. When I have my own sea demon ship on the sea, I'll go around plundering those vicious pirates, and the battles will be endless. I won't be reincarnating for the time being. At the same time, I need to focus on comprehending the world's profound. After my last reincarnation, my talent improved a lot, and I can feel the fluctuations of the world's profound more clearly. As he grew stronger, Gunai began to understand. The profound meaning of runes was the power that could completely change the essence of an extraordinary. About 10 minutes after he left the castle. In the residential area, which was only one street away from Deep Duke Castle. The curtains were always closed during the day and night, and the room was always dark. Squeak, a sound. The bedroom door at the side opened. A man wearing a blood-red shadow cloak walked in the dark with ease. Gunai hasn't come out for 4 days. 4 days ago, Nigel and the other 2 masters came, but the rank 7 master who was secretly protecting Gunai was nowhere to be found. I suspect that Gunai has already escaped. The man's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to reach every corner of the room in the dark. After the man's voice fell, a spellcaster wearing a blood-red mage's cloak and a death scythe with a chest pattern, who was completely shrouded in darkness in a corner of the living room sofa, finally moved with a hoarse voice. It was accompanied by a rustling sound. The spellcaster diviner threw a handful of copper ingots on the table. These 12 copper ingots were not ordinary copper coins. Instead, each of them was an extraordinary item that bloomed a dark gold color in this dark environment. As the transcendent copper coin fell, it quickly gathered into an arrow. The arrow was pointed at the purple Mulan castle. Gunai didn't leave, a hoarse voice sounded. A 7th rank extraordinary master is not someone we can fight against. We'll just be sacrificing our lives for nothing if we rush over. All we need to do is wait. Gunai will come out eventually. This is the guidance the divination ritual gave us. After the hoarse voice fell into silence, the man in the blood-red shadow cloak came to the window. His eyes were fixed on the purple Mulan castle, which was shrouded in the night. What? The man in the blood-colored shadow cloak caught a glimpse of a faint light. Then, he looked at the sky. A shooting star with a dazzling starlight streaked across the sky. What? Under the cover of the night, Gunai felt something and looked up at the sky. In the dark night sky, a beautiful meteor with a dazzling tail flame quickly streaked across the sky and fell into the depths of the ocean in the east. Gunai just stood there in the night. He stared at the meteor that was as bright as a starry gem. Oh, I feel that this shooting star is very strange. It seems to have a powerful force in it. It fell to the east. Is it the depths of the ocean? If that's the case, I'm afraid that this year's trip to the deep sea will be particularly exciting. Gunai said as he rubbed his fingers. I'm really looking forward to this. Gun quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. The shooting star with the luster of stars quickly streaked across the sky and fell into the depths of the ocean. Under the night sky, a huge sea demon ship was gently floating on the surface of the sea. Half of the sea demon ship was in the sea, while the other half was floating on the surface. The transcendent sailors on the ship were all drunk. Some of them were sleeping on the hammocks, while others were sleeping in the corner, hugging a sack filled with gold. Some of them even fell asleep on the deck. The sea breeze, which wasn't very hot, was already a common occurrence for these extraordinary sailors who had been drifting on the sea all year round. Today, they had obtained a huge victory and destroyed 3 half-sea demon ships. Not only did he obtain a large amount of sea demon tree deck, he also plundered a large amount of gold, wine, and food. Tonight's revelry allowed all the extraordinary sailors to eat and drink to their fill. In fact, the several female extraordinary sailors who were captured by the pirates were the perfect targets for them to vent their demonic desires. At the bow of the sea demon ship, it was a blue-haired young man who wore a pirate captain's hat and looked to be in his early 20s. His gaze followed the starlight meteor until it disappeared into the depths of the eastern sea. There's even a holy light within the dazzling starlight. Is that an angel from above the stars? Casper Sea Dragon, who had experienced the sea breeze all year round and had a rough and angular face, murmured softly. The great inner maelstrom south of the Black Devil Sea has already rolled in for thousands of kilometers. Some of the seals at the bottom of the ocean are also getting restless. I can even faintly hear some whispers calling out to me. Casper Sea Dragon rubbed the space between his eyebrows. I used my talent to cheat that demon of his heart. That guy still can't forget me. I'm afraid what my dear father, who died by my blade, said was not wrong at all. The turbulent era of this world has arrived. I'm afraid the ocean this summer is going to be exciting. Casper Sea Dragon looked at the ocean in the distance. It was a dark and deep fog that was difficult to see through, but the waves were surging within. 180 Are you not afraid of death? Whew. The steam train's whistle sounded. It was accompanied by clanging sounds. The train gradually came to a stop. A train from the south stopped at the Sug Ruins station. A large number of men and women, who were either carrying luggage, suitcases, or carrying large backpacks, poured into the Sug Ruins from the exit of the train station. Although the evil god incident happened in the Sug Ruins last winter, many people died. And NBSP, but in the end, the evil god's plan failed and large numbers of foreign races and infidels were killed. The great victory announced by the Supernatural Daily News made everyone even more excited. The evil god incident didn't reduce the number of people who were interested in the Sug ruins. Instead, it increased. It was early spring, and the snow had yet to melt. The ordinary people and some extraordinary people who yearned for the city of the Sug ruins, the city of gold, had already set foot on this land with a nervous mood. When people came, there were naturally people who left. Whew. A train headed for Bayland City in the south had already whistled. Clang! 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 The sound of wheels hitting the track was heard. The train, which was half carrying goods and half carrying people, was slowly leaving the Sug ruins. The train continued to accelerate. The forest grew thicker and thicker, covering more and more traces of the Sug ruins. After passing through a hill, the entire Sug ruins was in Gun's sight. In a seat by the window, he looked at the disappearing Sug ruins. Gunai's mood was also a bit nervous and reluctant to leave, as well as the longing and anticipation of facing a new world. There was no direct train from the Sug ruins to the Harutf harbor. Gugni needed to reach Bayland City first and then transfer to Harutf harbor. The entire process would take about 4 to 5 days if it went smoothly. 10 minutes later, the scenery of the hills outside the window made Gun look away. He touched his suitcase and looked around the private room. He leaned back in the soft chair and closed his eyes. It was early spring, and the number of people leaving the city of the Sug ruins was far less than the number of people going to the city. As a result, Gunai was the only passenger in the private room. Gunai closed his eyes and opened his system. First hack position, Little Thunder Flame Curse, Level 4. Second hack position, Glyph Bona Origin Pool, Level 3. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 6. Fourth hack slot, Thunderfire Curse, Level 3. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 6. Sixth hack position, Nether Blood Ritual Incantation, Level 2. The seventh idle slot was 16%. Gunai's sixth position had been activated, and the seventh was in the process of activation. After more than 2 months of hack training, Gunai didn't care about his own extraordinary realm, but the Soul Seal Codex allowed him to make a breakthrough. Now, Gunai was a third-order Transcendent Blood Curse Mancer, an intermediate-order Transcendent. After becoming a Rank 3 Extraordinary, Gunai's abilities as a mage had all been upgraded, and his basic strength had increased by a large margin. At the same time, Gun's curses were improving rapidly with the extra 50% experience gained after becoming an elite. He had already moved away the soul-stabilizing Divine Ring spell, the Demonic Blade Curse, the Puppet Secret Thread, the Blood Escape Technique, and the Blood Shield. With enough space, Gunai leveled them all up to level 5. The newly placed Thunder Flame curses, big and small, had also made great progress in this period of time. The Hell Blood Ritual Incantation that was placed on the hack machine was sent by Gun to track down Misha because the hack wasn't long enough and its level wasn't high. The rank upgrade and the increase in the level of all kinds of powerful spells allowed Gunai's strength to grow. Before, Gunai had had a high chance of winning against a rank 3 extraordinary. Even a 4th rank extraordinaire could be easily killed with a sneak attack. However, if he were to encounter rank 4 extraordinaries who were experienced and had high star ranks, the chances of him winning were not very high. With this upgrade and more than 2 months of stable hacking, the level of many law incantations had increased. Gunai was already at rank 4, and he had the strength to stand firm. Even against those 6-star and 7-star type 4 powerhouses, Gunai was still able to let them experience the despair of a powerful spell bombardment. In addition to his hard power, he had also maxed out his soft power and equipment during these 2 months. The Dark Sorcerer staff had been perfectly formed. Purple scaled chain mail, perfectly nurtured. The mithril boots on his feet were perfectly nurtured. The dragon necklace, which Gunai had just bought, replaced the magic shield necklace. It was also a powerful magic gold grade rare grade equipment, photon shield arm guard, and it was perfectly nurtured. The Tier 4 Pinnacle Elite Weapon Spirit Helmet that Vaya gave him was also perfectly nurtured. Not to mention Gunai's extraordinary physical body, the entire Thanator corpse had been completely digested by Gunai, and now he was digesting the squirming flesh and blood. His powerful body made Gunai feel like he could kill a transcendent bull with a single punch. Before leaving the city of the Sug ruins, Gunai even wanted to find George. The two of them entered the hunting level to kill the other Thanator and digest it. But after thinking about it, Gunai dispelled the idea. The hunt of the first Thanator had already attracted the attention of the mysterious organization that herded the Thanator to attack the human-faced flower church. The second time he went, the other party might have an ambush. In order to hide his identity, Gunai gave up on hunting. At the same time, during the 2 months of idle time, Gunai's origin pool had been expanded by the treasures he had bought in the engraving Bona origin pool. From the original capacity of less than 1,000 units, it had soared to more than 7,500 units. The effect of throwing tens of thousands of gold pounds into the origin pool was rather astonishing. The current Gunai was fully equipped, had a lot of origin power, and was quite powerful. View. Gunai was meditating with his eyes closed, trying to figure out a way to create runes. A strange melodious sound, which sounded like a light chirping or a dreamlike mumble, suddenly rang out in the entire carriage. The voice contained an extremely powerful hypnotic effect. Gunai immediately became alert. Not to mention ordinary people, even Stage 1 and Stage 2 extraordinaries with weak souls could be affected by this sound. But in front of Gunai, this sound had no effect on him. He got up and walked to the side of the corridor. He looked down the corridor. The corridor, which was originally a little noisy, had completely quieted down with the powerful hypnotic effect. Only the sound of clang 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 echoed in the car. While Gun was observing the carriage corridor, a figure quietly floated past the glass window behind him. Returning to his seat, Gunai quietly opened his source power vision. When he opened it, Gunai was shocked. The strange shadow had fallen on him without him knowing. He then looked out the window. Outside the glass window of the high-speed train, a strange creature with 4 eyes, a mouth that seemed to be sewn together, and a body that was covered in black fog ribbons was looking at him through the window. Looking at this strange monster that came out of nowhere, Gunai really wanted to ask. "You're so close to me, aren't you afraid of death?" 181 The Demon Hunter. Gunai looked at the 4-eyed monster. The 4-eyed monster was attached to the train's glass, looking at Gun with its 4 eyes. This guy was really a headstrong and fearless master. Its aura is only rank 1. And I, Momo, should just be an ordinary person in its eyes. It's not afraid of me, that's normal. I can't see it with my normal vision. It should be a soul-type extraordinary species. I can sense the abnormality with my soul perception, but it's difficult to accurately grasp its location. When my soul leaves my body and forms a soul perception domain, I'll be able to clearly sense the form and location of these invisible soul creatures. And with my source energy vision, I can clearly see this guy." As he looked at the 4-eyed monster, he quickly thought. After staring at each other for half a minute, the monster seemed to be getting annoyed. Hiss! He let out a sharp screech as a sharp soul-tearing force attacked Gunai's mind. Gunai blocked it as if nothing had happened. Its sharp claws pierced through the glass and came for Gunai's face. Gunai's reaction was almost in sync with his opponent's. The level 5 puppet's secret thread was instantly released. After reaching rank 3, Gunai's soul thought speed had increased a little. It had increased from 25 spells per second to 27 spells per second. The 5 curses in a flash was as simple as eating and drinking to Gunai. Of the 5 puppet strings, 2 of them were wrapped around his left and right claws, 1 was wrapped around his head, and the other 2 were deep inside his body. A single rank 5 puppet thread would be enough to tie down a rank 1 soul monster like this. In order to prevent the monster from using some special ability to break free, Gunai used 5 sticks to make sure the soul-like monster was completely caught. The puppet's threads bound him. The soul monster was trapped in the air on the spot. Its claws were only half a meter away from Gunai's face, but it couldn't make any further progress. Hiss 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 hiss. The soul monster let out a sharp cry, but the soul attack didn't have any effect on Gunai. On the one hand, it was because Gunai's soul was already a Tier 3 Elite plus 2 powerful soul. During these 2 months, Gunai had been steadily drinking the soul's dawn. After 2 minor transformations, his soul's extraordinary characteristic had reached the level of Elite plus 2. His resistance to all sorts of soul attacks would naturally be greatly enhanced. The other reason was that Gunai's king-level plant, the Hell Tree, had given birth to the true Netherworld origin fruit. After several months of idle time, the time flow that was 1000 times faster, as well as the additional 50%, allowed the Dark Prison Tree to bear its first true Netherworld origin fruit half a month ago. Gunai naturally ate the fruit that could strengthen soul defense. In the next half an hour, Gunai could clearly feel his soul's defense increase. The Elite Soul and the true Netherworld origin fruit had greatly increased the defensive power of Gunai's soul. Before, his soul's resistance and defense had been Gun's weakness. Now, Gunai's soul was able to block many powerful soul attacks. The continuous screeches couldn't do any damage to Gunai, and the spirit monster realized that its body was being bound tighter and tighter by the strange silk. Fear finally grew in its heart. Hiss 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 hiss. The spirit monster let out a wail and finally thought of escaping. However, no matter how the spirit struggled and tried to escape, its body was like a kite tied up by the puppet threads. It could not escape no matter how hard it tried. Just in time. I've been preparing to condense the ensemble rune to construct my CO soul, so I can grab this thing and study it. Gunai then pulled the puppet strings. The spirit monster outside the window was pulled into the car by Gunai. The spirit monster's ferocious head entered the carriage, and before Gunai could take out a sealing device. Bang! A soft gunshot was heard. A silver bullet pierced through the head of the soul monster that Gun had pulled in. Then, Gunai looked at him in shock. The soul monster quickly cracked and dissipated from the bullet hole in its forehead, turning into black mist and quickly dissipating. Gunideo turned his head and looked at the entrance of the small room. A female demon hunter in her early 20s stood there. She had short red hair, a hunting hat, and wore a magic copper mithril leather armor with many battle marks. She held a demon hunting revolver in her hand. There was another revolver on the outer part of his right thigh, which should be of magic copper or mithril quality. At the same time, there should be a short knife or other weapons at his waist. The female demon hunter's wheat-like skin showed her healthy body and soul, and her appearance was an additional bonus. Her above-average looks, coupled with her leather armor and her towering peaks, made her look even more mature. A question popped up in his mind after he glanced at the female demon hunter. "How can you steal my monster?" Before Gunai could ask. The female demon hunter's fingers moved very nimbly, and the revolver spun around her fingers like a wheel of wind and fire. Then, she inserted it into her left gun pocket. Then, he sat down across from Gunai. "You're welcome. I'm Diana Luke, a professional demon hunter. Are you also an extraordinary? Can you also see them?" The female demon hunter, Diana Luke, stared at Gunai with her bright eyes. At this moment, Gunai seemed to have understood something. Judging from the energy bullet, this woman should be at the 3rd rank. She can't see or sense my puppet strings. When I pulled this monster in, it looked like the monster was coming in from the outside. And this demon huntress happened to see it. And then, my poor little white mouse suffered such a misfortune. Gunai thought to himself before slowly speaking. "Thank you for saving me. If I had been entangled by that monster, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to escape." Oh, the female demon hunter named Diana was interested. "So you really can see them?" "Yes, I am." Gunai nodded. Fei Ran's talent is needed to be able to see them. Diana smiled. Then are you interested in becoming a demon hunter? Gunai, hee. Gunai was a bit speechless. This woman was too familiar. My extraordinary sequence doesn't have much to do with demon hunters. I can't obtain energy by hunting and killing enemies to improve my strength. It's even more impossible to increase the level of transcendent martial arts and incantations through battle. To me, I'd try to avoid fighting if I could. That would only cause unnecessary consumption. Gunai tactfully refused. Dad, Sister Anna is recruiting people again. At this moment, a voice came from the corridor. It was a rather young voice. 182 The story of the old demon hunter. She's pulling people in again. It seems like this isn't the first time this demon hunter is doing this. Gunai's eyes twitched. What do you mean by pulling people in again? Diana said to the corridor angrily. I'm trying to strengthen our demon hunting team, do you understand? Lilu's team already has 7 demon hunters, and we only have 3. How can we surpass them if this continues? It wasn't easy to find a talented extraordinary today, but you messed it up again. As Diana spoke, 2 extraordinary humans, one old and one young, dressed as demon hunters, appeared at the door of the small private room. The younger demon hunter was only 13 or 14 years old and had a level 1 source power aura. Moreover, the source power in his body couldn't be restrained very well. It was obvious that he had only advanced 1 level not long ago. As for the old demon hunter, he had a tall figure, his face was red and rough, his beard was slightly white, and his eyes were shockingly bright. There wasn't the slightest aura of source power on his body, and he looked like an ordinary person. However, it gave off a very dangerous feeling. An old demon hunter who has gone through hundreds of battles and hunted countless people. Gunai made his evaluation. The old demon hunter looked apologetic as he swept his gaze over Gunai. He took off his demon hunter hat and saluted Gunai. I'm very sorry, sir. Diana has a quick temper. If she has offended you in any way, please forgive her. Some people were straightforward by nature and put everything on their faces. Although these people were not well liked by others, at least they would not stab others in the back at the critical moment. Oh, it's nothing. Gunai waved his hand as a faint smile appeared on his face. It's fortunate that this beautiful lady killed that spirit monster just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to spend some effort. If Senior doesn't mind, you can come in and sit. I don't think I've seen that kind of soul monster in the extraordinary creature map. Senior, can you tell me more about the monster from before? To these experienced old demon hunters, it was always possible to gain a lot by communicating with them. Besides, Gunai also had some questions for this old senior. After some thought, a smile appeared on the old demon hunter's face, and his vigilance was lowered. From his tone, actions, and habits, he could roughly judge that the extraordinary in front of him should be an extraordinary who had received a good education in the extraordinary sequence, and might even be a noble. Looking at his young appearance, he shouldn't have any bad intentions. I've already eliminated all the devil servants. Sorry for the trouble. The old demon hunter laughed. The room was spacious enough for the 3 of them to sit together. Joe Eric, you can call me Old Jiao Mu, the old demon hunter introduced himself after he sat down. This is Diana Luke. My name is Hodge Brut, and my goal is to become a great demon hunter. Hunt the powerful evil demons and devils, and also the evil gods. The young demon hunter, Hodge Brut, introduced himself with confidence. That's a very ambitious goal. I think you'll be able to achieve it. Gunai praised. I, Jack Sparrow, am an ordinary extraordinary. Gunai introduced himself. Since he was hiding his identity, Gunai naturally couldn't use his real name. Senior, did you just say that you are a demon's servant? Are you talking about those spirit monsters? Yes, I am. Old Jiao Mu nodded slightly. Some ancient altars deep in the northwest highland mountain range have been broken. Some creatures that have been in the dark all year round have escaped. The altar, the underground dark creatures. Gunai was able to grasp the key information. Dark creatures, it's been many years since dark creatures have appeared in the Oya continent, Gunai said. That's true. Even in our circle of demon hunters a few years ago, many demon hunters said that the dark creatures have disappeared from our Oya continent. However, in the past few years, especially since last year, many dark and necromancer creatures have appeared in altars, ancient sealed lands, and places shrouded in dark power. For example, primitive vampires, dark werewolves, ghouls, skeleton creatures, evil witches, and the servants of the devil you just met. I see. Gunai thought about this useful information, and he gradually understood. It's just spring this year, and we'll be entering the mountains after the snow melts. When will you leave the Sug ruins and head south? Gunai asked the question in his mind after some thought. Naturally, it's because of Yingluo. Old Jiao Mu smiled. We've almost finished hunting the dark creatures in the north. You've been hunted? Gunai was startled. Didn't they say that the creatures that came from the dark underground were very powerful? They've been hunted down so quickly? Logically speaking, with the arrival of the mysterious wave, darkness would envelop the land, and horror and death would flood the continent like a tide? I haven't even felt the power of darkness, and it's gone? He seemed to have noticed Gunai's confusion. Old Jiao Mu slowly explained. Times have changed. When I was young, Yingluo. The mumbling old Jiao Mu seemed to be reminiscing about the past. At that time, there were very few extraordinaries, and all kinds of extraordinary resources were equally scarce. And our Northern Empire's territory has never expanded to such a large extent. I remember the first time I came to the Northern Territory with my demon hunter teacher to hunt. It was a vast and dangerous wasteland. There were no iron tracks or these roaring trains. Teacher and I rode on the same horse, but the horse was eaten by the wolves on the way. My teacher and I could only walk for the next 11 days. Every night, you have to remove the blisters on your feet, otherwise, you won't be able to walk the next day. I clearly remember that the only valuable thing on me was that demon hunting dagger. Every 3 days, I have to inject source power into that old demon hunting dagger that is mixed with a small amount of black iron to maintain its lethality against extraordinary creatures. Otherwise, it will feel very dull when used to cut vegetables. In the end, my teacher and I arrived at the demon hunter town in the valley. It's the gathering place for demon hunters and adventurers. At that time, the income from hunting was very, very low. Many demon hunters could not sustain themselves. They were both a traveling merchant and a wild hunter at the same time. Rare grade equipment was even rarer at that time. A complete magic bronze dagger and dagger, or a long sword, is the symbol of a strong person. As for the demon hunting pistol, only the top demon hunters can hold it. I once participated in an auction in that town with my teacher. A demon hunting pistol was eventually won by a wealthy noble for more than 100 gold pounds. Back then, 100 gold pounds was not the same as the 100 gold pounds I have now. At that time, the richest I had was only 5 silver dragons, 22 bronze ingots, and 8 horn tokens. And now, the horn token is a unit of money, but it has disappeared. As for potions, no demon hunter can be so extravagant as to use potions. My teacher, the excellent demon hunter, had his abdomen torn open by a powerful 4th rank elite witch with a sharp poisonous blade. Blood is flowing all over the ground. Even his internal organs have fallen out. When she said this, old Jiao Mu's tone was filled with regret and reminiscence. In the end, my teacher still killed the evil witch. If we had even a bottle of ordinary beginner's recovery medicine in our hands at that time, my teacher would not have died. But now, the era of Pai Shiu is completely different. The old demon hunter's reminiscing expression gradually disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. 183 The powerful demon. Even though I'm afraid most of the time. Old Jiao Mu patted the seat. Even I think that the big guy we're sitting on is very noisy. It's interfering with the hearing of us demon hunters. The smell of burning monosource coal has also greatly reduced my sense of smell. But without a doubt, times are advancing. When I was young, we demon hunters didn't have any armor. Even our weapons weren't necessarily sharp. And now, even if you're a newly promoted first-rank demon hunter, they can also have a set of black iron leather armor and a sharp dagger, as well as a full-body shield necklace. In that era, demon hunting handguns were a luxury. Demon hunting bullets are even more expensive to purchase. No one would waste demon hunting bullets to practice their shooting skills. And now, a powerful demon hunter pistol is a must for a demon hunter. As for the production manual of demon hunting bullets, it's even more widely circulated. Even Hodge, that kid, can skillfully use extraordinary tools to make demon hunting bullets. And the large amount of demon hunting bullet shooting practice has allowed him to master extremely accurate marksmanship. With the demon hunting pistol and the abundant supply of demon hunting bullets, we can easily defeat a group of dark creatures from a long distance. Most of the time, they are killed before they can even touch us. In the previous era, this would have been impossible. The full body armor and sharp melee weapons will allow us to fight the dark creatures head-on without being at a disadvantage. Even if we're injured, the medicine in the bag can help us recover easily. In fact, as long as we don't die on the spot, we can survive. As for the dark creatures, they haven't changed much in the past 60 to 70 years. If we just set up a special trap, they will swarm over like a swarm of bees and then be gradually annihilated by us. In addition, there are more demon hunters and extraordinary professionals now. Many extraordinary people who are not in the demon hunter sequence have also joined the hunting industry. After all, it's still very profitable to hunt those powerful creatures. So, Ying Luo. Old Jiao Mu smiled. The dark creatures that appeared in the western wilderness mountain are not enough for so many hunters to share. Last summer, there were rumors that a large number of dark creatures had appeared in the western desolation mountains. Then, a large number of extraordinary people went north to hunt and went deep into the mountains. When the winter season ended, we could no longer find those dark creatures. Gunai nodded slightly at Xiao Mu's words. The development over the past few decades had indeed greatly improved the power of the Northern Empire's extraordinary sequence. Not only were there a large number of extraordinary humans, but there were also enough extraordinary equipment and resources to improve the strength of the extraordinary humans. As long as you had money, you could make yourself stronger. With the expansion of the territory and the opening of sea routes, they were able to continuously obtain more and more resources, which was also the reason why the Northern Empire's territory was able to grow day by day. How about you? Young man, how did you leave the Sug ruins? Old Xiao Mu looked over with narrowed eyes. When old Xiao Mu had explained the situation, Gunai had already drawn up a very reasonable identity for himself. After a moment of silence, Gunai began to explain. My father didn't make it through the terrifying night of the winter's death. For my father, his life goal is to restore the glory of the family, and I will fight for it for the rest of my life. After my father died, I sold all my property. I'll transfer to the train to Harutf Harbor after I reach Bayland City. You know that the sea has endless wealth. That's why I'm going to buy a ship and recruit some sailors to explore the world in the depths of the endless ocean. I also know that I might be struck by a violent wave, or encounter some ferocious pirates, or be attacked by some sea demons or other extraordinary creatures. I will become penniless, and even my life will be threatened. But as long as I don't die, I'll always be able to gain something. Life is like this. If you don't work hard, you can probably live your life in peace, but you will never enjoy the fruits of success and wealth. Only by working hard, fighting hard, and taking risks will you fail, end up in a miserable state, or even die. However, there will always be a glimmer of light in front of you to reap the fruits of victory. The old Xiao Mu nodded at Gunai's words. The opening of the ocean's sea routes had indeed made many people rich overnight. For this reason, there were many people who sailed far away in the deep sea. Some of the more courageous and powerful young people he knew also ran to the sea. Some of them had some achievements and even made a fortune. Most of them were silent. They might have died in the belly of fish, died on an isolated island, or been captured by some man-eating tribes as the sacrifice and food of some ancestral spirits or some extraordinary behemoths. Going to the ocean is a good choice, but do you know anything about the recent events that have happened there? Old Jiao Mu said. I know a little, but not much. Senior, you're talking about the sea undead, right? Since he was going to the ocean, Gunai naturally paid a lot of attention to the news. It was said that more than a month ago, there was an extremely strong earthquake near the earthquake belt above the ocean. A large number of volcanic islands erupted. And this led to the crack of the dead appearing above the ocean. A large number of undead from the dimensional space had entered the sea, making it extremely dangerous. It was said that some islands were even densely packed with undead creatures. And those soul-type undead creatures were even more unscrupulous as they floated on the sea, forming an undead tide that constantly attacked the merchant ships that were deep in the sea. For this reason, the Association of Marine Extraordinaries had sent a large number of steel ships and extraordinaries to kill these undead creatures. It could be said that the battle on the ocean was currently in full swing. It's not just the sea undead. Old Jiao Mu's voice rang out again. There are also some powerful demons. Old Jiao Mu's voice was very low. A powerful devil. Gunai's eyes narrowed. He hadn't heard about this before. The devil. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful transcendent creature with a top-notch spirit body. The other transcendent life forms had many ordinary life forms and very few elite life forms. There was no need to even mention the leader-level life forms, which were extremely rare. Those who could become lords could easily rule over a large area and become the overlord of a region. But it was different for top-notch species like the demons. The devil. There was no ordinary class. Even the weakest abominations were elite grade. As for the elite devils, sorry to say, you don't have the right to live. Your only purpose in being born is to become food for commander-level devils. And only commander-level devils could truly come out from the devil lair. As a result, every devil that appeared was at least a commander-level existence. And when a large number of leaders were born, it was very easy for a devil overlord to appear. In the spiritual world, the status of devils was equivalent to the demons of flesh and blood creatures. Gunai's eyes lit up when he heard that there were a large number of devils above the sea. This is really good news. It was the crown species of spirit creatures. Devils had extremely strong soul power. And their strongest ability was to devour souls and transform them to strengthen themselves. Even if their souls were heavily injured or even shattered, they would not die as long as they were not completely annihilated. They were able to gather the broken souls together and slowly recover with their powerful characteristics. At the same time, they could also quickly recover from their soul injuries by devouring other souls. As the top species of spiritual creatures, the power of the devil was not just a little. On the other hand, if a human soul was injured, there would be serious consequences. A slightly more severe injury to the soul would cause one to die completely. The difference between a human soul and a devil's soul was huge. Gunai was preparing to form his CO soul. Abominations were spiritual creatures, and they were the perfect material for CO souls. With the CO soul acting as his soul shield and Gunai's own soul that wasn't weak, Gunai's soul survival ability was extremely strong. We can forget about devil lords, but we definitely can't let 3rd rank or 4th rank devil leaders go. Gunai thought. Old Jiao Mu continued to narrate. The appearance of these things has caused chaos above the ocean. This has given the pirates an opportunity. Nowadays, many merchant ships that go deep into the sea are not destroyed by the sea spirits and those soul-devouring devil creatures, but by the powerful pirates. If we encounter sea undead, we can still avoid them in time. And if we encounter pirates who own a sea demon ship, ordinary sailboats won't be able to outrun them. And if they catch up to you, you'll usually end up in a miserable state. Thank you for your warning, Senior. I will pay attention to these aspects. Gunai replied. There was indeed a huge difference in the speed of a normal sailboat and a sea demon ship. And what Gunai wanted was exactly the sea demon ship. If they really encountered some pirates who weren't considered powerful, it was still uncertain who would be exterminated. After some thought, Gunai looked at old Xiao Mu. Senior, as an experienced demon hunter, do you know anything about arcane shooting? Arcane shot. Old Xiao Mu's expression shifted. 184 Arcane shooting. Arcane shot was a rather ancient compound spell. It was divided into 3 parts. The first was to build a shooting body. The second was to construct energy bullets. Third, aim and shoot. To put it simply, arcane shooting was a magic gun. However, as time changed and supernatural firearms became popular, compound spells like arcane shot were gradually outdated. Other people's transcendent pistols had energy bullets prepared in advance and could shoot with a raise of the hand. It could shoot quickly whether it was long range or short range. As for the compound arcane shot spell, first, he had to build the shooting body, then the energy bullet, and finally the aiming and shooting. By the time you condensed your shooting body, others would probably have already finished their first round of bullets and were loading a second round. If you don't get eliminated, who will? Originally, Gunai didn't have any plans to restore the ancient spell. However, after seeing these demon hunting handguns today and combining them with some of his own special aspects, he felt that he had to be careful. Some ideas about long-range attacks naturally appeared in Gunai's mind, and they were worth trying. If he succeeded, he would have super long-range attacks. Whether it was on the ocean or in the future when killing enemies from a long distance, it would play a huge role. Arcane shooting did not have much of an advantage over extraordinary firearms. However, it would be completely different if the form and method of attack were changed. First, the shooting range. The shooting range of a transcendent gun was usually around 400 to 500 meters. Arcane shot, on the other hand, could be adjusted according to the rhythm of the incantation, allowing the shooting range to be further. For example, an effective shooting range of 1,000 or 2,000 meters. When the shooting distance was far enough, there would be a problem, and that was accuracy. No matter how far the range was, if it couldn't hit the enemy, the effect would be zero. However, Gunai had been studying the World Power Upanishad for a while, so he had a certain degree of control over the world's framework. Gunai's control over the spell's precise landing point was extremely terrifying. Accuracy wasn't a problem for Gunai. As for the problem of seeing the enemy from a distance, Eagle's Eye could solve it perfectly. In that case, there was only one last problem left. The problem was the power of the bullet. Hitting the enemy from a long distance, the damage would be light, and it would not be able to kill the enemy in one shot. It seemed to be useless. In truth, the demon hunting bullets themselves weren't that powerful. It was mainly because of the demon hunting talent that demon hunters had. When they made demon hunting bullets, they could give the bullets a special ability, which allowed the bullets to cause a lot of damage to dark creatures. If the demon hunters were to use supernatural handguns to shoot supernatural beings such as mages, they would be able to kill the mages. Even if they used up a round of bullets, they might not be able to break through the shield of a spell magus of the same level. And the bullets of arcane shot were not that powerful. And Gunai's method of dealing with the bullet's power was the inborn ability of the Thanator. During this period of time, as the Thanator had finished digesting, gradually, Gunai felt the fluctuation of dark power Upanishad. That's right. Apart from the World Power Upanishad, the second power Upanishad he sensed was the Dark Power Upanishad. And so, Gunai began to study the Dark Power Upanishad. But then, something happened that shocked Gunai. It was the strange dark energy inside Gunai's body. After a few tests, Gunai confirmed that this strange dark energy was the destructive power of the annihilating beast's black arrow of destruction. The terror of the black destruction arrow was still vivid in Gunai's mind. Ordinary source power was definitely not enough to be used as arcane bullets. However, the arrow of oblivion was a bullet for arcane shooting, so there was no problem at all. Of course, whether this was feasible or not, he would only know when he got his hands on a compound spell like arcane shot. That was why Gun had asked old Jiao about arcane shooting. Arcane shot. The old Jiao Mu softly said after a moment of thought. I do know a little about arcane shooting, but not much. When we reach Harutf Harbor, I can help you ask around. Maybe we'll find some relevant information. What? Gunai's heart skipped a beat, and his face was filled with shock. Senior, are you also heading to Harutf Harbor? There are so many undead creatures at sea. Shouldn't we go? Old Jiao Mu said with a smile. Gunai suddenly laughed. That's true. The ocean is really a good place for you now. There are too many undead creatures waiting for you to hunt. As a demon hunter, killing a large number of these dark creatures will give you a very good improvement. I think, other than you, there should be quite a number of demon hunters who have already rushed over. Of course, old Jiao Mu smiled. When we reach Harutf Harbor, I'll have to trouble you with the arcane shooting. Gunai said. It's just a small matter, old Jiao Mu smiled and waved her hand. After a round of conversation, the relationship between the two sides had become closer. Looking at the hills outside, Gun turned to Diana and Hodge. I'm fine on the way, how about we play on a full moon's night? I have a full set of limited edition cards here. I want to play, I want to play, I want to be a little carpenter. Hodge's playful nature made him raise his hand first. I want to be a magician. Diana's interest was piqued. It seems like I'm destined to be the big boss. Gunai said with a smile. An hour later, Gunai's expression became somewhat depressed. He had drawn the Wolf King, the mysterious man, and the grandmother wolf, the most powerful of the three bosses. In the second round of the boss battle, Gun was killed by the other side's concentrated fire. All of his powerful boss cards had died in his hands, and he had not had the time to use them. I'm a little bad at this, no, I have to win it back, Gunai thought. On the way, Gunai began his boss fighting journey. The next day, in the afternoon, the four of them arrived at Balan City. As there was no train that night, and everyone was a little tired after riding the train for 2 days and 1 night, they decided to rest in Balan City for the night. And Gun wasn't stingy with his wealth from selling his property. He then treated old Jiao Mu and the others to an unusually sumptuous dinner. Early the next morning, the four of them boarded the direct train to the Harutf Harbor. After 3 days and 2 nights of travel, Gugni finally arrived at the first destination of his trip, Harutf Harbor. 185 The beginning of the ocean. Early in the morning, Gunai felt refreshed after he woke up. The fatigue from riding the train for several days in a row was swept away. After arriving at Harutf Harbor yesterday, old Jiao Mu led Gunai to a hotel called the Village of Long Travels. That night, he slept quite well. He opened the curtains of the hotel room. With the advantage of the high-rise buildings, a smile appeared on Gunai's face. To the right of his vision was a vast ocean. It was an extremely wide area of the port, and on both sides of the bridges were all kinds of merchant ships of different sizes. There were even a large number of merchant ships on both sides of the river in front of the hotel. From the scale and number of merchant ships, one could feel the prosperity of Harutf Harbor. The Harutf Harbor was filled with rows upon rows of buildings that were more than 10 stories high. The number of 10-story buildings in the city of the Sug ruins could be counted with one's fingers. These white buildings made the entire Harutf Harbor look like a white beach. Gun could even see the suburbs from the Sug ruins. In the Harutf Harbor, there were buildings that looked like endless white beaches. Gunai also saw a lot of steam cars on the street. In his previous life, the internal combustion engine, which had a higher oil-burning efficiency, had replaced the development of the steam engine. However, in this steampunk world, there was no sign of it. The reason was simple. The high-quality transcendent metal alloy, the high magic source coal, the transcendent heavy water, and other extraordinary materials had completely satisfied the energy supply of the steam engine. It was said that there was a mithril-grade closed-energy steam engine that was the size of a bucket that would not allow heat to escape, along with 2 high-capacity storage machines that stored high magic source coal and extraordinary heavy water. It could easily make a steam car run 24 hours a day for a whole week. If he were to use it normally, he might not be able to use up all his energy in a month. If you are willing to invest even more resources, insert more storage machinery that stores high magic source coal and extraordinary heavy water at the input port. This amount of time will increase exponentially with the number of high magic source coal and transcendent heavy water storage machinery inserted. Replenishing the high magic source coal and transcendent heavy water could also be easily done by driving to the corresponding energy station. The birth of extraordinary storage machinery, extraordinary products with more powerful energy, and the highly developed technology of alchemy machinery. This world had completely embarked on the path of using extraordinary steam engines as the mechanical power core. Gun had even heard that some crazy alchemists had proposed Steam 2.0. This group of crazy guys wanted to use the energy array to absorb the origin energy from the world to create an origin energy steam engine. These crazy alchemists didn't even want to use coal. If they wanted to directly fill up the water, they would let the machine run. It had to be said that in every era, there was no lack of people with radical ideas. In his previous life, Gunai would have said, if only you had a peanut, you wouldn't be so drunk. But in this world, even the mechanical life forms, this kind of mystical and extraordinary species, existed. Who dared to say that origin ability steam engine was not good enough? Anything could happen in this mystical era of extraordinary. Gun had just finished washing up and was about to grab some breakfast and coffee. Bang 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 bang. There was a light knock on the door. He looked through the peephole and saw old Xiao Mu, Diana, and the others. At this moment, the 3 demon hunters were fully dressed and seemed to be ready to leave. Ka 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 ka. Gunai opened the door. Senior, what are you guys doing? Gunai asked. Oh, we're going to board the demon hunting ship and set off, old Xiao Mu said with a smile. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you going to rest for a day or 2 before leaving? We do want to rest, but the other demon hunters won't wait for us. We'll leave a day later. There will be a large number of ocean undead, and even demon leaders that will be hunted by them. Thus, it's best to set off early. Oh right, this is for you. As she spoke, old Xiao Mu handed over a card the size of 2 palms. Gun took it and looked at it. One had the words Arcane Shot and the other had the words Sea Demon Ship. I've marked the address and information on the back. Of course, there are some things I have to tell you in person. Arcane Shot is an ancient compound spell. Go to the major chambers of commerce and see if they have it. However, these chambers of commerce have always only been doing business that makes money. They probably won't sell spells that have already been eliminated like arcane shooting. Even if there is, it will be hidden deep in the warehouse. If you don't have a strong enough connection, you probably won't be able to get it. If you can't find it at the Chamber of Commerce, then go to the location I gave you that might have arcane shooting spells. Remember, the owner of this position, Old Sam, has always valued money over people. The people under him are all ruthless people who kill without blinking an eye. However, Old Sam still has a good reputation for doing business. You still have to be careful. Many thanks for Senior's warning. I will be careful. Gunai nodded with a serious face. Also, if you want to go out to sea, I suggest you buy a sea demon ship. Old Xiao Mu continued to narrate. Of course, the officials do not allow any organization to sell the sea demon ship publicly. They only allow you to buy ordinary merchant ships. Go to the address I gave you and find a man named Arsene Horwell. I heard that he returned to Harutf Harbor a few days ago. If I can't find him, then I have no other way. But if you find him, tell me that I asked you to find him. He might be able to help you find the sea demon ship. At the same time, you must remember that there are many people at the port, and there are a lot of big and small forces mixed together. There are even many vicious pirates in disguise. They look like extraordinary sailors, but in fact, they are poor thugs who kill without blinking. A thug who kills without blinking. Gunai rubbed his fingers as he thought. If possible, you have to find a way to win over the man called Arson Horwell. He'll recruit a group of reliable extraordinary sailors for you. At the very least, he won't let you be tied up and hung on the deck by those sailors on the second day of your voyage. After a moment of silence, Gunai nodded. Senior, I'll remember everything you said. The Origin Ocean God will protect you. Old Chiao Mu said this before leaving. After Old Chiao Mu and the others left, Gunai returned to his room. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the horizon where the sky and water met. The ocean of the Great Voyage era was much more complicated than Gun had imagined. Fortunately, Gunai had made many preparations. 186 crazy sails. At around 9 o'clock, Gu and I left the hotel after having breakfast. At this time, a row of carriages was waiting by the street outside the hotel entrance. Although steam cars had been manufactured, they were extremely expensive and were still a luxury for the rich at this stage. Horse carriages were still one of the ways ordinary people traveled. But Gugni had heard that steam buses had been built at Harutf Harbour. If it was built, it would greatly facilitate the movement of citizens. Go to the commercial street. Gunai said after they got into a carriage. Da 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 da. It was accompanied by the clattering of horse hooves. Gunai thought about his plan for the day. When he went to the commercial level, he needed to buy some things, but at the same time, he needed to sell some things. After all, Gun didn't have many gold pounds left, only about 3,000. Back in the Sug ruins, Gunny spent most of his time cooping himself up in his room, trying to comprehend the profound meaning of runes. He didn't even take much time to refine potions. Not to mention selling some materials and potions to make money. Since Gugni wanted to buy the sea demon ship, a large amount of gold pounds was necessary for him to come to Harutf Harbour. The price of the sea demon ship wasn't low. It was several times, or even dozens of times, that of an ordinary ship of the same weight. The price of the smallest 10-meter sea demon ship would not be less than 10,000 gold rank ships. Such a small sea demon ship could still be used for sightseeing in the coastal waters, but it was basically impossible for it to travel far in the deep sea. When the wave came, they would enter diving mode. If they wanted to sail in the deep sea, they had to travel on the sea demon ship that was at least 20 meters. And a 20-meter-long sea demon ship would also require 40 to 50,000 gold rank experts. If he wanted the ship to be faster and recruit enough extraordinary sailors to become a deep-sea warship that could sail the seas, he would have to have a sea demon ship that was 30 meters long. The price of a ship of this standard would range from 90,000 to 120,000 gold pounds based on the number of planks used. If he wanted to sell high-grade precious potions, it was impossible to obtain such a generous amount of gold pounds in a short time. Gunai had two options. One was to sell the water of the Spring of Life. Gun guessed that the Pioneer Alliance was secretly purchasing water of the Spring of Life on a large scale. They could sell the water for a considerable price. The other was to sell the dragon blood wood. Gunai's planting space had already opened up its fourth planting area. At the same time, the dragon bloodwood in the first planting slot had been planted in the system space for more than 5 months and was already 600 to 700 years old. At the same time, it was more than 50 meters tall and had many branches and leaves. If he sold the branches of the dragon bloodwood, he would be able to make a considerable amount of money. Coupled with the water of the Spring of Life sold by Ancient One, it wouldn't be a problem to obtain enough gold pounds. Inside the carriage, Gunai's face wriggled after he finished making the plan. Then, his appearance completely changed. Half an hour later. The Sacred Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. Business Room Number 24. Under the astonished gaze of the receptionist in a white professional suit, Gunai released 3 pieces of dragon blood wood that were 5 meters long and half a meter thick. Compared to ordinary dragon blood wood, this kind of 600-700-year-old dragon blood wood was more valuable. Soon, the ordinary receptionist was replaced by a reception manager who looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. After a series of measurements, the total price of the 3 pieces of dragon blood wood was revealed. It was about 12,000 gold pounds. This price was similar to the one Gunai had calculated. After that, he took out 2,000 ml of water from the Spring of Life. When the middle-aged man saw the Spring of Life, Gunai clearly felt startled. Obviously, such a good thing was not so common. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened in the subsequent transactions. After a series of negotiations, the final price for the 2,000 ml of water of the Spring of Life was higher than Gunai had expected. It was 24,000 gold pounds. From the price, Gunai could tell that these chambers of commerce had received the news and needed the water of life. After asking about the seeds of king-tier transcendent plants, arcane shooting, and some marine products, Gun left the Sacred Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce with the 33,000 gold list and many good things he had bought. After the test, Gunai began his follow-up action. In the next few hours, Gunai changed his appearance, voice, height, and weight. The large chambers of commerce in the commercial street began to sell the dragon bloodwood and the water of the Spring of Life like crazy. In any case, no one knew Gunai's identity, and no one could trace him. Gunai could sell these things without worry. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gunai finally ended his crazy sales. By now, Gunai had already earned a staggering 260,000 gold pounds. Selling resources was obviously a very profitable business, but the disadvantage was that it couldn't be sustained and it was easy for people to think about it. The dragon bloodwood was not a big deal. It made sense to say that he had found an island in the fog on the ocean that happened to have dragon bloodwood. However, everyone knew that the water of the Spring of Life was something that could only be produced under the elven tree of life in the distorted secret realm guarded by the Blood-Ear elves in the north. It was fine to sell it once in a while, but if you dared to form an assembly line channel to sell it continuously, some people would definitely notice the problem. Therefore, after making a killing of 260,000 pounds, Gunai had no intention of selling the 2 items for the time being. In a small room called the Light Cafe, Gunai was sitting there, leisurely drinking coffee. At the same time, he thought about his gains from this trip. Without a doubt, the greatest reward this time was the 260,000 gold pounds. Gun also learned some information about king-tier plant seeds and arcane shooting from the chambers of commerce. Some chambers of commerce even said that they would send these things over, and Gunai could buy them later. The information from these chambers of commerce made Gunai think of them as his second choice. As for the first plan, it was naturally to head to the end of Rambra Street where Old Sam was. The information that old Chiao Mu had given him was quite reliable. After he finished his coffee, he looked at the time. It should be enough, Gunai thought. He left the cafe and stopped an empty carriage. Go to the House of Black Mist at the end of Rambra Street, Gunai said in a hoarse voice as he boarded the carriage. 187 The Half-Star Witch. The spring evening's light shone on the door plate of the House of Black Fog at the end of Rambra Street. It was slightly cold, and there was a lot of snow in the corner. Compared to the cold weather, the tavern was quite lively. Even from a dozen meters away, Gunai could hear the noise. At the entrance of the House of Black Mist, 4 bare-handed brawny men were at least 2.2 meters tall, each as strong as an ox. In view of the Harutv port's management regulations, no one was allowed to carry firearms or weapons on them, so these guys did not hold their weapons in their hands. However, they placed their weapons behind their backs and covered them with black cotton, so they could hold them in their hands at any time. Under Gun's gaze, the four men's transcendent realm was clearly visible. They were all knights of the second step combat system. This wasn't a very powerful force, but to most extraordinary sailors who were only at rank 1 and 2, these four guards were clearly a powerful deterrent to the sailors who came here to drink and cause trouble. The extraordinary powers of extraordinary sailors were more reflected in the ocean and ships, and not on land. Gunai didn't pay any attention to the four brawny men and walked straight into the manor. As soon as he pushed open the door of the bar, he was greeted with the noise and the smell of alcohol. This was a tavern with a very spacious and exquisite interior layout. The 3 round bars were full of people. In the middle of the dance floor was an iron cage that was 3 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters in diameter. At this moment, 2 small extraordinary beasts the size of middle-sized dogs were fighting. The 2 strange beasts were both transcendent level rank 1, but their brutal and ruthless characters were not weak at all. One of them was a feline beast the size of a lynx. One of them was a 4-legged lizard beast that should have the bloodline of a mutant dragon. The 2 exotic beasts were currently locked in a fierce battle. However, it was obvious that the mutant dragon bloodline beast had the upper hand. Quite a few spectators were currently cheering for the 2 exotic beasts. Gunai sat down at the least crowded bar in the corner. 2 or 3 minutes later, to Gunai's surprise, the lynx-like exotic beast seized the opportunity and bit down on the lizard-like exotic beast from its back and neck. Blood kept flowing out, and the 4-legged lizard-like exotic beast with the mutant dragon bloodline began to struggle violently. The more he struggled, the more blood he lost. 2 to 3 minutes later, the mutant dragon-blooded beast stopped struggling. At the same time, the lynx would also cleverly rip apart the scales on its opponent's neck and start devouring its flesh on the spot. As the battle came to an end, some people were happy, while others were sad. This was a gambling-type small animal fight. If he lost, he would not have any money for tonight's drinks. Gun turned around and wanted to ask the bartender about something. "Hey, young sailor, do you have time for a drink?" A voice came from beside Gunai. Gunai looked over. What entered his eyes was a woman from the south of the empire with a hot figure and a pretty face. Her face score was about 7 points, and she exuded the aura of youthful hormones from head to toe. With his source power vision, Gunai was able to see the other party's background clearly. This woman was one of the 3 great extraordinaries in the charming series along with witches and succubi the witch. The extraordinary profession sequence, which would awaken a mysterious incantation with strange means. The extraordinary class sequence succubus was born with the spiritual talent of capture and charm. As for the extraordinary class witch, they were more skilled in flexible close combat. Their flexibility were quite amazing. It was to the extent that some aristocrats would give their little lovers the witch extraordinary sequence when they kept them as their mistresses, making them witches who served them. This was because the amazing flexibility could not only be reflected in combat, but also in bed. The extravagance of the nobles naturally became popular on the entire continent. Not many people could strengthen their extraordinary star rank through the inheritance of the extraordinary sequence. However, there were a lot of people who had weakened star rank. For example, the military wanted to create a certain number of extraordinary soldiers. They would replicate a large number of legacy items of the extraordinary profession soldier that weakened by 1 star so that all the participants could try to have the extraordinary profession soldier. This kind of 1-star weakened extraordinary profession had almost no potential for promotion. And those who wanted to become real extraordinaries would basically not choose such a poor inheritance sequence. Using the core inheritance item with recovery ability to replicate a slightly weaker extraordinary class and carry out a large-scale production of the witch's inheritance was also this model. It had become a grey industry chain. In order to allow more people to reach the standard of the witch's inheritance, it was said that some witch's inheritance was reduced to only half-star rank. The price was also relatively low, to the point where one could obtain a witch's inheritance for less than 100 gold pounds. However, even so, it was just like the situation where the military's extraordinary soldiers were not too many. There weren't many women who could become half-star witches. Even if one was a half-star transcendent, one still needed a certain amount of talent. Under the half-star witch's inheritance, the number of witches who survived was obviously much less than the number of those who died. However, in the hands of people like Old Sam, these women had no right to choose. They could only accept the inheritance and wait for the judgment of fate. To die, or to survive, to become a tool that would make more money. Even at the half-star level, the extraordinary sequence could still allow these inheritors to greatly improve their appearance and figure after receiving the inheritance. At the same time, the improvement in their physical fitness would allow them to withstand the impact of the transcendent sailors. As for the extraordinary sailors, they also liked these half-star witches. At least, they didn't have to worry about them having any strange diseases. The witch that was talking to Gun was a half-star witch created by the industry. He didn't want to pay attention to the half-star witch, but then he realized that if the half-star witch was able to hook up with Old Sam, she must be an insider. Maybe we can get some information from her. Gunai was unfamiliar with the place, so it was good to know a little bit of information. With a flip of his hand, a gold pound appeared. Gun flicked his finger, and the gold pound flew toward the half-star witch with a crisp sound. The half-star demoness reached out and grabbed the gold pound in the air. A smile appeared on the half-star witch's face. She had to earn at least 5 gold pounds for Old Sam tonight. Otherwise, she might have to suffer tonight. It was only afternoon, and he had already obtained a gold pound. Perhaps he could earn some extra tips today. You like it here? Or do you want to find a quiet place? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As she spoke, the half-star demoness' body wrapped around him as if she had no bones. With a flip of his hand, another gold pound appeared. The half-star witch stopped in her tracks and looked straight at the pound. I want to ask you something. It should be some very common questions. If I'm satisfied, this gold pound will be yours. The half-star witch looked at the gold pound and then at Gunai, her face alert. After some thought, the half-star witch pulled over a chair and sat down. Treat me to a drink. At the same time, I won't say anything I shouldn't say. The half-star witch knew what she should and shouldn't do in Old Sam's hands, so she was able to answer some simple questions. And if he asked something he shouldn't have, she would refuse and leave. Soon, there would be at least 6 supernatural beings coming over to let this arrogant kid understand the sinister nature of the human heart. No problem. Gunai nodded. 188 soul out of body. 2 cups of tears of blue. The half-star witch beckoned to the bartender. Soon, the young bartender served 2 blue mantis called tears of blue. For a large number of extraordinaries who were not very strong, even if their bodies had been strengthened by the extraordinary sequence, they would still be strong. If they drank too much alcohol, they would still get drunk, slow down their reactions, and even lose their memory. But to Gunai, blood was the core of the core. It wasn't just the source of energy for his body, it was the core of the blood curse's power. Under the constant cultivation and circulation of the level 6 blood pool, alcohol was something that could be easily broken down and absorbed. What do you want to ask? The half-star witch asked as she picked up the tear of blue. After taking a sip, Gunai said, "How do we go to Old Sam?" "There's a small door with a black curtain behind you. There are 2 extraordinary guardians there. You'll see them after you turn this corner in the hall. When you get there, just say that you're here to buy something from Old Sam. However, there will be a lot of people coming to buy things at night, so there might be a queue. We're not in a hurry now. I heard that there are many things here, almost covering all kinds of things." Before Gunai could finish, the half-star witch seemed to have guessed what Gunai wanted to ask. "Don't worry about that. Old Sam has a way to figure everything out. You just need to tell me what you've bought. It's not cheap, but you have to know that Old Sam always pays for what he gets. Old Sam has many things that don't exist in the outside world." The half-star witch was obviously very confident in Old Sam, and it was not the first time she had encountered such a problem. One last question. Does old Sam buy things here? Gunai asked. We don't sell anything every Saturday and Sunday. We only buy. If you want to sell something, you'd better wait for 2 days. After hearing the half-star witch's answer, Gun and old Sam had a rough idea of what was going on. Is there anything else? The half-star witch asked in a low voice after Gunai didn't ask anything. Your answer is not bad. This gold pound is yours. With a flick of his finger, the gold pound flew out. The half-star demoness caught the gold pound delightfully and kept it into her own pocket. After staring at the half-star witch for a moment, he said softly. I'll also give you a piece of very useful information. Have you been having a lot of horrible nightmares recently? As soon as Gunai finished speaking, the half-star witch was shocked. She raised her head and looked at Gunai, not knowing what to do. She had been having nightmares a lot recently. She would wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and stay up until dawn. She had been in this state for more than a month. Fortunately, as an extraordinary, her body was strong enough, and she only needed a short rest every day to recover her energy. No one knew about her secret, but she didn't expect the person in front of her to see through it. As Gunai spoke, he could see that some of the half-star witch's extraordinary characteristics were showing signs of dissipating. This half-star demoness transcendent sequence was going out of control. As for the witch of the shadow sequence, her journey to losing control began with a nightmare. It was also fortunate that Gun had the powerful vision to see extraordinary characteristics. No one else would be able to see the half-star witch's abnormality. How did your Ran know? The half-star witch looked around and asked in a low voice. Gunai didn't answer. Did you learn the source energy breathing technique? My inheritance has a method of breathing shadow origin power. The half-star witch nodded. I'll ensure that I cultivate shadow origin power for 2 to 3 hours every day. I should be better in half a month. Continue to cultivate the breathing technique of the shadow origin power. Your physical quality will become stronger and stronger, and you will become healthier. Otherwise, Yingluo, you won't be able to survive this winter, and you'll die a long and painful death. Under the half-star witch's shocked gaze, Gunai turned around and left. He turned the corner of the hall. Sure enough, Gunai saw the black curtain the half-star witch was talking about, and the 2 extraordinaries sitting on both sides. There are very few extraordinaries in the Sug ruins. And here, extraordinaries are almost everywhere. A big place and a small place, they're really different. Gunai walked over. I'm here to trade with old Sam. Gunai said as he stepped forward. The 2 of them looked at Gunai from head to toe, then pulled open the curtain. Let's go in. Old Sam is at the end of the tunnel. Gunai walked in. As the black curtain behind him fell, the passage became dark and quiet. In front of the passage was a half-open wooden door. A faint light came from the wooden door. When he reached the door, he noticed that the light came from a bronze kerosene lamp. The strange thing was that there was no trace of the smell of kerosene from a burning kerosene lamp. When Gunai looked at the oil lamp again, he seemed to have understood something. Mystical items are just placed on the table as a tool of illumination? Gunai pushed the door open and entered. In a small wooden house that wasn't considered spacious. There was a wooden table and 2 chairs. On the table was a piece of parchment that was slightly yellow. On the right side of the parchment, there was an ink bottle and a quill. An old man wearing a grey top hat and a black cloak was sitting on the chair opposite him. Gunai activated his source power vision. The moment he activated his source power vision, Gunai's heart slightly throbbed. Then, Gunai slowly raised his head. When he saw the scene in front of him, shock appeared in the depths of his eyes. Soul Swan Ni, out of body. A huge spirit body that almost reached the height of the 3-meter roof bloomed from old Sam's body and gathered above him to form the form of old Sam sitting there. Moreover, this soul was not like the soul form of those spirit creatures. It was slightly illusory. Old Sam's soul was very solid. This Old Sam is actually a domain spell caster. No, Old Sam's supernatural class might not be a spell caster. However, not only did this soul leave the body, it even condensed its own body and appearance. This is simply unheard of. Suddenly, Old Sam's soul opened his eyes and looked at Gunny. Gunai could feel a slight pain in his soul. The soul can actually be this powerful. Gunai thought to himself. Young man, time is life. Old Sam, who was a spirit, spoke in a leisurely manner. If I were you, I would sit on this chair and start the deal between you and me. I wouldn't stand there and waste my life. As he walked toward the chair, Gunai's soul thought process was extremely fast. Old Sam's form reminded Gun of a very strange and rare extraordinary sequence, Soul Trader. Every time a soul trader makes a trade, they would obtain some mysterious energy to strengthen their soul. Their existence was for the sake of fair and just trade. If the soul trader conducted an unfair trade, not only would he not receive any rewards, but he would also suffer a certain backlash. It's true that Old Sam is powerful, but everything he does seems to be to maintain a fair environment for trade. Senior Chiao Mu also said that Old Sam's deals have always had a good reputation. From the information I got from the half-star witch, there are many people who come to trade. It seems that it should be. That's even better. At least it won't be too much of a scam. I don't think I've come to the wrong place this time. As he thought about it, Gunai sat down in the chair across from Old Sam. Young customer, what do you want to trade? Old Sam said softly. 189 Secret Veined Arcane Shot. Compound Spell Arcane Shot, Powerful Arcane Shot. Gunai said. Arcane Shot. Old Sam seemed to be deep in thought. Old Sam nodded. Arcane Shot is a compound spell. It is divided into two parts, shooting the main body and energy bullet. These compound spells don't belong to the current system of spells. Its price is also much higher than the current law incantations. I have 6 of the main shooting parts, which are the Shooting Acceleration Arcane Passage. When he heard that there were 6 main barrels for arcane shooting, Gunai was slightly happy. This soul trader has a lot of good stuff here. What I need is a high-level or even engraving-level powerful arcane shooting channel incantation. Gunai set his requirements. Dark Inscription Arcane Art Channel, according to the current classification, is a beginner-level engravings spell. The incantation has 22 syllables, and the origin power consumption is 18. And this is just the normal consumption. You should know that engravings are different from normal middle to high-level incantations. Part of it is because they have repealable syllables. By chanting the repealable syllables, you can continue to consume more force and continuously increase your power in certain aspects. For example, this dark arcane passage has a spell to lengthen and thicken the shooting passage so that the arcane bullets can shoot farther and more destructive syllables. Old Sam finished his story. Gunai quickly thought. Generally speaking, the core combat ability of an intermediate law incantation master was to master an intermediate law incantation. A certain amount of high-level incantations were the key means of killing. But for Gunai, he was a little worried. Rank 3 Gunai was indeed an intermediate mage. At the same time, Gunai also had a few powerful mid-rank spells. However, Gunai's soul was very strong, and he had a rich amount of soul energy. This allowed Gunai to master a certain number of high-level spells, and he could easily cast them. At the same time, as a mid-ranked incantation, Gunai could already master the secret runes that only high-ranked incantations could master. Gunai had secretly tested the Thunderfire curse many times. The pressure of releasing souls 20 to 30 times wasn't too great. It was clear that the current Gunai was able to release engravings and spells. Of course, he was going to take down the arcane spell level long-range sniping. I'm taking this dark inscription arcane passage, Gunai nodded and replied. No problem, he said. Yes, Old Sam replied without any fluctuation in his tone. Next is arcane bullets. However, I don't have any engraving level arcane bullets. I only have high-level energy arcane bullets and anti-magic arcane bullets, two types of spell bullets that can be used with arcane shots. Other demon hunting bullets and holy light bullets don't work well with arcane shooting. I want both types of high-grade bullets. Gunai was also rich, so he bought everything he needed. The arcane energy bullet was a solid energy bullet that was purely condensed from energy. As for the mana-breaking bullets, they were special bullets that had a powerful shield-breaking effect. Their damage was slightly weaker than arcane bullets, but they were extremely effective against energy shields of mages and shield equipment scrolls. The Dark Arcane Passage cost 6,000 gold pounds. The two high-level spell bullets cost 800 gold pounds each, making it 7,600 gold pounds in total. After Old Sam's bid, Gugni didn't hesitate to take out 7,600 to pay. The high-rank spell bullets aren't that expensive, but this engraving level spell sure isn't cheap. However, the price of runic magic has always been like this. It usually starts at 5,000 gold pounds. However, its power is worth the price. Very quickly, the secret door behind Old Sam was opened. A stone slab-like object and two scrolls made of special materials were taken out. The inheritance of the Dark Arcane Passage is inside the stone slab. You just need to receive it as a catalyst. The two scrolls are for the single inheritance of two different bullets. You can also accept the inheritance along with it. Gunai nodded. Then, he constructed the channel of incantation catalyst and began the inheritance of the catalyst. After about a minute, the Dark Arcane Passage and the two bullets had been completely inherited by Gunai. Another engraving spell. Gunai thought to himself as he rubbed his fingers. Compared to high-level spells, the lethality of the runes spell was obviously much higher. Of course, for Gun, using mid and high-level spells was the most common way of fighting, and it was the most efficient way. After all, the level of these incantations was already at level 5 or 6, and their destructive power was quite considerable. Gunai would only use the runes to fight when he had to. "Young customer, do you need anything else?" Old Sam spoke again after the deal was over. To split up the transaction and proceed with the subsequent transaction, this Old Sam must be a soul trader without a doubt. Gunai asked after a moment of silence. "Do you have a sea demon ship?" "I don't have the sea demon ship here, but I have the sea demon ship deck. Use origin power to activate the deck and merge it into the merchant ship. You can still get the sea demon ship," Old Sam said. "I can still buy the deck of the sea demon ship outside, and it'll be even cheaper," Gun replied quietly. He also gave up on the idea of buying the deck from Old Sam. "Do you have the seeds of the extraordinary plants?" Gunai asked again. "Of course, I don't need ordinary extraordinary seeds. I need at least elite grade, king grade, or even emperor grade powerful extraordinary seeds. It would be even better if you have overlord grade extraordinary plant seeds. King level, emperor level extraordinary seeds? Or even an overlord level?" Old Sam raised an eyebrow at Gun. Gunai wasn't afraid of being observed. "What do you need the extraordinary seed for?" "Senior, if you insist on asking, I think we can negotiate the price for this information." "Hehe, Ying Luo, I was just asking casually. After all, I've been selling things here for decades, and there have not been many people who want to buy extraordinary seeds from me. Do you have any here?" Old Sam muttered to himself, as if he was searching for information about the extraordinary seed. "You're very lucky, young man. I don't have any king-grade transcendent plant seeds, but I have a magical emperor-grade transcendent plant seed." "An emperor-grade transcendent plant seed?" Gunai was slightly moved. The Emperor Tyr and Misa were on the same level. Moreover, among the emperor-grade transcendent plants, the human-faced flower was a combination of human and plant. It was a combat-type transcendent plant. What Gunai needed was naturally not this kind of plant. What Gunai needed was pure transcendent plants, powerful ones that could produce resources. For example, the elven tree of life that could produce water from the spring of life. For example, the dark prison tree that could give birth to the true netherworld origin fruit. What type? This emperor-grade transcendent plant seed is a mysterious species called the sunflower tree. Its flowers and seeds can emit eternal holy light that can dispel darkness and keep dark creatures away. Gunai pondered. It's like a permanent light source. Dispelling the darkness and preventing the dark creatures from coming close might sound impressive, but in reality, it was the weak dark creatures that were afraid of light. As for the powerful extraordinary creatures, such as the vampire night-eater count that Gun had once encountered, they were all extraordinary creatures. It was not a problem to walk directly under the sun. As for the more powerful leaders and lords of darkness, unless the power of light was strong enough and could penetrate their bodies, it would not cause them any harm. Otherwise, if you wanted to scare them away with light, you would probably have to put the sun on their faces. It sounds good, but that's all there is to it, Gunai replied. Do you need it? Old Sam asked. That will depend on your price. Not all extraordinary plants were worth growing. For example, an extraordinary plant that had mutated after absorbing special energy elite foxtail grass. After planting the seed, its only use was probably to occupy a planting position. If the price was too high, Gunai might not necessarily want the emperor-grade sunflower tree. After all, it was only an emperor-grade plant. Even if it was an overlord-grade plant, as long as it didn't produce resources, it didn't have the right to occupy a planting spot. 190 Mutant Elite Sea Demon Tree. 3,000 gold pounds. Old Sam offered a price. Gunai shook his head. How much do you think is appropriate? Old Sam asked. At most, 800 gold pounds. In fact, I think 800 gold pounds is too much. After all, if I'm looking for a permanent light source, I have many other options. Old Sam thought for a while and nodded. 800 gold pounds. It's yours. Since you don't have any king tier extraordinary plant seeds, I don't need many elite tier extraordinary plant seeds. I only need the elite sea demon tree seeds. Gunai continued. Do you have any here? Not only do I have it, I also have some mutated elite sea demon tree seeds. A mutated elite sea demon tree, Gunai's heart moved. 500 gold pounds. Old Sam announced the price. Gunai shrugged. It seemed that Gugni had underestimated Old Sam's greed. Old Sam would always raise the price to the limit when it was a reasonable deal. Gunai didn't hold back. 200 gold pounds. It's impossible to add an extra stone. This price is still based on its mutation. Otherwise, it's only worth 100 gold pounds. I know that there are many places on the ocean that have King-class sea demon tree seeds. There are even mutated King-class sea demon tree seeds. If you don't agree with my price, then our deal will stop at 800 gold pounds. Deal. A total of 1,000 gold pounds. Old Sam stated his price without hesitation. The reason Gunai dared to bargain so hard was because no one else would want these seeds. If he did not buy them, these seeds would most likely remain in his storage equipment and continue to sleep. 10 minutes later, Gun left the home of Black Mist Tavern. He stopped a passing carriage on the side of the road. Go to the 7th Pier Street. As the carriage moved forward, Gunai opened his system's planting page. Gunai had already collected the first log of dragon blood wood. Most of them had already been sold. As for the rest, Gunai stored them in his system space. After becoming a Tier 3 Blood Curse Mancer, Gunai's system space had also grown. It was now very wide, very close to the living room of a middle-class family. Naturally, the things stored in it were also very large. Gunai planned to find a place to sell the rest of the dragon blood wood in 2 days. There really wasn't much meaning in growing the dragon blood wood. The second planting spot was the Elven Tree of Life. Under the perfect environment, the Elven Tree of Life grew stronger and stronger day by day. After Gu Ni advanced to elite grade, he would receive an additional 50% EXP. The spring of life below it had completely become a medium-sized spring. According to Gun's observation, the extra 50% was used to increase the growth rate of the plants. Before, it should have grown at a rate of 1,000 times. Now, it should have grown at 1,500 times. At the same time, the 50% extra experience would also accelerate the progress of the subsequent activation slots. The only thing that didn't have any effect was the speed of the number of reincarnation. The increase in the number of reincarnations seemed to be fixed, with a steady increase of 1 reincarnation every 30 days. The miracle system didn't have any effect on things like extra experience. He just didn't know if the scope of effect had increased. In any case, Gu Ni hadn't had a miracle in a long time, and he couldn't be sure if the scope had expanded or if some functions had been upgraded. However, it would be different once they were above the sea. Gu Ni had collected a lot of information about the dangerous ocean, and he might be able to find something if he went there. The life force of the spring of life was getting stronger by the day, so Gu Ni estimated that it wouldn't be long before the pure spring of life was formed. After the pure spring of life is formed, I'll gather some materials myself, and then I can start the research of the soul-type high-grade engraving potion. As for the other types of signet potions on the same level as Soul's Light, it was not a big deal. For example, increasing the body's extraordinary characteristics increases sensitivity. There were also potions that could increase the extraordinary characteristics of certain elements. The reason why Gun didn't research it was because the Pioneer Guild had already found the method to use the water of life to activate the life characteristics and extract extraordinary characteristics. The Pioneer Group would definitely use this method to conduct large-scale experiments on other types of potions. After they conquered the blood-eared elves' land in the depths of the northern distorted secret plane and occupied enough water of the spring of life, the experiment would definitely be carried out. When Gun left the city of the Sug ruins, he heard that the Pioneer Group had gathered extraordinary masters and started a northern expedition. After he got his hands on the water of the spring of life, he would probably have some results. Gu Ni didn't have a high demand for potions, so he didn't need to waste time and energy on them. On the Hell Prison Tree in the third position, there were 5 to 6 fruits of different sizes that were in different stages of ripening. 2 of them were almost ripe. These fruits were the true netherworld origin fruits. As it was consumed, it could greatly strengthen the defense of the soul. Gu Ni had already eaten one, and it was very effective. As for the 4th slot, Gu Ni wasn't in a hurry to plant anything else. He didn't have any suitable transcendent plants on hand. And today, the 1st and 4th planting slot would be used. In the 1st planting position, Gu Ni planted the Emperor Grade Extraordinary Seed, the sunflower tree. Gu Ni didn't know what the sunflower tree was for, but he decided to plant it anyway. As for the 4th planting spot, Gu Ni planted a mutated Elite Sea Demon Tree seed. The demonic sea tree could be harvested at 100 years old, and its effects were quite good. In recent years, the number of sea demon trees in the ocean had greatly decreased. Many of the sea demon ships used trees that were 70 to 80 years old, and some even used trees that were 30 to 50 years old. The sea demon ship that was built with these low-aged sea demon trees had a lower compatibility with the sea water, and its speed was only slightly faster than ordinary merchant ships. Some of them didn't even dare to dive too deep, and 30 to 50 meters was their limit. On the other hand, the ocean demon ship's main frame was made of ocean demon trees that were more than 100 years old. Its speed was more than 50% faster than ordinary merchant ships, and it could dive to a depth of 300 to 500 meters without any problem. Moreover, the older the sea demon ship was, the faster it would be, and the deeper it would dive. Diving was the most effective way for the pirates' sea demon ships to deal with steam-powered steel ships. To Gu Ni, a ship that could move fast and dive deep enough was necessary if he wanted to travel the sea. Gu Ni's current growth rate was 1,500 times. A 100-year-old mutant elite sea demon tree could be obtained in a month. After 4 to 5 months, that would be a 6 to 700-year-old mutant elite sea demon tree. Moreover, the main trunk of the sea demon tree could grow even thicker and stronger than the dragon blood would. When the time came, Gunai would use the sea demon trees to make the deck of the ship. He would then activate them and fuse them with the ship. The ship would even grow in size. At that time, the ship would have unparalleled speed and the ability to sail thousands of meters deep in the sea. This would be a powerful guarantee for Gun to sail the seas. 191 Chapter 12 Jason Horwell. Night had fallen. Harutf Harbor, 7th Pier Street. Compared to other places, the lights here were in full swing. A large number of dock workers were moving valuable goods back and forth. Even though rare-grade items such as storage bracelets and rings had already appeared. However, the large number of goods being transported by such a merchant ship was obviously not something that could be accommodated by the space of a small number of extraordinary storage equipment. At the entrance of the 7th pier. One of the carriages stopped and left. On the side of the road, Gugni, who was wearing a grey cloak with his head covered under the hood, glanced at the busy dock. The winter season had already passed, and spring was the most lively time for sailing. There were already a large number of maritime merchants who had begun to trade maritime goods. He took out the card with the words Sea Demon Ship written on it that old Jiao had given him. After carefully studying the address, Gun walked toward the Haimran Tavern not far away. Compared to old Sam's home of Black Mist, Heimlong Tavern was a little messy. From the entrance of the small alley at the corner of the door, 2 unconscious sailors who had been stripped to the point that they only had their underpants left could be seen. Gugni had just entered the Haimran Tavern. Then, he heard the sound of an argument. "Hey, old man, this is my wine cup. You're talking nonsense. It's clearly mine." A drunk voice argued. "Do you want to die, old thing? If you don't let go of my wine cup, I'll make sure you'll never be able to drink any more black rubies." Immediately after, there was a wave of encouraging clamor. "Jim, why are you wasting your breath on him? *CK this old drunkard to death. This old thing is always drinking at the bar. Jim, if you're a man, knock this old drunkard out and throw him out. I guarantee that in less than 10 minutes, someone will come over and strip him naked. I bet you won't even be 5 minutes." All sorts of noises were mixed together. Immediately after. Peng, a sound. As soon as Gunai entered, he saw an old man fall headfirst in front of his feet. There were also purple marks on her face. It was obvious that the punch was not light. 2 ND rank extraordinary, seaman. Gunai came to this conclusion as he scanned the old drunkard. Many transcendent sailors were 1-star weaker transcendents. They would remain as ordinary level 1 transcendent sailors their entire lives. To be able to become a rank 2 extraordinary sailor, it was clear that his extraordinary profession was at least a complete 1-star. The old sailor, who had been knocked down by Renda, stood up unsteadily and hiccuped. He didn't argue with the person who had just knocked him down with a punch. He found a seat and sat down, as if he was half drunk and half asleep. Gunai's eyes quickly scanned the tavern. Most of the sailors here were extraordinary sailors. Many sailors had gathered in the current season. They were different from those dock workers who did hard labor. They could follow merchant ships to carry out long-distance trade and protect the safety of the voyage. They could even dive into the sea and fight with the plundering sea tribes. Some extraordinary sailors even had their own party organization. And this kind of team organization was generally called pirate merchant ships. Half of them were merchants, while the other half were pillagers. At the bar counter, Gunai raised his hand at the bartender. "I'll have a glass of ice blue martini." Soon, the bartender placed a glass of ice blue martini in front of Gun. He put 2 silver royals on the bartender's plate. 1 ice blue martini didn't even cost half a silver royal, and the extra was obviously a tip for Gunny to ask about something. "I want to ask you something," Gunai said. Looking at the 2 silver dragon coins that were shining with a silver radiance, the bartender's face bloomed into a smile. Please speak. I'm looking for a man named Arsene Horwell. Arsene Horwell, the bartender pondered for a while. He should be a regular here, Gunai said. I think the person you're looking for is not far behind you. After some thought, the bartender pointed behind Gunai. Gun turned around and followed the bartender's finger. He saw the old drunkard who had been knocked over. Everyone calls him Arsene. As for whether or not he's called Arsene Horwell, you'll have to go and ask him yourself. Looking at the old drunkard, Gunai frowned. Did you get the wrong person? After some thought, he threw another silver dragon into the bartender's plate. Give me 2 large cups of black wine. A large cup of black Lu wine was 38 copper coins a cup, and 1 silver dragon was 100 copper coins. The small amount could be considered a tip. All right, please wait a moment. A moment later, Gunai sat down in front of the old drunkard with 2 large wooden cups of black raw wine. Peng, a light sound. 2 large cups of black runes wine were placed in front of the old drunkard. The half-drunk and half-awake old drunkard seemed to have been awakened by this movement. He raised his eyelids slightly. In the next moment, he immediately became spirited. Immediately after, he gulped down the large cup of black runes wine in front of him. After he finished 1 cup, his other hand was already touching the other cup. However, the second cup. Gilu, 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 gilu. In less than 20 seconds, the old drunkard had finished 2 large cups of black runes wine. Gunai was surprised. After the old drunkard chugged down 2 large cups of black Lu wine, his entire spirit seemed to have improved. The more he drank, the more sober he became. Young man, the old drunkard smiled, revealing his black and yellow teeth. Can I have 2 more cups? Gun returned to the counter and placed 4 silver royals in front of the bartender. Give me 10 large cups of black Lu wine, all of them. Sure, no problem. A moment later, 10 large cups of black Lu wine were all delivered to the old drunkard. Seeing so much black Lu wine, the old drunkard's eyes shone. After chugging down 2 more cups of black runes, the old drunkard in front of him felt like he was in high spirits, completely different from the drunken state he was in before. This scene made Gunai secretly amazed. It's already very rare to find a young man like you, the old drunkard said with a smile. Are you Junjun Arsene Horwell? Gunai asked in a deep voice. The old drunkard looked at Gunai after some thought. Did someone introduce you here? Yes, I am. Gunai nodded. I'm sure you don't want anyone else to know what you want to tell me. The old drunkard looked around and lowered his voice. Oh. Come with me, this isn't the place to talk. The old drunkard immediately stood up. You don't want this wine anymore. Arsene Howell shrugged his shoulders. These things are only used to pass the time. If there's work, it's naturally more important to work first. After that, the old drunkard, Yasin, got up and walked out of the tavern. Looking at the back of Arsene Horwell, and then at the black rube on the table, Gugni could already feel many eyes on him. After thinking for a bit, Gunai smiled and followed. Not long after Gugni and the old drunkard left the tavern. At a position not far from the 2 of them, a figure wearing an old grey jacket and a sailor hat followed them silently. 192 A suicidal sneak attack. The old drunkard, Yasin Horwell, was very fast. Gunai was able to catch up easily. Along the way, the old drunkard Yasin's pace was very light. It was obvious that he was very familiar with the nearby terrain. As he continued to move forward, the noise gradually faded away, and the depths of the alley became darker and quieter. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 of them had entered a dark alley. Young man, I have yet to ask for your name. What's going on? Jason Horwell, who was walking in front, seemed to think that no one would notice them since they were far away from the hustle and bustle. He slowed down and asked. Jack Sparrow. That's a good name. At the same time, a black shadow flashed. Groan. The sharp edge of a blade sliced through the air and slashed towards Gunai at an unbelievable speed. However, the next moment, the attacker, Arsene Horwell, was fixed in midair like a sculpture, only half a meter from the ground when he jumped. It looked like a floating statue. That's right, this Jason Horwell had pulled out his sword the moment he jumped, trying to kill Gunny in one strike. Unfortunately, he was too weak. A rank 2 extraordinary might be very strong among ordinary extraordinary sailors. But in front of Gunai, a single fire arrow might not be able to block it. What's more, on the way here, Gunai had already quietly placed a few puppet strings on the man's body just in case. If it wasn't for the fact that Gunny had to figure out something, the old drunkard named Jason Horwell would have been torn to pieces by Gunny's level 5 spell, the puppet secret thread, the moment he attacked. Gugny muttered to himself as he looked at the Arsene Horwell that he could easily control. Old Jiao Mu wouldn't go as far as to send me to the muzzle of his enemy's gun. It seems like I've found the wrong person, Gunai said. When it came to searching for someone, Gunai was very alert. Gunai couldn't determine the other party's identity just by a name. After all, Gunai's own name was fake. If the other party said that it was Arsene Horwell, it might not be too much of a stretch. You didn't find the wrong person. It was just a small test. You passed. At this time, Arsene Horwell, who was fixed in the air, squeezed out a smile. Gunai shrugged his shoulders. But I really felt the killing intent just now. When you say work, don't tell me you mean to kill me and then take my money bag. No, it's not. Arsene Horwell's voice was trembling, but he still maintained a certain level of calmness. I said that was just a test. It was a misunderstanding. Arsene Horwell's face began to twist, and there was even a trace of fear. He felt the invisible thing that was controlling his body was pulling him. The force was so strong that he couldn't even resist. He knew very well that he had run into a tough one. If he didn't handle it well, he would probably lose his old life here today. But I really think so. So, Ying Luo, you should just die in peace. Gunai moved his finger. Arsene Horwell, who was fixed in the air, began to bend his arm unnaturally, and then the short knife in his hand was placed against his jaw. This was an alloy equipment forged from ordinary steel and transcendent black iron. This old man was so poor that this equipment was probably the most valuable on him. Don't be a coward. Jason Horwell tried his best to beg for mercy. But at this moment, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even make a sound. The strangeness of the other party's methods was beyond his imagination. Pfft! The scimitar slid down his lower jaw and directly entered his brain. Drip drip! Blood dripped down the hilt of the knife and quickly gathered into a small stream of blood. Gunai couldn't be bothered to touch this kind of low-quality blood. After struggling for a moment, this Jason Horwell died in the air while being hung by the puppet's secret thread. Gunai turned around and looked at the entrance of the alley. At an unknown time, at the entrance of the alley, a man in his 40s wearing an old jacket and a sailor's hat was standing there. He looked quite calm. If you don't want to die, I advise you to get lost. I'm not in a good mood right now, Gunai coldly said. You're looking for Arsene Horwell. The man standing at the entrance of the alley did not leave. Instead, he asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Are you trying to say that you're Arsene Horwell? The man spread his hands. If I say I am, you probably won't believe me. May I know who introduced you? Gunai thought for a moment and said. An old demon hunter who has been through hundreds of battles. Wu, is this old Jiao Mu? The man asked after a moment of silence. Gunai's eyes narrowed. He felt like he had met the right person. His full name? Joe Eric, the man answered straightforwardly. Where's his disciple? Are you talking about that demon-hunting girl with pretty good talent? Ying Ying's name is Diana or something. She's very likable, but I don't really remember her name. You can't expect me to remember the name of every person I've met. The man spread his hands again. All right then. It was only then that Gugni was more or less convinced that this man was the one old Jiao Mu had asked him to find, the one named Jason Holwell. I'm sorry, Mr. Arson Horwell. I just met a liar. I hope you can understand. Looking at the dead man lying on the ground, who seemed to have the same name as himself, Arson Holwell said softly, "It's always good to be careful. There are many old swindlers like this around the dock. If there's enough time, old Jiao Mu will probably bring you over to find me. The last time we met, old Jiao Mu even said that she wanted to have a gathering with me. I think they've already gone to the sea to deal with the sea undead, right?" "Your understanding of old Jiao Mu is truly thorough," Gunai said. "Old Jiao Mu is a pitiful person." Arson Horwell shook his head. "Back then, old Jiao Mu killed a group of evil witches who were wreaking havoc everywhere and offended the evil witch organization. When old Jiao Mu returned home, his wife, who was more than 5 months pregnant, as well as his 7-year-old daughter and 5-year-old son, had all died at home. Their bodies had already rotted away. And the evil witch's mocking words were written on the walls, 'Your hunting will eventually backfire on you.' Ever since then, old Jiao Mu changed. Whenever he knew where dark creatures appeared, he would rush over immediately. This time, I heard that the undead in the ocean are very turbulent, and there are many powerful undead. The devil leaders and lords have even killed quite a few pirate teams. Many demon hunters have died at the hands of those powerful spirits and devils. I really hope that he can come back safely from this ocean trip. Then we can have a drink together again," Arson Horwell said. Gunai's eyes twitched. "Can you not raise flags like this?" 193 Chapter 14 Shadow Sailor. "This isn't the place to talk, come with me." After a brief exchange, Jason Horwell could sense that this young and extremely powerful extraordinary was indeed introduced by old Jiao Mu. "Wait a moment." As Gunai spoke, he took out a bottle of blue soul-extinguishing water and poured it on the old drunkard's body. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Dark blue flames with a little green quickly rose up and quickly enveloped the entire old drunkard's corpse. At the entrance of the alley, Arson Horwell squinted his eyes as he watched the scene. Destroying the corpse to get rid of all traces. This young man is really meticulous. And Ying Ying is very rich. This bottle of potion is probably enough to pay for a day's meal and wine for an ordinary sailor. At the same time, this guy's strength is very strong. It's so strong that no one can see through it. It's done. After that, Gugni turned around to look at the real Arson Horwell. "Follow me." Arson Horwell took the lead. 10 minutes later, Gugni followed him into a quiet, remote street. In an unremarkable little alley, Arson Horwell opened an ordinary iron door. The two of them entered in a single file. When he entered the room, he found it to be a small, ordinary single-person living room. Those who live on the sea will more or less have some enemies. Everyone will have more than one hiding place. It seemed that because Gun was still young, Jason Horwell told him this information. After all, no one knows when we'll need it. Gunai nodded. "Although I can avoid the detection of many mysterious means, I do need to prepare a corresponding hiding place." The two of them sat down on the wooden sofa beside the coffee table. Jason Horwell's gloomy eyes looked at Gunny. "Old Jiao Mu saved my life, and I said I would repay him. Since old Jiao Mu asked you to come and find me, I will definitely do my best to help. Tell me, what's the matter?" "I want to buy a sea demon ship and recruit a group of reliable sailors." In fact, reliable sailors were very important to Gun. It wasn't that Gun was afraid the sailors would betray him and hang him on the deck. Instead, if the sailors at sea betrayed him and he killed them all, it would be difficult for Gun to sail the huge sea demon ship alone, let alone locate it on the sea. At that time, the sea exploration would become Gun Lawrence's drifting. Who knew where the sea demon ship would drift to? Sea demon ship? An extraordinary sailor. Arsene Horwell narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. You want to do ocean trade? It can be considered a part of it, Gunai replied. What about the other part? Those dangerous treasure spots for exploring the ocean. As Gunai spoke, the cautious, well-prepared and steady impression Gun had given him almost collapsed. There were too many people who explored the dangerous treasures of the ocean. He had participated in at least 3 ocean adventurer teams' explorations of mysterious seas and mysterious islands. Unfortunately, the 3 expeditions had all ended with the deaths of the majority of the people. He was lucky to have survived, but he had completely given up on the unrealistic idea of exploring the treasures of the sea. Due to the bias of survivors, the ocean was often filled with the news of success in obtaining treasures, but they did not know that death was the mainstream way to explore mysterious areas. Furthermore, on the ocean, pirates were cunning, greedy, evil, and brutal. If there was a way to obtain those treasure islands and mysterious ocean regions, then it would be impossible to obtain them. Then, the pirates would definitely swarm in and loot everything. It wouldn't be obtained by those young nobles who yearned for the ocean from the land and had the wonderful idea of getting rich overnight. Hee hee, hee hee. Arsene Howell laughed dryly. Do you think that my idea is unrealistic and stupid to the point that it makes one speechless? Gugni looked at him with his usual calm expression. My Ying didn't say that. Arsene Horwell replied with a serious face. At least you're not so stupid that you can't be saved. At the same time, he thought to himself. But that's what your laughter means. Gunai's voice came. The corners of Arsene Horwell's mouth twitched slightly. Don't tell me you're intentionally saying this to make fun of me. Obviously not. Gunai shook his head. Senior Arsene Horwell. Gunai explained. After a short exchange, Gugni had a general understanding of this man. At least this guy had no ill intentions. Gun's senses had been greatly enhanced after drinking the soul's light, and he had further severed the shackles of fate. Gunai had a clear sense of the others. A slight killing intent. The greed for money. A conspiracy to lure him into the trap. Asking for something with other purposes and so on. As long as it was related to Gunai, he could clearly sense the malice of the other party. At the very least, this Jason Horwell in front of him didn't have any malicious intentions. If the other party could conceal their malice towards him in this situation, then the other party would be too terrifying. Obviously, the probability of this happening was extremely low. To a large extent, it meant that Jason Horwell didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. In this way, when it was time to rope in Arsene Horwell, Gun would naturally release some things. Otherwise, why would Arsene Horwell follow you? To be honest, I have a very powerful mystical item. In a dangerous environment, this mystical item will always give me a relatively safe path, allowing me to leave or enter safely. And this is one of the reasons why I dare to explore those treasure islands and mysterious seas above the ocean. Without this mystical item, I naturally wouldn't go to those dangerous places to seek death. So, exploring those mysterious islands and seas isn't because I'm hopelessly ignorant and stupid. It's because I'm prepared. Mystical items that can sense the direction and path of danger and safety. There was a slight change in Jason Horwell's expression. There were many types of mystical items, and many of their functions were even more incredible. This kind of mystical item that could find a safe direction and path was very unique. It was definitely one of the best treasures for exploration. If this Jack Sparrow really possesses such a mystical item, he might be able to search for treasures in some mysterious places. Besides, we can go to some areas that aren't too dangerous and try it out first, such as the Misty Island. With the guidance of that so-called mystical item, it's very possible to pass through the fog and enter the island. Even if you take the wrong path, as long as you're strong enough, you can still escape. Maybe it's worth a try. As he thought about it, he looked at Gun again with a serious expression. You're telling me such an important treasure so casually. Aren't you afraid that I'll be like that old drunkard and kill you in a sneak attack to get your mystical item? Gunai sighed and slowly said. Senior Arsene Horwell, although you are a 3-star shadow sailor and have reached the 4th rank as a transcendent. Gunai's face slightly changed. He was not an ordinary extraordinary sailor who could not even control source power. Instead, it was the powerful tier 4, 3-star shadow sailor, whose strength was quite strong. However, the other party had easily seen through his extraordinary profession and extraordinary level. But I'll say something impolite. With your strength, you don't even have the right to resist in front of me. Gugni's words made Jason Holwell's expression change, but he didn't move. Gunai's fingers moved slightly. In an instant, Arsene Horwell's face became extremely stiff, and his body froze like a statue. Arsene Horwell felt it. A thread that contained indescribable terrifying power was wrapped around his limbs, his body, and even his head. He tried his best to break free, but the silk thread was like a majestic mountain, imprisoning him and making him unable to move at all. One had to know that he had been on guard throughout the entire process, but the other party had unconsciously taken control of him. The other party's strength and mysterious methods made his hair stand on end. This guy isn't even 20 years old yet. Arsene Howell thought in shock. 194 The Demonic Whale Adventurer Team. Gunai flicked his finger. In an instant, Arsene Horwell felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. The pressure he had felt just now had disappeared. What an amazing strength! He looked at Gunny and spoke. Even though he was much weaker than before when he was not at sea, judging from how easily the other party had taken control of him, even if he was at sea, he would only be able to struggle for a while, and the outcome would probably not change. Although you're very strong, it's not enough to just have strength in the ocean. There are many experts on the sea. Those great pirate kings all have the strength of a transcendent master. They also have powerful transcendent weapons and mystical items in their hands. Some talented pirate kings can even summon deep-sea monsters to fight. Even those small pirate kings have 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star extraordinary professions. Their ranks are also high, and they are also very powerful. Moreover, in the ocean, more trouble comes from the sea creatures, such as the mermaids who hate humans the most, the sea demons with very strong individual strength, and the very greedy and cunning sea snakes. That's why I need your help, Senior. Gunai said. With Senior's presence, we can recruit a group of extraordinary sailors with good strength. With my strength, it will naturally not be a problem to deal with the ordinary sea race. Even if we encounter those weak pirate kings, we can kill them. At the current stage, our strength is still relatively weak. We need to bide our time and develop steadily. When I'm strong enough. Not to mention those small pirate kings, even if they were big pirate kings, we could eat them all. Gunai said. Arsene Horwell laughed. Your appetite is really big. Gunai shrugged his shoulders. Appetite is always proportional to strength. Before I have strong strength, my appetite is very small. For example, those uninhabited islands with treasure are our real goal at this stage, right? You're right, Arsene Horwell nodded gently. But even if we want to reach those mysterious treasure islands, we'll need a rather large sea demon ship and a group of experienced and reliable sailors. There was a hidden meaning behind Arsene Horwell's words, and Gun naturally understood. I don't lack gold pounds. As he spoke, Gun took out a small extraordinary storage bracelet and placed it in front of him. These are for Senior to recruit extraordinary sailors. At the same time, please also purchase the food and drinks that are needed for the deep-sea voyage. If it's not enough, Senior, please feel free to ask. When Arsene Horwell saw it, his expression changed. Within this transcendent storage ring, there were a total of 10,000 gold rank experts. This sum of money is enough to recruit a group of extraordinary sailors and prepare the resources for a long voyage in the deep sea. Now, the only problem is, the sea demon ship. If you want to travel long distances in the deep sea, you'll need a high-quality sea demon ship that's at least 30 meters long. This will cost at least 100,000 gold pounds. As he spoke, he looked at Gun. Is 30 meters enough? If I can buy a 40-meter-long ship, the effect will be even better, Gunai said. The price of a 40-meter-long sea demon ship was between 150,000 to 200,000 gold pounds. This guy is really rich, Arsene Horwell thought to himself. Knowing how powerful Gun was, and also how ambitious he was, Jason Holwell began to seriously give Gun advice. A 30-meter-long sea demon ship is already enough, and a 40-meter-long one is naturally even better. But I haven't heard any news of powerful sea demon ships recently. Some people are selling small sea demon ships that are only a dozen or 20 meters long. Very few people sell mid to large-sized sea demon ships that are 30 or even 40 meters long. But don't worry too much. A 30 to 40 meter long sea demon ship like this is something that pirates with a certain level of strength can often get. Once they get their hands on such a ship, they'll use a special sealing tool to seal the entire ship into the sea magic bottle, and then sell it at Harutf Harbor. Those pirates don't like to keep their promises, so they naturally know that other pirates don't keep their promises either. That's why when those pirate teams get good things, they often don't trade with other pirates. Instead, they will disguise themselves and go to some large port islands to sell their goods, including Harutf Port. We can use this time to prepare supplies and recruit sailors while we wait for news. N. Gunai slightly nodded. Gunai asked. Is there anything you need me to do during this time? Of course. Arsene Horwell laughed. You know, many extraordinary sailors are unruly and ambitious. If they see that you are young and rich, they may discuss a plan to go out to sea and rebel. That's why you need to go through an assessment when recruiting extraordinary sailors. While testing their strength, you need to display your strength as a captain. You need to know that this is a very important part of a sea demon ship adventurer team. Most people still want to follow a powerful and brave captain, not a captain who only knows how to give orders like an egg. And what you need to do is to ruthlessly teach those extraordinary sailors who came to participate in the assessment a lesson. Let's spread the name of our adventurer team. This way, there will be more than enough powerful extraordinary sailors to join us. The more powerful the crew members are, the easier it will be for us to deal with the sea tribe and pirates. We can't let the captain handle everything. Teach those extraordinary sailors a lesson? Kiran asked. Gunai chuckled. I really like this kind of work that strengthens the friendly interaction between the captain and the crew. I can't wait to start our crew recruitment campaign. Then, our adventurer team should have a suitable title. Have you thought about it? Arsene Horwell asked. The Demonic Whale Adventurer Team. Gunai said. The Demonic Whale Adventurer Team? Arsene Horwell began to chew. The demonic whale is one of the top extraordinary creatures in the ocean. It's 200 to 300 meters long and is comparable to an aircraft carrier. It's a huge steel ship that can easily set off waves that are dozens of meters tall. It has no natural enemies in the ocean. Even top predators like the deep-sea giant sharks don't dare to provoke the demonic whale. They only dare to come and take a bite or two when the whale falls. Live as an overlord, and after death, all living things will be reborn. I hope that our adventurer team will become like the demonic whale in the future and become an overlord of the ocean. What a meaningful name. I guess you're a noble, right? Gunai chuckled but didn't answer. I'll be going to register the merchant ship's trademark and other things in the next few days. Those are the certificates that allow us to sail on the official sea route. At the same time, we can also ensure that we won't be bombarded if we encounter the Yulan Empire's steel ships. As for you, Captain Jack, you should prepare well here. You will welcome your first batch of crew. Arsene Horwell said. Oh, I'm looking forward to their arrival. Gunai said with a smile. 195 Chapter 16 Martyr Cole. Night fell. In a hotel room. Gunai sat cross-legged on his bed, operating the system. He removed the level 4 Little Thunder Flame Curse and the level 2 Netherblood Ritual Curse. What replaced them were the low-rank Engravings spell Dark Inscription Arcane Passage and the high-rank Energy Bullet Arcane Bullet. The Dark Inscription Arcane Channel was a super long-range method that was definitely more often used in the sea, so it naturally had to be prioritized. The Little Thunder Flame spell was almost at level 4, and it was enough for now. Gunai probably wouldn't need to use the Netherblood Ritual's incantation for a long time, so he wasn't in a hurry. As the 2 books were placed on the machine, Gunai began to carefully sense the details of the 2 books. In a few days, we can successfully try out the arcane shooting. I'll test its power when the time comes. I hope this mysterious rune-level arcane shot combined with the destructive energy of the Thanator won't disappoint me. Gunai then went to the window. The night breeze blew gently, slightly ruffling the curtains. Gun felt the slightly salty sea breeze and squinted his eyes toward the depths of the ocean. Searching for the treasures of the ocean is just a small goal. I can also capture powerful devil leaders to condense CO souls. The main purpose is to follow the guidance of the Golden Conch and head to an unknown area to obtain the magical runes, which are magical and powerful runes related to the ruler. Also, the pace of life in the ocean is slow. It's also very important for me to steadily improve my strength on the ocean. I just need to obtain resources steadily from the ocean and improve my strength. When I return to land, I don't think I will have to worry about transcendent masters assassinating me. Gun's eyes then fell on the sea of ships at the port. After all, he has stolen Captain Jack's name. In this era of extraordinary voyaging, it is necessary to let Jack Sparrow's name resound in these waters. In the dark room, Gunai quietly pondered. Haimran Tavern. The past few days had been bustling with activity. Every day, extraordinary sailors would come to drink, participate in recruitment tests, or watch the recruitment process of the Magic Whale Adventurer Team's Mage Incantation Master, Captain Jack, and so on. Every year, there were at least 80 to 100 adventurer teams established at the Harutf seaport. The Magic Whale Adventurer Team, which had been recruiting players in Haimran's Tavern, was so famous. The main reason was that the person called Captain Jack in this adventurer team was powerful and strange. It wasn't that his strength was really strong. He was only a level 3 transcendent, so his rank wasn't high. However, there were only a few extraordinaries who could last a few seconds under its attack. Even a powerful 4th rank extraordinary wouldn't be able to resist the 3rd rank Captain Jack. A tier 3 extraordinary actually possessed such powerful strength. This was the reason why the Demon Whale Adventurer team had been able to quickly make a name for itself in the past few days. This also attracted many extraordinary sailors from the surrounding areas to participate in the recruitment test. Baster Johnson, who was tall and had a few knife marks on his cheeks, pushed open the door of Haimran Tavern with a creak. At the same time, he looked at the window and the corridor near the backyard, which was filled with extraordinary sailors holding wine glasses. He went to the bar counter and threw a silver dragon. "Waiter, give me a large cup of black wine." A moment later, the bartender placed a large glass of black roe wine in front of Baster Johnson. "The extra is all yours. At the same time, I want to ask you about something." The bartender looked at the silver dragon and smiled. "Please speak. I heard that there's a rather powerful adventurer team called the Demonic Whale Adventurer Team here. They're currently recruiting crew members?" "Yes, they are in the backyard." "What are the rules for their recruitment, rank, or did he pass some sort of test?" "They definitely have a rank. The people recruited into their adventurer team over the past few days are basically in the middle or late stages of rank 2. There are also 2 rank 3 players. There are no rank 1 sailors at all. It's obvious that this adventurer team doesn't need ordinary extraordinary sailors. And I heard that no one passed the test in the past few days." "Oh? What did he say? Is the test very difficult?" Bast Johnson raised his eyebrows slightly. "This test isn't difficult. You just have to think of a way to cut off the head of the wooden figure from a distance of 30 meters. As for the captain named Jack, he's right beside the wooden figure. He'll cast all sorts of spells to stop you. I heard that these spells are very powerful, but Captain Jack's grasp of the spells is really amazing. So far, no one has been seriously injured or died. The most serious injury was that he was numbed by the electricity and twitched on the ground for a while. No one passed the test, but someone was recruited. In other words, if one is strong enough, they can pass Captain Jack's psychological line? Bast Johnson said after some deliberation. It should be like this, the bartender nodded. Then what if you cause damage to the wooden figure? Then, you can take up a position in an adventurer team. Who said that? Captain Jack said so himself. That's interesting. After saying that, Bast Johnson narrowed his eyes and looked at the backyard. At this moment, Haimron's tavern was crowded with people by the window in the backyard and the corridor in the backyard. Wow, it's flying again. Haha, I knew it. This tier 2 kid can't do it. Even an extraordinary in the middle of the second stage would fall hard. This guy who's only in the early stage of the second stage will definitely fall even harder. Sure enough. Haimron Tavern, in the spacious and abandoned backyard. Pang! A sound. The young sailor, who was about 18 or 19 years old, fell awkwardly on the flattened lawn where the test staff had fallen before. Martyr Cole stood up and shook his body, but he found that it was difficult to break free from the invisible silk threads with just strength. This Captain Jack is really powerful. I couldn't even get within 10 meters of the wooden giant. It seems like I have no chance. Martyr Cole sighed in his heart. The dagger in his hand immediately turned nimbly, and the sharp blade was already aimed at the invisible silk thread. He flicked it hard. Boom, the weaker puppet silk thread had already been destroyed. This scene fell into Gunai's eyes from behind the wooden table. Oh, it broke this weakened puppet's secret thread so easily. Although I only used 1 unit of source power to supply this level 5 puppet's secret thread, its power didn't even reach a quarter of its original power. But it can't be cut off so easily with a weapon and source power. Moreover, this guy can even feel the existence of my puppet threads. Although I didn't hide on purpose, the fact that I could sense him shows that his perception is very good. More importantly, this guy is very young and has the potential to grow. Compared to those wily old foxes, he's more suitable to be by my side. Martyr Cole, you've been recruited. Gunai shouted. What? Martyr Cole, who had thought that he had lost the qualification to be admitted, was stunned. Then he looked at Gunai with a surprised expression. I've been accepted. Yes, I am. Gunai nodded, then beckoned him over. 196 Chapter 17 Baster Johnson. When Martyr Cole, the young man with short silver-grey hair, came to the wooden table, Gunny took out a small bag and a high-level contract scroll. There are 50 gold pounds inside. Gun shook the bag of gold pounds. If you sign this high-level contract scroll, the gold pounds will be yours. You will also become a member of the Demonic Whale Adventurer team. The contract is valid for 3 years. During the period of the contract, you must fulfill your duty to protect the magic whale and obey and execute the captain's orders. Your monthly salary is 50 gold pounds. If you participate in an adventure, there will be additional benefits. You should know about the adventurer team. The basic salary compared to the income from the adventure might be higher than the annual salary. This reward was indeed so generous that it made one's heart burn. The average adventurer team would only earn a dozen or 20 gold pounds a month. Meanwhile, the Demonic Whale Adventurer team's starting price was already 50 gold pounds. The higher pay was also one of the reasons why a large number of extraordinaries had come to take the test. He looked at the bag of gold pounds, and then at the high-grade contract scroll. The blank space at the bottom was already filled with the signatures of quite a few people. This was a one-to-many contract scroll, and on top of the scroll were densely packed terms and conditions. The Demon Whale adventurer team was far more formal than he had imagined. Many adventurer teams only had a sheepskin contract that was acceptable for their reputation. It wasn't even a real contract. The binding power of the contract was zero. They had to rely on the strength of their captain and his trusted aides. But this high-level contract scroll was clearly different. Furthermore, this was a soul contract scroll. After signing it, the binding force was quite strong. However, the younger martyr Cole was, the more surprised he was. This way, at least it could be guaranteed that this adventurer team was a real adventurer team, and not a pirate ship or even a black ship that transported contraband. It was the young martyr Cole's dream to join a powerful adventurer team and risk his life on the ocean to fight against the waves and the deep-sea alien races. After happily signing the contract, Martyr Cole signed his name again. "Captain Jack, can I stay by your side for a few days?" Martyr Cole asked Gun after signing the contract. "Oh. Why?" Gunai squinted. "I don't have anything to do these few days anyway. By following you, I can get in touch with more of our crew, and at the same time, I can run errands for you and send you messages or something." "Oh. What a hard-working young man." Gunai nodded. "You'll stay by my side for the next few days." "Thank you, Captain." Martyr Cole had just stood behind Gun. A burly figure appeared in front of Gunai. The man in front of her was in his early 40s. He was wearing a tattered jacket that smelled of the sea. His face was rough and had a few scars. One look and she knew that he was an experienced sailor. "Is this the Demonic Whale Adventurer Team's assessment location?" the burly man asked. "Yes, I am." Gunai nodded. "You want to participate in the assessment?" The man nodded lightly. "You already know the rules." "I know." "What's your name?" "Baster Johnson," the man said in a deep voice. "Baster Johnson." Gunai jotted down the name in his notebook. "That's good." He then pointed at the boulder 30 meters away. "Behind the big rock. When I say start, you start." "No problem," he said. The man chuckled. "Begin." As the man stood behind the rock, Gunai shouted the start. Gunai's voice had just faded. Swish! A sound. The man was like a cheetah as he charged over. The speed was unbelievably fast. It seemed like he would cross the 30 meters in a flash. Gunai wasn't surprised by this at all. He had already sensed that this guy was a master. He's extremely fast. Judging from the source power he's releasing, this guy is an extraordinary in the middle or even late stage of the 4th rank. Moreover, his star rank isn't low. At the same time, his control of origin power is extremely strong. He's a veteran. As he thought about this, lightning arcs that covered a wide area were released rapidly. If Gunai were to use his lightning bolts to the extreme, Baster Johnson wouldn't be able to get close to him. It was just a small test, and Gunai wasn't going to be able to produce a 1-second overlap as high as he did. Gun's 1-second stack was at the level of 5 curses per second. Whether it was these ordinary spells or the high-level puppet's secret thread, they were all at the level of overlapping in 1 second. Gunai didn't have any intention of taking out the powerful spells. It would be too much of a wet blanket if the test site was filled with blood. The 3 lightning arcs forced Bast Johnson to slow down and curve forward. At the same time, Gun's puppet strings were also quickly moving towards Baster Johnson. As expected, when Gunai's low-powered and undisguised puppet thread landed on Baster Johnson, his expression suddenly changed. He could sense the puppet's secret thread. As he moved forward, his right hand reached for his waist. Groan, a sharp whistle. A silver-white light suddenly appeared, and he gently cut down. Bang bang. The 2 puppet strings wrapped around his body were directly cut off. At the same time, Baster Johnson's short knife followed the momentum and slashed at the wooden figure in front of him. At this moment, Gugni was once again controlling the 3 puppet strings to wrap around Bast Johnson. If he were to pull it back like this, Baster Johnson might not be able to withstand it. He might even be able to pull it away and prevent it from hitting the wooden giant. But Gunai thought for a moment and decided not to. With such a powerful person, it would not be a problem for him to cut the wooden figure and obtain a position. The purpose of the test was to select experts, and since he had already confirmed that this guy was a 4th-rank expert, he could just let him pass. Ka! A sound. The wooden giant's head was cut off by Baster Johnson's blade. When the surrounding people saw this, they were silent at first, then immediately burst out in a burst of exclamations. Someone actually cut the wooden figure. This guy is so powerful. He's actually so fast. It's only been 2 seconds or so. This guy is at least at the late stage of the 3rd rank, or even the 4th rank. Even Tier 4 experts would join such an adventurer team? Why not? There was a 4th rank expert who joined us previously. I heard that he was the chief officer. I know that guy. He's Arsene Horwell. I have to say that this guy, Arsene, is really strong. I saw another 4th rank expert come for the test, but that guy was obviously causing trouble. In the end, he was taught a lesson by this Captain Jack. As the crowd started discussing, Bast Johnson, who had just cut the wooden giant, didn't look relaxed. Previously, when he had slashed at these invisible secret threads, he had been able to sense how tough they were. They were extremely strong. At the same time, he also felt that the moment he cut through the wooden figure, 3 invisible threads had already wrapped around his back. However, the 3 mysterious threads did not pull at him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cut the wooden figure as easily as he had seen. Of course, the most important thing was danger, intense danger. When he neared the captain named Jack Sparrow, he was stunned. He felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the other party. If the knife had not landed on the wooden figure but on Captain Jack instead, he would have been seriously injured. This guy is more powerful than I thought. It's no wonder why he was able to become the commander of an adventurer team with just a Tier 3 player. He even managed to get a Tier 4 expert to become his first mate. He's a strong fellow. Bast Johnson gave a very high evaluation in his heart. 197 The Glutton Talent. Your Excellency Baster Johnson, congratulations on passing the test. Gun took out another bag of gold pounds and placed it on the table. This bag of gold pounds was clearly more than the previous 50 gold pounds. There were 100 gold pounds inside. If you're willing, you can become the Demonic Whale Adventurer Team's second in command. And this 100 gold pounds will be your remuneration for this month. Furthermore, you will receive an income of 100 gold pounds every month. The income from the ocean adventures is counted separately, and the income from the second officer's position will be very considerable. When Gunai said this, many people in the corridor nearby were envious. 1,200 gold pounds a year was the lowest income. It was possible that the gains from a single adventure could be more than a year's income. If it were me, I would definitely agree on the spot. Someone mumbled. It's a pity that you don't have the right. Drink more, it'll come true in your dreams. The people around him burst into laughter. The position of second deputy is very good. Bast Johnson nodded slightly. I'm willing to join the Demonic Whale Adventurer team. As he spoke, Barth Johnson reached out to grab the bag of 100 gold pounds. However, Gun had already reached out to the bag of 100 pounds. Since you've agreed, let's sign the contract. After signing the contract, the 100 gold pounds and the position of second mate will be yours. A contract? What contract? His gaze swept across the table, and Baster Johnson saw the high-level soul contract scroll that contained a powerful source power aura. Damn it, it's a high-level soul contract scroll. Why didn't anyone tell me just now? The corner of Bast Johnson's eyes twitched. Gun looked at Baster Johnson, who was still standing there, and a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Bast Johnson, we're a regular adventurer team, not a pirate merchant ship, and not a group of pirates. Signing a contract to ensure that the crew members will fulfill their duties and at the same time, ensure that the crew members will benefit. This is protected by the Empire's constitution. Furthermore, the contents of the contract can be found in the Empire's constitution. Don't you want your profits to be protected? Gunai asked softly. To those extraordinary sailors who were passionate about adventuring and had no other thoughts, this clause was a powerful and effective tool for them to benefit from. They would be very happy to sign this high-level soul contract. For those vicious pirates who disguised themselves as extraordinary sailors with crooked thoughts, that was obviously putting shackles on them. Once they maliciously attacked their companions or even wanted to cooperate with the pirate adventurer team to rob them, they would be killed. The powerful binding force of the soul contract would make them feel the pain of their soul being torn apart. A soul contract of subjective will was quite powerful. After a moment of silence, Bast Johnson laughed. Of course I want my profits to be protected. You must know that it's rare to see a good captain like you nowadays. After saying that, Bast Johnson signed the contract on the soul contract scroll and wrote his name on it, Bast Johnson. The gold pounds now. Then Barth Johnson looked at Gun. It's yours now. In the afternoon. In a restaurant about 50 meters away from Hamran Tavern. Gunai was very satisfied with the sea snake barbecued rice. The taste of this roasted meat is really good. There won't be such delicious food when we go out to sea in the future. Maybe I can buy some more and pack them up in the system space. When I take them out, they'll still be hot and fresh. The time in the system space was in a state of absolute time stop when it was not opened. It would look exactly the same when it was taken out. The only slight time flow was the short time when the space was opened. After opening the system space often, the hot food in the system space would slowly become cold over time. On the other hand, ordinary rare-grade storage equipment did not have such a powerful function as the system space. The passage of time in these equipment was the same as the outside world. Then, he looked at Martyr, who was wolfing down his third plate of sea serpent barbecued rice. Has this guy not eaten for half a month? Don't tell me you're following me just to get a free meal. Gunai thought for a while and said. As Gugni was thinking, he saw Arsene Horwell walk in, wearing a sailor jacket and a sailor hat. This way, Gunai waved his hand. Yazan walked over. Have you eaten? Not yet. Then you should order something to eat first. We'll talk after you've eaten. Gunai said. Yazan had been busy with the sea demon ship for the past few days, so he must have received some news. There were too many people in the restaurant, and it was obviously not a good place to discuss important matters. This is our Demon Whale Adventurer team's first mate, Mr. Arsene Horwell. This is my newly recruited crew member, Martyr Cole. Hello, Mr. Arsene Horwell. Martyr quickly said after swallowing a big mouthful of food. Good afternoon, Your Excellency Martyr Cole. Yazan smiled back. How's the recruitment? Then he looked at Gun. Not bad. We already have 15 crew members and a second mate. Second mate? Yazan's expression changed. Yes, a very powerful mid-fourth rank extraordinary. He thought for a moment, then looked at Gun. Will it be SHH? As soon as Martyr opened his mouth, Gun made a shushing gesture and looked at Martyr. Martyr was currently wolfing down the sea serpent barbecued rice. This young man was very good, but he hadn't been with Gunai for long, so it was better not to let him know. I know what you're worried about. I know what I'm doing, Gunai said softly. That's good, Yazan nodded. He had seen Gun's methods and thoughts. If the other party was really a vicious pirate pretending to be a sailor and wanted to eat the Magic Whale Adventurer team from the inside, he would probably die a miserable death. When Arsene finished his lunch, Martyr had already finished his 6th serving of sea serpent barbecued rice. This young man had an amazing appetite. Do you have a glutton-type talent? Gun asked Martyr, who was drinking the dessert. Yingluo's martyr's face showed a hint of embarrassment. For an ordinary supernatural being, he had indeed eaten too much. However, this was already very restrained. He was still in a half-full state. In his previous city, he had been blacklisted by many buffets. It had only been half a month since he arrived at Harutv port, and he had already been blacklisted by more than 5 buffet restaurants. Are there any benefits to eating more? Gunai asked curiously. The more I eat, the more strength I have. My talent can increase the upper limit of my strength if I stay in a state of satiety for a long time. Martyr replied. It's a pity that my money bag can't support my full state for a long time. I'm Ying, Martyr stammered and lowered his voice. I'm Ying, I can eat a lot. Gunai raised his eyebrows. Satiate state will increase the upper limit of strength. It seems like Yingluo has found a treasure. Then, he patted Martyr on the shoulder. It's a captain's duty and responsibility to feed his crew. Martyr Cole, as the captain, I order you to eat as much as you want. Let yourself be full at all times, and I will pay for the meal. Yes. Captain. Martyr was stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded seriously, his face full of smiles. He knew that his captain was rich, but he didn't expect his captain to be so generous. This time, I've followed the right captain, Martyr thought to himself. It would be polite to say that others would take the risk to make a living. Martyr was telling the truth when he said that he was trying to make a living. Gunai then beckoned to the waiter. Get me a membership card for your store. Here's 200 gold pounds. Charge in. The waitress was stunned. 2 or 3 silver royals was more than enough for 3 to 5 people to have a meal. One person only needed to eat half a silver dragon. These 200 gold pounds were equivalent to 2,000 silver dragons. They might not even be able to finish it in a year. However, since the customer wanted to top up so much, they naturally had no objections. He then stuffed the membership card into Martyr's hands. In our Demon Whale Adventurer team, there's no reason for us to work on an empty stomach. Gunai said. N. Martyr nodded. Martyr was a serious person when it came to eating. Gugni and Yazan walked out of the shop. Martyr was stunned for a while as he watched the captain and first mate leave. He sniffed and gulped down the sweet soup in front of him, not leaving a drop. At the same time, Martyr's mind rang with a sentence that his grandmother had often said to him when he was young. One day in the future, if someone is willing to feed you, you have to repay them because they are a good person. 198 The Little Pirate King. In a dark and quiet secret room. After Gunai released a dozen puppet strings, the entire room was completely isolated from the outside world. On the small sofa, Yazan and Gun were sitting opposite each other. What's the news about the sea demon ship? Gunai asked. There are 2 good sources of information on the sea demon ship. I'll start with the first one. After a moment of silence, he slowly explained. The first one is the largest black market in Harutv harbor. It's said that there will be a resource exchange auction in half a month. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be 3 sea demon ships for sale at that time. One of them is a 36-meter-long sea demon ship, which is very suitable for our requirements. The only bad thing is that, as you know, during the auction, the price of the sea demon ship will be too high. The original price of 130,000 or 140,000 may rise to 150,000 or 160,000, or even 170,000 or 180,000. Having participated in the auction, Gunai knew that the price of the ship would go up dramatically when there was a strong competition. What about the second piece of information regarding the sea demon ship? Gunai asked again after a moment of silence. The little pirate king Edward the Feathered Serpent. Yazan said softly. A member of Pirate King Edward's family? Gunai asked, his eyes narrowed. Yes, I am. Above the vast ocean. The most powerful pirate kings were undoubtedly the 5 notorious great pirate kings. Compared to the other small pirate kings, each of these great pirate kings had more than a dozen large sea demon ships that were more than 50 meters long. They also had many high-level extraordinary experts under their command. If the other small pirate kings encountered a steel steamship, they would definitely take a detour. If these great pirate kings didn't encounter steel and steamships that were more than 100 meters long, they would have been able to escape. They would dive into the water and quietly approach the steamships. Then, they would quickly dive out and surround the steel ship. It was said that many medium-sized steam steel ships had sunk to the bottom of the sea in the hands of the pirate kings. The number of official sailors who had died at their hands was uncountable. Most importantly, these pirate kings were more or less related to those evil churches. The pirate king had participated in the blood sacrifice at Buck Harbor. Among the 5 great pirate kings, the Edward family might not be the strongest, but they definitely had the longest history. It was said that this pirate family had been passed down for more than 500 years, and the blessing of a powerful deep-sea giant beast flowed in their blood. Edward's pirate family had many strongholds on the sea and occupied the most resource islands. The wealth they possessed was even more astonishing. As of now, the pirate king Edward's family had the great pirate king, Duke Edward IV. He also had 2 sons and a daughter, 3 young pirate kings. Edward the Feathered Serpent was the youngest son of the great pirate king, Duke Edward IV. It was said that he had many powerful advanced extraordinary powerhouses by his side. Yazan continued. Edward the Feathered Serpent has released news that he wants to sell a 40-meter-long sea demon ship at a price of 160,000 gold pounds. Furthermore, it's rather urgent, and it seems like he only has a few days' window. 160,000 gold pounds for 40 meters. That's quite a good price. Gunai slightly nodded. The price is indeed a very good deal, but they are pirates. The reliability of this deal will be greatly reduced. Yasun said. Are they in desperate need of gold pounds? Gunai asked again. Yes, they do need resources. Yazan nodded. Duke Edward IV and another pirate king, Ka-Mo, have been in a state of war for the past few years. Fighting is a very money-burning thing. Equipment, materials, artillery, ammunition, and a huge amount of potions. After a good demon ship is damaged, a large number of sea demon ships' decks will be needed to repair it. There are also rewards for the combatants and so on. You have to know that pirates are a group of people who live on the edge of their blades and live for their lives for money. If you want them to work for you, you have to give them enough money. If you dare to embezzle their gold pounds, they can stab a knife into your body in the blink of an eye. The weaker pirates might not dare to do this, but they will take advantage of the moment when they are not paying attention and directly leave quietly in the deep sea. For those extraordinary sailors who can transform, they can swim in the sea as easily as fish. Therefore, the pirates' wars have always been very, very expensive. This is the only way they can support these pirates. It's said that the pirate king is very rich. What they're doing the wrong way is that it's not that the pirate king is rich, but that if you're not rich, you can't be the pirate king at all. Not to mention the big pirate kings, even the small pirate kings have 3 to 5 sea demon ships and 1 to 200 men under them. Just raising this group of people is an expenditure of tens of thousands of gold pounds a month. That's true. Gunai slightly nodded. Gunai said after thinking for a while. We're not lacking in gold pounds. There's no need to take the risk of coming into contact with this Edward the Feathered Serpent. If he was a level 4 or even level 5 transcendent, he would have the confidence to approach Edward the Feathered Serpent. If the other party was willing to sell it, Gunai would be able to get the ship at a lower price. He might even be able to build a relationship with the other party, and then follow the clues to find the members of the evil god's church, or even some strongholds. And if Gunai, who was only rank 3, came into contact with him, Gunai might not have the upper hand. At this stage, Gunai was still safe. There was no need to put himself in danger for tens of thousands of pounds. This Tao Wu is also true. Yazan nodded. These pirates are really not easy to get along with. If there's a conflict, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. Gun pondered for half a minute after Arson finished. Gunai said after some thought. Can you find any traces of this Edward the Feathered Serpent? Or are you sure he will appear somewhere? What do you want? He asked, looking at Gunai. Not coming into contact with this guy doesn't mean that we've given up on the sea demon ship on him. If I know where this guy is, I might be able to use a special method to try it out. Who knows, I might be able to gain something. As he spoke, he looked at Arson. Can you get it? Yazan's brows furrowed slightly. His captain's ambition was really big. Are you sure you can escape after you attack? His two guards are both top rank 5 extraordinaries. Yazan didn't answer, but asked in a low voice. Gunai shrugged his shoulders. I can guarantee that those two guards won't even be able to find my traces. Gugni's words made Yazan feel a bit more at ease. During this period of contact, Arson knew that his Captain Jack wouldn't have said such words if he wasn't 100% confident. We can find traces of this fellow, but it will cost gold pounds. How much? I'm afraid 500 is not enough. 1000 is more reliable. After all, it's just a trace. It shouldn't be a big problem. Gun pulled out 2 stacks of 10-pound notes, which totaled 2,000 pounds. When it was time to spend money, Gunai would never be stingy. 2,000 gold pounds. I want to know the trail and the location of this Edward the Feathered Serpent. No problem, he said. Arson Horwell nodded seriously. 199 Hunting the Pirate King. The reason why Gun wanted to get his hands on Edward the Feathered Serpent's trail was because he was too weak. On one hand, it was because the other party had the sea demon ship, and possibly more than one. On the other hand, it was naturally because these pirates burned, killed, pillaged, and committed all kinds of evil on the ocean. And NBSP, a large portion of them were in cahoots with evil gods. In other words, they all deserved to die. In the past few days, Gun had secretly made several attempts at arcane shooting. The beginner-level runic spell formed an arcane shooting channel, and with the high-level arcane bullets made from the Thanator's annihilation energy, the destructive power was simply amazing. With one shot, the spear easily pierced through the ground with a depth of nearly 30 meters and a large hole as thick as an arm. The high-speed penetration characteristic brought by the arcane passage coupled with the destructive characteristic of the annihilation energy. With the two perfectly combined, Gunai had mastered a far-range attack that was even more powerful than the engraving spell. Not to mention a 5th or 6th level high-level extraordinary. Even a transcendent master's head would be penetrated by a single shot. Of course, whether such a shot could kill a transcendent master would depend on the transcendent master's soul's ability to withstand the damage. The destructive energy of the Thanator also had the characteristics of penetrating and destroying the soul. When the head was pierced, it went without saying that a part of the soul of a high-level extraordinary would be annihilated on the spot by this annihilation energy. To an extraordinary who did not have a soul as the core. The destruction of the head and the annihilation of the soul. Basically, they all died on the spot. This was one of the reasons why Gun dared to hunt down Edward the Feathered Serpent. In the next few days. As usual, Gunai recruited crew members to study the World Power Upanishad and the Dark Power Upanishad. At the same time, Gugni finally realized how gluttonous Martyr's appetite was. Therefore, when Gugni was recruiting crew members, he added an extra condition: recruiting chefs. Gunai's demonic whale adventurer team was a proper adventurer team. If they weren't pirates, they wouldn't have to burn, kill, pillage, fight with merchant ships, or be afraid of the inspection of steam-powered ships. Naturally, they would be able to live a comfortable life on the sea from one treasure island to another. There was no need for them to live like savages. In this case, it was necessary to bring a few chefs. 3 to 5 days had passed without him realizing it. In the past few days, he had recruited 32 extraordinary sailors. In addition, Gugni himself and Arsene Horwell. The demonic whale adventurer team had a total of 34 members. Even the weakest of them was a second-rank extraordinary sailor. There were 3 powerful ones, all at the 4th rank. Their positions were 1, 2, and 3, and they were the 3 deputies. Including Gunai, there were 7 rank 3 cultivators. The rest were rank 2, beginner, intermediate, or advanced extraordinary sailors. With this group of people on the ocean, at least they didn't have to worry too much about the sneak attacks of some small pirates and the sea tribe. On this day, in the afternoon, the sky was getting darker, and night was coming. Gunai was eating with Martyr in the restaurant. Martyr had gradually opened up his appetite these days. Gun realized that Martyr's appetite was growing. Martyr's eating speed was also getting faster and faster. It was as if his mouth was directly connected to his stomach. He could eat 20 to 30 caddies of food in one meal, and it was still increasing. According to Martyr, at his peak, he ate food that was heavier than his own. In the end, he was chased out by the owner of the buffet restaurant before he could finish his meal. Gun noticed that Martyr's stomach didn't seem to grow even after eating so much. His stomach was like a storage space. Gunai was also secretly amazed by the glutton talent. If this talent was in my previous life, I'm afraid many Eat broadcasts would have left the Eat broadcast world on the spot. Martyr let go of his stomach. Gun could clearly feel Martyr's body strengthening. Martyr could also feel his own strength growing. This talent was really immediate. Gun finished his bowl of seafood noodle soup. Gunai rubbed his stomach. He had eaten a lot today. When Gunai raised his head, a smile appeared on his face. In front of Martyr, 8 large bowls were stacked together. Martyr gulped down the 9th bowl of soup in one go. By the time the 9th bowl was stacked up, the 10th bowl was already served. Many of the customers who had their meals here were amazed by this scene. The owner of the restaurant in the distance was even more delighted. This guy alone was enough to support a shop. Gun looked out of the window and saw Arsene Horwell, who was wearing a slightly worn sailor leather jacket and a sailor hat, looking at them under the street lamp. Gun looked at Martyr. "You eat first, I have something to do outside." "Yes, Captain." Martyr quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded in response. After a few minutes, in an exceptionally quiet alley, Arsene Holm handed a small card to Gun. "This is the place that Edward the Feathered Serpent is most likely going to tonight. This place is the villa of a deputy merchant. This rich merchant often travels by the sea, and his witch wife somehow hooked up with this Edward the Feathered Serpent. At the same time, there are also 2 5th-rank extraordinary experts with him. They are very powerful. And this Edward the Feathered Serpent himself has the strength of a 5th-order transcendent. His star rank is not low, it's a 5-star. As a pirate, the most important thing is to keep your life and survive. He has at least a few scrolls with engravings and magic gold shields. It's almost impossible to kill him in a short time. You don't have to worry about that." Gunai laughed. Then, Gun put the card away and looked at Jason Horwell. "Will you expose your identity if you get the trail of Edward the Feathered Serpent?" "I disguised myself as another fellow to obtain this identity. He even used a pretty good treasure to avoid detection. Even if they wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find him. Also, these pirates aren't like the extraordinaries of the major forces. They don't have the ability to organize and mobilize, and they don't have the powerful means of prying into divination. Once this Edward the Feathered Serpent is dead, most of his subordinates will probably scatter and look for their next target. As for the Feathered Serpent who was searching for resources for Old Duke, if he were to die, it would definitely affect Old Duke. Maybe Old Duke will be the first to be defeated in the battle with the Card Devil. By then, Old Duck would be in trouble, not to mention avenging his son." "Oh, that's true." Gunai slightly nodded. "Go and eat, then go to the usual place and wait for my news." Gunai then turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Yazin's eyes narrowed as he watched Gun's back. The gap between the third and fifth step is not an ordinary big one. What kind of confidence and terrifying means does this guy have to dare to do such a thing? 200 Arcane Cannon. Half an hour later. The carriage stopped at a street in the wealthy villa district of Harutf Harbour. After getting off the carriage, Gunai looked at the address. After a moment of thought, he didn't go to the wealthy district first. Instead, he went into the darkness along a dark, unpopulated path. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Gunai came back out. After that, he stepped into the night and quietly entered the villa complex in the wealthy district. Under the night sky, the villa area was relatively quiet. Only when they passed by a few villa manors where parties were being held could they feel the liveliness. About 10 minutes later, in a dark corner, Gunai quietly climbed up to a tower that was about 20 meters tall. Then, he looked at a blue and white villa not far away. About 200 meters, and the position is just right. After looking around the blue and white villa, Gunai thought to himself. Then, the intermediate extraordinary magic incantation Eagle's Eye, which had 8 syllables and 2 source power consumption, was added to his body. Gunai released his source power vision and dark sight. The night gradually receded, and it was as bright as day. The walls of the villa near Gunai gradually disappeared and became transparent. His field of view was also rapidly zoomed in. The Eagle Eye spell made him feel like he was standing next to a window. The effect of Eagle's Eye is also quite good. I'll use it when I have time until I reach level 5. Things that are 5 to 6,000 meters away can be placed right in front of you. Gunai wasn't forming the dark arcane passage yet. As a beginner-level engraving spell, maintaining it for a long time would consume origin power. Who knew when that Edward the Feathered Serpent would arrive? It wouldn't be too late to condense the ancient nirvana when it arrived. Then, he began to observe the blue and white villa. Oh, I'm preparing dinner. It's quite sumptuous. Is the Feathered Serpent going to spend the night here? Gunai's heart ached for the rich man for 2 seconds. You earn your own money, but your house is occupied by someone else. Your food has been eaten by someone else, and your wife has been slept with someone else. Maybe, when you've earned enough money, this feathered snake will kill you and take all your money. You don't say. Given the ruthless nature of a pirate like the feathered snake and his bloodthirsty style, he might think so. As expected, in this extraordinary world, wealth and strength must be proportional. Otherwise, you would not be able to guard so much wealth. However, I'll help you get rid of this guy today. I'll also get rid of your wife. You don't have to thank me. I'm just that helpful. Gunai's mind was filled with thoughts. At the same time, Gunai slowly entered a state of perfect harmony with the surrounding world. In Gun's current state, even a master transcendent might not be able to discover it, let alone a high-level transcendent. Gunai waited from 5 o'clock until it was almost 8 o'clock. Finally, a silver steam car slowly came to a stop in front of the blue and white villa. The 3 men got out of the car. Gunai immediately perked up and carefully looked over. If it was anyone else who stared at him for such a long time, it would probably raise some vigilance. But Gunai wasn't afraid. No one else could feel Gunai's gaze, and Gunai had already proven this point many times before. The man in the lead was about 27 or 28 years old. He had a handsome face, dark golden long curly hair, a tall and sturdy figure, and a pair of eyes that were bright like flames. He looked extremely masculine and handsome. No wonder that witch would hook up with this Edward the Feathered Serpent. As the 3 of them arrived, the sumptuous dinner began in the villa's hall. Or rather, it was someone's last dinner. In the dark silence, Gunai followed the path of the dark power Upanishad, completely immersed in it. Ancient nirvana was darkness, and darkness was ancient nirvana. This layer of dark intent was able to cover all of Gunai's curses and origin power fluctuations. Then, wrapped in the dark power Upanishad, he used the dark witch staff Gunai to construct his own dark inscription channel. With the Dark Wizard Staff's 10 enhancing runes, Gunai's curses were guaranteed to be powerful enough. Gunai himself had 14 secret crossing runes, and with the 4 from the Dark Shaman Staff, he had 18 runes. A 22-syllable arcane passage could be formed in a second. However, in order to make it more powerful, Gun overlapped the repeatable syllables 5 times. It took 6 seconds and 38 units of source power to create a thicker and longer version of the arcane passage. At this moment, in the dark arcane passage, it was 3 meters long, and as thick as Gunai's thigh. Even calling it a magic sniper rifle was a bit underestimating it. It could be said that this was a F***ing magic cannon. Although the condensed arcane passage could be controlled by origin power to float in the air, this kind of floating operation would consume a large amount of origin power and mental energy. Gunai used 4 puppet strings to hang it up. This way, he didn't have to use too much mind and origin power. Using the puppet's secret thread, Gunai was able to accurately and steadily control his aim. He placed one hand on the arcane passage. Gun began to pour in the energy of annihilation and cast the spell Arcane Bullet to condense the annihilation energy into a finger-sized arcane bullet. Arcane Bullet, 12 magic incantation syllables, 4 source power consumption. As of now, Gunai's body had a lot of annihilative energy. He could fire at least 25 or 26 shots. If the energy was conserved, the amount would be doubled. And as Gunai's understanding of the Dark Power Upanishad deepened, the power of the obliteration skill would continue to grow. After doing all this, Gunai didn't immediately fire. It would be meaningless if they could not retrieve the body of Edward the Feathered Serpent or the Sea Demon ship in their storage equipment after killing him with one shot. Gunai had a plan for this. In the darkness, Gunai began to create puppet threads. This time, Gunai's puppet thread was extremely long. It was 240 meters long. Then, Gun fused the other end of the puppet thread with a little bit of the Thanator's energy and attached it to the end of the arcane bullet. This way, when the arcane bullet killed Edward the Feathered Serpent, the puppet threads could also reach Edward the Feathered Serpent. 200 meters was the limit of Gunai's control over the puppet thread. He borrowed the system's powerful collection function. The moment the puppet threads wrapped around the dead Edward the Feathered Serpent, Gunai could take it into his system space. He then used the teleportation scroll that he had already charged and set up to teleport away. Of course, this was a normal scenario. In an abnormal one, Gunai already had many settings in his mind, and he had a variety of follow-up measures. He took a deep breath and cast Eagle Eye on himself. With fine control. With one hand on the dark arcane passage, Gun followed the framework of the world's mysteries and easily aimed the arcane bullet at Edward the Feathered Serpent. Powerful aiming ability, this was the essence of arcane shooting. If it couldn't hit, then no matter how strong it was, its power would be equal to 0. After that, the dark inscription arcane passage entered the stage of accumulating power. The strange runes on the passage gradually lit up, but they were all perfectly covered by the Dark Power Upanishad. During the entire process, the Tier 5 Edward the Feathered Serpent didn't feel any danger at all. He had perfectly hidden himself in the darkness, and his shackles of fate had been cut off. Everything Gunai did in the dark would be undetectable by the outside world. The well-prepared Gun wasn't going to let Edward and his 2 powerful deputies have a good time today. Since he had become a pirate, he should have the awareness of being shot to death.